Hello, friends. My name is Chadwick. You have reached Faithful Performance, and thank you very much for joining us tonight as we continue our journey exploring the book of Daniel and also exploring the beast kingdom. This is part 2 of the series that we're doing. Last night, we opened up the series by going through part 1 of the beast kingdom by laying the foundation to the prophecies of the beast kingdom by looking at the Torah, looking at the curse that Noah put on the land of Canaan and all of the inhabitants of the land. And also we discovered the Abrahamic covenant, which confirmed Noah's prophetic curse with all of the ites, if you will, in the land that were going to be dispersed from that land that would cause the animosity between the Jewish people and the surrounding nations. So we went through Noah's prophetic curse, obviously the Abrahamic covenant as well. And then we went through the table of nations, which is very important for anybody who wants to understand prophecy. That's where we begin, is at the table of nations in Genesis 10, to understand those nations that the prophets would have understood, the biblical world that they would have understood at their time. And thus we need to get in their mindset as well once we understand that. So we laid the foundation last night with those things, with the basic principles of understanding biblical prophecy. Is we have to understand the table of nations. We have to understand Noah's prophetic curse that was obviously ordained in the Abrahamic covenant as well in Genesis 15. And then we moved forward to the literal references that the biblical prophets put into play with us, as far as Isaiah, Jeremiah, and the prophet Ezekiel with their judgment of the nations. It's very important. They were given 2 main responsibilities with the people. The biblical prophets were to get the people to return back to Torah, the voice of God, the ways of God in the Torah, and obviously to prophesy about the day of the Lord, of Yeshua, to come at the day of the Lord, the second coming. So he prophesied, or they prophesied, the prophets did, about the specific nations that Yeshua was going to come against at the second coming. It's the judgment of the nations that you can find in Isaiah 10 through 23, Jeremiah 46 through 52, and obviously Ezekiel 26 through 32, especially chapter 32, with the specific nations that are literally going to be thrown into the pit when Yeshua returns. So the prophets, again, their 2 main responsibilities: get the people to return back to the Torah, and then obviously to prophesy about the day of the Lord, including the nations that he was going to judge at his second coming events that happened before in history, and then it will occur again at the second coming events, as we see the language in that day. And obviously the day of the Lord terminology that we find with him being on this earth at that time, in the midst of Israel, on the throne, on David's throne, in Mount Zion. So all of those terminology points towards him being on this earth at that time. It's very important to realize that. So we went through the basic foundation of that so we can understand the book of Daniel better. We have to understand the literal references that the biblical prophets ordained before Daniel, because Daniel was not going to prophesy with symbolism with a different nation that was not in the biblical prophets of Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, obviously the table of nations as well. Daniel was not going to come against or say anything new with a new country that Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Ezekiel did not. Okay, he was going to follow in their pattern of their understanding of the table of nations, and he's given this symbolism that we will find in chapter 2 of the book that goes through symbolism of the kingdoms that will come to fruition, not only at his time, but also at the end of the age. Just like we discovered last night, it happened through Isaiah's time, through Jeremiah's time, through Ezekiel's time, but it will happen again because the language in the prophets is for the day of the Lord, the end of the age, in that day. So we got to look at it in both historical and prophetic when we look at the prophecies and the prophets, because God doesn't want us to be ignorant. He doesn't want us to be blinded to the truth of what's going to occur. So he gives us these templates in history to understand, and that is according to the biblical prophets as well. So tonight, when we read the book of Daniel, we're going to find the same thing. We're going to find the same historical fulfillment, but also the language in the prophecies will say this is for the latter days, that, for all of us to understand what we will see at the end of the age, which I believe we're seeing right now. So last night, just in summary, we set it up with the foundation of the prophecies, with the Torah, with obviously Noah's curse on the land of Canaan and all the inhabitants of it. The next chapter, Genesis 10, he tells you those nations that are going to come against the promised land, okay, Genesis 10. And then we have the Abrahamic covenant, Genesis 15, Genesis 17. You can read that for yourself, which confirms Noah's curse on that land and against the inhabitants of the surrounding nations. And then we went into Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel and found the literal references of the nations that will consist of the 10 kings of the Antichrist kingdom, which we will explore tomorrow night in Daniel 7 and 8. We'll get really in depth with understanding who those kings are, specifically and literally, okay, according to the book of Daniel in Daniel 7 and also in Daniel 8. So I hope you stay with us tomorrow night as well. We're going to be back with you for about 4 nights in a row to go through the book of Daniel, and we'll probably leave off with chapter 10 on Shabbat, and then we'll have to reconvene for chapter 11 and 12, the king of the north, the king of the south, next week. So I hope you stay with us or watch the replays. It's very important to realize prophecy, the area that he's pointing to with the biblical prophets. We have to understand it's the Middle East and North Africa. If not, we're going to miss it. We're going to miss the end time, the end of the age events of what's going on, the transitions that's going on. Look at Gaza, look at Israel, look at Armenia, look at all of these areas. Just look at the Middle East, and it is explosion after explosion since 2003, the Arab Spring. Now we have this, and whatever comes out of this is going to really be the catapult for what we see in the future with these prophecies. That's why it's important to realize who are the players over there and where we are according to the prophet Daniel. And I think by the end of tomorrow night, I hope we will find that out, even tonight a little bit, but tomorrow night for sure, on Shabbat, we'll find out what empire we're living in, according to the prophet Daniel. If we are living at that time, the end of the age, what kingdom are we specifically living in? That's why he wrote the book. That's why he wrote about these kingdoms. He is a prophet, not a historian. So we have to look at him as a prophet for the end of the age, which we all do. But I will show you the differences of the way people look at these prophecies. Some just leave most of it historical, with some of it in the future. For me, I think all of it is historical and all of it is in the future. We have to take it all at one time and not splice it off into the divisions, which confuses, in my mind, confuses everybody. So we'll begin. We're going to start with Daniel 1, and then we'll go to Daniel 2. We'll go to Daniel 3, which is when the 3 friends of Daniel is thrown into the fire. And then we'll read Daniel 4, and you're going to see the similarities of Daniel 2 and Daniel 4. Okay, that's why we're reading Daniel 4, which is one of the chapters that is not spoken of a lot, is Daniel 4. Daniel 4 will tie into Daniel 2 because of the symbolism of the metal components. And you'll see that, and it'll give great revelation and many other things in Daniel 4. So we're going to go through the first 4 chapters of Daniel very thoroughly. And then tomorrow night, we'll go through Daniel 7 and 8. Okay, and then we'll come back on Shabbat and go through Daniel 9, which will include Daniel 5. Okay, so we're not skipping Daniel 5. It just goes with Daniel 9 better than it does right now. So we'll go through Daniel 9, Daniel 5 and Daniel 9 together on Saturday. And then, like I said, we'll reconvene on 11 and 12 next week. So we'll begin by looking at the prophet. And I'll try to set this up if one's not familiar with the timeline with Jeremiah and the prophet Daniel. It's very interesting how Yahweh works, how the Father works, the understanding of the future more than anyone, of course, and how he has his people in place so that we could get the revelation. Okay, so think about it like this. So if when Jeremiah was prophesying, that was right before the exile, right? 586, 587 BC. It depends on who you talk to, with the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. Well, he was prophesying for 23 years. It says in Jeremiah 25, he woke up to go prophesy to them to repent. For 23 years, they did not listen to them. Okay, and then destruction came. Okay, the patience of the Lord ended. Nebuchadnezzar came. He besieged the walls. But it took time. Okay, this didn't happen. This is not like today, modern day, where you can destroy someone very quickly. This was back, 586 BC. So it took time to destroy a kingdom. Okay, and that was the case for Israel as well. So this was started around 606 BC. Okay, when they started to besiege the city, Nebuchadnezzar, 605, some people would say. Okay, but then it was 586, 587 BC before it was completely destroyed. So during that time, there was exiles of the people, including the prophet Daniel. Okay, so while Jeremiah was prophesying to the people, okay, and Jeremiah and Daniel were not the same age. Okay, Daniel was around a teenager when he was exiled to Babylon, late teens, teenager, somewhere in there, most people would believe. Jeremiah was probably around 40 years old. I would say he was 23 years going to the people. So you would obviously think he was 18 or whatever it was when he was called. So around 35 or 40 is what Jeremiah was, 586 BC. Okay, Prophet Daniel was around a teenager and he was he was exiled into captivity. So it's amazing when you look at the Lord, if Daniel was not exiled to captivity with Babylon, or if Babylon didn't destroy Israel, we would not have this beautiful book of Daniel, because Daniel wrote the book in Babylon. Okay, and this is a major cornerstone to biblical prophecy. When you look at the prophets, it all starts with this understanding of Babylon, okay, and on forward. So just keep that in mind. It's all of the prophets. It starts right here, okay, Daniel with Babylon, Persia, and then on forward, as we will find out. So I wanted to set this up. So this is, again, we're going to read Daniel 1. He is in Babylon at the moment when he writes this, but I wanted to give a leadway to it with the destruction of Israel. But he was taken captive before the destruction in 586, 587 BC. So again, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us tonight. And those who are watching on the replay, it's going to be an exciting night to go through this. This is one of my favorite books of the Bible, the prophet Daniel, as most of you guys know. So we'll find out the revelation of what the Lord's trying to tell us. Okay. In chapter 1 of the book of Daniel, it says this: in the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. Okay, he didn't destroy it, he started to besiege it. Okay, the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, he was around 609 BC. I think most historians would put his reign started at 609 BC. So 3 years from that is 606 BC. Some would say 605 BC. So again, we're splitting hairs here. But again, 606 BC is when this is right now. Okay, he's saying in the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it, 606 BC. And the Lord gave Jehoiakim, king of Judah, into his hand, along with some of the vessels of the house of God. And he brought them to the land of Shinar, which is basically the Iraq area of today, to the house of his God. And he brought the vessels into the treasury of his God. It's very important to realize that when we get to Daniel 5 on Shabbat, on Saturday, on Shabbat, we will see this. We will see the vessels come back out of the treasuries right before Babylon was conquered by Medo-Persia. So keep that in mind. It's very important to realize the vessels were very important. The holy vessels Nebuchadnezzar took to his palace as the spoils of the victory. And we'll see those vessels come back into play in Daniel 5. Also in Daniel 9, when we look at Ezra, the decree from Cyrus, we'll see the holy vessels come back to Jerusalem. Okay. And then in verse 3, it says, then the king, said to Ashpenaz, the chief of his officials, to bring in some of the sons of Israel, including some of the royal seed of the nobles, youths in whom was no defect, who were in good appearance, showing insight in every branch of wisdom, being thoroughly knowledgeable and discerning knowledge, and who had the ability to stand in the king's palace. And he said for him to teach them the literature and the tongue of the Chaldeans. And the king appointed for them a daily ration from the king's choice food and from the wine which he drank, and appointed that they should be educated for 3 years at the end which they were to stand before King Nebuchadnezzar. Now among them the sons of Judah were Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Then the commander of the officials set names for them, and for Daniel he set the name Belshazzar, and Hananiah, Shadrach, Mishael, Meshach, and for Azariah, Abednego. Okay, so we'll stop right here and we'll digest this. So again, right when they were exiled and taken into captivity, King Nebuchadnezzar wanted some servants, okay, that were well-versed, good-looking, well-educated, obviously all of these things, and he wanted to give them the food and the wine from the king, and he changed their names to a Babylonian, to his Babylonian gods' names, okay? So that's why he changed their names for the Babylon stuff. Okay, in verse 8 it says, but Daniel said in his heart that he would not defile himself with the king's choice food or with the wine which he drank. So he sought permission for the commander of the officials that he might not defile himself. Now God granted Daniel loving kindness and compassion before the commander of the officials. And the commander of the officials said to Daniel, I'm afraid of my lord the king, who has appointed your food and drink. For why should he see your faces looking more haggard than your youths who are your own age? Then you would make me forfeit my head to the king. But Daniel said to the overseer whom the commander of the officials had appointed over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, please test your servants for 10 days and let us be given some vegetables to eat and water to drink. And then let our appearance be observed before you and the appearance of the youths who are eating the king's choice food, and deal with your servants according to what you see. This is totally amazing. This is why God raised up the prophet Daniel, because his loyalty to the commandments and to the Torah, to the dietary laws. You could probably assume that they were eating non-kosher meat, whether it was swine or whether it was whatever it may be. But that's one of the reasons I think the prophet Daniel declined from eating the meat, is because it was probably not kosher, and the wine was not kosher as well. And that's why he raised the prophet Daniel, because he stood on the convictions of God Almighty. It's amazing when you look at the prophet Daniel and his story, how God understood, just like we all know, just like for your life, for my life, or whoever's life, he has all of our life planned. And he had the foreknowledge, of course, the Almighty did, of having Daniel do all of these things to get to the position in Babylon where he wanted him to be, which is second in command. Can you believe that? A Hebrew slave a Jew taken into Babylon as a slave, and he becomes the second in command, kind of like with Joseph in Egypt. It's totally amazing. God's going to put his people where he wants them. And we can take great revelation from living in a Babylonian society like Daniel did, because we're living in this kind of the same society, right? In America, in the world, it's a Babylonian world, if you will, and that includes America. So we can take great revelation and great inspiration from the prophet Daniel on how to live and how to observe the Lord's commandments, because he was second in command, as we will see, in Babylon, and he never went against the Lord's commandments. And you'll find that with the lion's den. You'll find that with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, with the fire. I mean, it is amazing the convictions they had in the Babylon. Think about it. The original Babylon, they had the convictions to stay true to the Lord. Thus, the reason they were raised up to the anointing that they were. Okay, so Daniel, again, he did not want to defile himself from the king's choice food or the wine. He sought the permission from the gentleman who was in charge, and they had the conversation of the test for 10 days. This is where the 10-day Daniel fast comes into play. This is why people do it. It's the 10-day fast. You can find that in Daniel 1. The 21-day fast you find in Daniel 9, I believe, or Daniel 10, I believe. So those are two different fasts, and we'll get to that as well. But he was going to test them for 10 days to see if their appearance was going to be the same as the other ones who were eating the king's food and things like that. So then in verse 14, he says, so he listened to them in the matter and tested them for 10 days. At the end of 10 days, it was seen that their appearance was better and that they were fatter than the youths who had been eating the king's choice food. So the overseer continued to withhold their choice food and the wine they were to drink, and to keep giving them vegetables. And as for these 4 youths, God gave them the knowledge and insight in every branch of literature and wisdom. Daniel even understood all visions, all kinds of visions and dreams. Okay, very important. Then at the end of the days, which the king had spoken of for bringing them in, the commander of the officials brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar, and the king talked with them, and out of them not one was found like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. So they stood in service before the king. And as for every matter of wisdom and understanding which the king sought from them, he found them 10 times better than all of the magicians, the conjurers, who were in all of his kingdom. And Daniel continued until the first year of King Cyrus. Very important, these scriptures with these verses that tells you, and Daniel continued until the first year of Cyrus the king. Very important when we look at the exile, we look at the 70 years, as we will get to Daniel 9. It's going to be very important. So remember that in Daniel 1, that he said that he was going to continue in Babylon until Cyrus the king. Okay, it's very important once we get to Daniel 9. Okay, so now let me get to Daniel 2, and we're going to have to read this from the scriptures. I thought I had it on the scroll, but I didn't. So let me pull this up real quick so we can go into Daniel 2, and I can explain this as well. Give me one second. Okay, so this is Daniel 2. So this is the chapter where, as we all know, is the famous statue dream, of King Nebuchadnezzar. This is really what everybody goes to with biblical prophecy when you look at the book of Daniel, and then you go forward into Daniel 7 and also into Daniel 8. Most people will know this as the famous statue dream of King Nebuchadnezzar. It was given to Nebuchadnezzar, and we will see the results. This is very important to realize when we look at biblical prophecy. Two or more witnesses has to be established in the Bible for it to be complete, to be fulfilled, if you will. So this is going to be a dream that we have to have another correlation to it for it to be justified, okay, for it to be valid, according to Deuteronomy 19:15, and also in Corinthians it says that. So we have to have two witnesses. So this is going to set us up for Daniel 7. Okay, remember, Nebuchadnezzar had this dream. Daniel will have the vision in Daniel 7, two different witnesses. Even though Daniel interpreted this dream, God gave him the dream and the interpretation, but Nebuchadnezzar was the one who had it. Okay, so there's two different witnesses, and that's what it takes. So whenever we read this, you're going to see the difference where we look at some of these scriptures and we look at some of these verses, and it's going to say, for the latter days, for the end of the age, in the days of these kings. Okay, so just like we spoke before, it is historical, but also it's prophetic because of what Daniel tells Nebuchadnezzar in this passage. So we're going to read it. We'll go through certain sections of it at a time, and then we'll go back and we'll break it down as we move forward. Okay? So let's see here. So now in the second year of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, Nebuchadnezzar had dreams, and his spirit was so troubled that his sleep left him. Then the king gave the command to call the magicians, the astrologers, and the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans to tell the king his dreams. So they came and stood before the king, and the king said to them, I have had a dream, and my spirit is anxious to know the dream. Then the Chaldeans spoke to the king in Aramaic and said, O king, live forever. Tell your servants the dream, and we will give the interpretation. And the king answered and said to the Chaldeans, my decision is firm. If you do not make known the dream to me and its interpretation, you shall be cut to pieces, and your houses shall be made an ash heap. However, if you tell the dream and its interpretation, you shall receive from me gifts, rewards, great honor. Therefore, tell me the dream and its interpretation. So King Nebuchadnezzar put the magicians, the astrologers, and the sorcerers to the test, and he was not easy with them. He said, you got to tell me the dream and the interpretation. I mean, who does that, right? So he was very wise into cornering these people because he wanted to make sure he understood the truth of it. So obviously he ruled with a strong fist, because he was going to destroy them if they did not. Okay, so that's the kind of person that we have with Nebuchadnezzar. So remember that as we read forward with Nebuchadnezzar and Daniel, because their relationship's really paramount to understand with the mindset of who Nebuchadnezzar was. I mean, he was going to kill all of the astrologers and the wise men and all these people if they did not tell him the dream and the interpretation. So it's very important. Okay, so as we continue forward, let's see here. In verse 7, it says this. They answered again and said, let the king tell his servants the dream, and we will give its interpretation. The king answered and said, I know for certain that you would gain time, because you see that my decision is firm. If you do not make known the dream to me, there is only one decree for you. For you have agreed to speak lying and corrupt words before me till the time has changed. Therefore tell me the dream, and I shall know that you can give me its interpretation. The Chaldeans answered the king and said, there is not a man on the face of the earth who can tell the king's matter. Therefore, no king, lord, or ruler has ever asked such things of any magician, astrologer, or Chaldean. It is a difficult thing that the king requests, and there is no other who can tell it to the king except the gods whose dwelling is not with flesh. For this reason, the king was very angry and very furious, and gave the command to destroy all of the wise men of Babylon. So the decree went out, and they began killing the wise men, and they sought Daniel and his companions to kill them as well. So I guess we can all understand that King Nebuchadnezzar he was very serious with his decree with the wise men, with the astrologers, with the sorcerers, that he wanted the understanding of the dream, and then he would know that they would have the interpretation. Very wise, right? So he would know that he was going to give the accurate understanding of this dream. But this is also a setup as well. If we can see the process of what God was doing with the prophet Daniel, from the exile of Jerusalem, of Judah, to Babylon, to get favor with the person who was over him. Okay, I forget the guy's name, but who was over him in the cell. Get the favor with the king, get the favor with all of the astrologers. He was getting the favor. We're going to go into some pretty cool understandings with Daniel and the wise men of Babylon as it deals with Yeshua and the wise men who came to see his star. Okay, so there's a tie-in with that as well that we'll go through, but you can see how the Lord is lining it up for the prophet Daniel, because he gave Daniel the anointing of understanding visions and dreams, just like we read in Daniel 1. So he's setting this up for the prophet Daniel to come on the stage and to give us this beautiful prophecy that we're about to read. Okay, so now let's read as we continue forward. God reveals Nebuchadnezzar's dream to the prophet Daniel. In verse 14, it says, Then with counsel and wisdom, Daniel answered Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, who had gone out to kill the wise men of Babylon. He answered and said to Arioch, the king's captain, Why is the decree from the king so urgent? Then Arioch made the decision known to Daniel. So Daniel went in and asked the king to give him time, that he might tell the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house, made the decision known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, and that they might seek the mercies from the God of heaven concerning this secret, so that Daniel and his companions might not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then the secret was revealed to Daniel in a night vision. So Daniel blessed the God of heaven. Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his, and he changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings and raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and secret things. He knows what is in the darkness, and light dwells with him. I thank you and praise you, O God of my fathers. You have given me wisdom and might, and have made known to me what we've asked of you, for you have made known to us the king's demand. Totally amazing, my friends. We'll read another prayer in Daniel 9 that's just absolutely one of the best prayers that you'll read in the Holy Bible. It's really amazing, and most of you guys know that, but look at what Daniel says. I mean, Daniel petitioned to the Lord. He told his friends, they petitioned to the Lord, and they got favor. And how amazing is that? Daniel saw the exact dream that was given to King Nebuchadnezzar. Can you think about that? That is totally amazing. Only God could do that for the prophet and for his friends. And they had the favor, and look at the homage that Daniel, of course, praised the Lord with. And again, that's why he was anointed to be the prophet that he was. And we'll go through that again. He says, Blessed be the name of God forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the season. He removes kings and raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. He reveals deep and secret things. He knows what's in the darkness, and light dwells with him. I thank you and praise you, O God of my fathers. You have given me wisdom and might, and have made known to me what we've asked of you, for you have made known to us the king's demand. Very important, very awesome. This is totally amazing. And now we're going to see what Daniel says to King Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, in verse 24, it says, Therefore Daniel went to Arioch, whom the king had appointed to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said this to him, Do not destroy the wise men of Babylon. Take me before the king, and I will tell the king the interpretation. Then Arioch quickly brought Daniel before the king, and thus said to him, I have found a man of the captives of Judah who will make known to the king the interpretation. The king answered and said to Daniel, whose name was Belteshazzar, Are you able to make known to me the dream which I have seen and its interpretation? Daniel answered in the presence of the king and said, The secret which the king has demanded, the wise men, the astrologers, the magicians, and the soothsayers cannot declare to the king, but there is a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be, check this out, everybody, very important, what will be in the latter days. Again, verse 28, there is a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be when? In the latter days. We'll come back to that. Your dream and the visions of your head upon your bed were these. As for you, O king, thoughts came to your mind while on your bed about what would come to pass after this. And he who reveals secrets has made known to you what will be. But as for me, the secret has not been revealed to me, because I have more wisdom than anyone living, but for our sakes who make known the interpretation to the king, and that you may know the thoughts of your heart. I just totally love the prophet Daniel's heart. So again, this is why he was raised up, because he always gave homage to the Lord. He didn't say, hey, I'm the man. I've got the dreams. I've got the spiritual gifts, as you see all over the church right now. Everybody wants to be the prophet of the day. Daniel didn't want to be that. He was humble. He came to the Lord with humility, and the Lord gave him great wisdom, great knowledge and understanding. Of course, I mean, that doesn't happen where someone receives the same dream as someone else. Only God could do that. And he gave homage back to the Lord, about he was the one who revealed these things to the prophet Daniel. Again, we can take a lot of understanding from the prophet Jeremiah, Daniel, Ezekiel, the humility, Moses, the humility that they had. Again, they weren't raising their hand and saying that they had all these great spiritual gifts, and that they were the man, they were the prophet and all these things. They wouldn't have been raised up. And that's a good understanding about the people that do that today. They're not raised up. Who does that? The ones who are raised up are the ones who act like Daniel, the ones who act like Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Moses, Yeshua, Paul. Those are the prophets that we have to listen to in the world today, not the ones who wants to be the prophet of the day and prophesying date setting and all of these things that are erroneous. Okay, so it's very important. He's setting everything up to make known to King Nebuchadnezzar the dream, and then we'll see the result of that. Okay, let's see where I left off. Excuse me. Okay, very good. Okay, in verse 31, he starts to tell Nebuchadnezzar the dream that Nebuchadnezzar saw, because he has to tell him the dream first and then the interpretation. So in verse 31, it says, you, O king, were watching, and behold, a great image. This great image, whose splendor was excellent, stood before you, and its form was awesome. The image head was of fine gold, its chest and arms of silver, its belly and thighs of bronze, its legs of iron, its feet partly of iron and partly of clay. You watched while a stone was cut without hands, which struck the image on its feet of iron and clay and broke them in pieces. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed, very important, crushed together, and became like chaff from the summer threshing floors. The wind carried them away so that no trace of them was found, and the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled the entire earth. This is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. So we'll stop right there. This is very important. So Daniel gives a very detailed understanding of what Nebuchadnezzar saw, which was this great statue. Okay, and I'm going to put this statue up here for you. If I can, let me see if I can get it for you. We will look at the statue. I've already detailed it out with who is what, okay, what countries are who, so I don't want to reveal that yet if one's not familiar with it. So we'll look at the statue later. But anyhow, he organized the statue of the dream in told Nebuchadnezzar the head was gold, the arms and chest were silver, the thighs and the belly were bronze. You had the iron legs, and then you had the feet that were partly iron and partly clay. Very important. I do want to go back up. I forgot to mention something that's very important as we go forward for prophetic reasons and also historical reasons. Most people will look at some of this as historical, some prophetic, some will just say historical only, and some prophetic only. But again, there's a historical and a prophetic, just like Daniel said here. And let me go back up and share this. I forgot to mention it earlier. But in verse 28 here, where it says, but there's a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days. My friends, right there, it tells you this prophecy is for the latter days, okay? It's going to happen in Daniel's time, but it's for the latter days of understanding for you and me. Okay, remember, Daniel's book is sealed for the end of the age in Daniel 12:4. It's very important because people don't look at it like this, but Daniel 2:28 will say this vision is for the end. It's for the latter days. The latter days were not 2,500 years ago with Nebuchadnezzar and Cyrus and Alexander. I mean, that was not the end of the age or the latter days. That's the middle of the timeline, if you will, like we all understand. So in Daniel 2:28, he tells all of us that he's going to tell Nebuchadnezzar, because Nebuchadnezzar was the one searching for what was going to happen after this. Okay, and we're about to read that, but he's saying that this is for the latter days, everybody, this entire vision. And now let's look at the historical understanding as well of what Nebuchadnezzar says. And let me see here. In verse 28, we'll read it from there. It says, but there's a God in heaven who reveals secrets, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in the latter days, the end of the age. Your dream and the visions on your head or on your bed were these. And then look at what he says in verse 29. As for you, O king, thoughts came to your mind while on your bed about what would come to pass after this. And he who reveals secrets has made known to you what will be. So Daniel's telling you there's going to be two understandings of this. He's letting Nebuchadnezzar know what's going to happen right after his reign, but also this is for the latter days. Remember, we have to look at it historical and prophetic. And that's a good point, what Daniel is saying there. Daniel 2:28. This is for the latter days, King Nebuchadnezzar, but it's going to let you know what's going to happen right after this as well, because when you look at these kingdoms, they came to fruition from Nebuchadnezzar. But again, it's a prophetic understanding. It will happen again, just like we discovered last night in Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah. We had the battle of Carchemish, we had Nebuchadnezzar, we had Pharaoh Necho, but Jeremiah says in Jeremiah 46, this is for the latter days, this is for the end of the age as well. So he's giving you the historical understanding to understand the prophetic understanding, if that makes any sense. So people that want to take Daniel 2 as history only, I would debate that and say Daniel 2:28 says this is for the end, this is for the latter days. And again, Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, and Alexander did not live in the latter days. They lived in the middle of the timeline, basically the 6,000 years, right? They lived 2,500 years ago. So that was not the end of the age. So we have to look at it historical, and that historical is going to be fulfilled ultimately by Yeshua at the end, or by the kingdoms at the end, with Yeshua coming ultimately. Okay, so as we continue, I wanted to mention that it's very important to understand that. But then in verse 31, he describes the image, like we said before. The head of it was gold, the chest and arms are silver, the belly and thighs of bronze, the legs of iron, and its feet of iron and partly of clay. Okay, and then in verse 34, it says, you watch while a stone was cut without hands, which struck the image on its feet of iron and clay and broke them into pieces. Verse 35 is very important. Then the iron, the clay, the bronze, the silver, and the gold were crushed together, very important, and became like chaff from the summer threshing floors, and the wind carried them away that no trace of them was found. And the stone that struck the image became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. Okay, so it's giving you this timeline of understanding basically that there's going to be four kingdoms that rise to power, okay, and then Messiah, okay, the stone, okay, that the builders refused, the stone that knocks the image down from the feet first, okay, that's the 10 kings of the Antichrist kingdom that we will discover, but it knocks the whole image down, okay, and that's very important when we get to identify who are these countries, because they were all crushed together, okay. What does that mean? They're all crushed together. They all own the same land process, okay? The Babylonian Empire and all the empires after that will control the same land area. So if there's an empire that people want to put in here that did not control the Babylonian and all the other empires that we're about to look at, then you've got to eliminate them. And that's what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to look at the Roman Empire and see if the Roman Empire fit the criteria of Daniel 2 to be the fulfillment of the fourth kingdom. Okay, we're going to look at that because, again, they have to control, the kingdoms had to overtake the same land area of the other one, okay? And they were crushed together. That means that this prophecy cannot be split off 2,500 years ago to right now or the end of the age, okay? It's got to be in order. It's got to be in sequence. They were crushed together. That means that these four kingdoms are going to rise in sequence at the end, and then Yeshua is going to come and crush them, okay? And I believe you're seeing that right now in front of our eyes, okay? Then we'll further get into that with Daniel 7 and Daniel 8 tomorrow night. We'll get more insight on that as well. But we have to understand there's prerequisites to this Daniel 2 for the kingdoms. We just can't plug it in just because that's what they are. We cannot. We've got to look at the prerequisites of which kingdoms fulfill these things, and then we'll get the right understanding. And then also there's a historical understanding and a prophetic understanding as well. And that's very clear in Daniel 2:28, and what we will also see in Daniel 2:35 and 36. Okay, I'm sorry, in 45. I'm sorry. All right, so we'll continue forward with the interpretation of it, okay, and then we'll go back and we'll describe who these people are, who these kingdoms are, and we'll look at all of the understandings of it as we go forward. Okay, in verse 36, it says, this is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. So he's already told the dream, which we just discussed. Now he's going to tell the interpretation to Nebuchadnezzar. In verse 37, he says, "You, O king, are a king of kings, for the God of heaven has given you a kingdom, power, strength, and honor. And whenever the children of men dwell, or the beasts of the field and the birds of the heaven, he has given them into your hand and has made you ruler over them all. You are this head of gold." We'll come back to that. Very important. Verse 39, "But after you shall rise another kingdom inferior to yours, then another, a third of bronze, which shall rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks in pieces and shatters everything. And like iron that crushes, the kingdom will break into pieces and crush all the others. Whereas you," that's very important, crush all the others. Going back to their crushed together, they have to, each empire has to conquer the other one's land area. And that's what he's saying. You have to conquer each other's land area for it to be a prerequisite of this prophecy. That's what verse 40 is saying, that it has to crush all of the others' land area. In verse 41, it says, "Whereas you saw the feet and toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. And as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly fragile. As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay." And then very important, verse 44, "In the days of these kings," okay, what kings? Well, the kings that we just talked about, the gold, the silver, the bronze, and the iron, including the 10 kings. "In the days of these kings, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people. It shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever." Amen. "Inasmuch as you saw that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it broke into pieces the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold, all together, the great God has made known to the king what will come to pass after this. The dream is certain, and its interpretation is true." Very awesome prophecy, totally amazing. So now we're going to go back and we're going to detail out this prophecy and kind of look at the empires that we have. Now, obviously, as we saw in Daniel 2, he's telling us Nebuchadnezzar is the gold. Okay, so that's where people get a little confused, because they'll just say, okay, it's just history. Okay, just because he's saying that Nebuchadnezzar is that head of gold. That is accurate, but he's saying that empire is, okay, you, Nebuchadnezzar, your empire is the gold, okay? He's saying that because of the prophetic understanding of it, just like he said in verse 28, that this vision is for the latter days, everybody, and he is going to tell Nebuchadnezzar what happens after this, which will be the same thing that will happen at the end of the age. Does that make sense? So he's saying that the Babylonian Empire is the gold, and then at the end of the age, it's going to start again from Babylon on forward as well, from what we're just about to understand. So we'll go through some of these understandings real quick and look at this, the interpretation of the dream, and I'll read it from the beginning and I'll stop at the crucial points. In verse 36, "This is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. You, O king, are the king of kings, for God of heaven has given you power, strength, and glory. And wherever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field, the birds of the heaven, he has given them into your hand, Nebuchadnezzar, and has made you ruler over them all. You are this head of gold." Again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian Empire, is the head of gold. Why isn't just Nebuchadnezzar the head of gold? Because Daniel said this is for the latter days. Nebuchadnezzar is dead right now. Okay, for 2,500 years he's been dead. So it wasn't talking about Nebuchadnezzar. It's talking about the end of the age, and that the Babylonian Empire is the gold. Okay, you are this gold. Yes, Nebuchadnezzar is, but also the Babylonian Empire for the future of the prophecy. Okay, and then let's go forward with the understanding of the other kingdoms real quick. And it says, let me get to verse 39. "But after you, you shall arise another kingdom inferior to yours, and then another one, a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over all the earth." Okay, so we'll stop there. If you follow history from Nebuchadnezzar, the majority, 99.9% of prophecy teachers would agree with this. If you follow from where Daniel says, you are this head of gold, Nebuchadnezzar, who reigned after Nebuchadnezzar? Well, in Daniel 5, it tells us Medo-Persia. We're going to read the chapter on Shabbat. So Medo-Persia, that's Iran of today. Okay, Babylon, think about Iraq of today. So Medo-Persia was going to be the second kingdom. That occurred with Darius and Cyrus. We'll read that in the prophecies of Daniel as we go forward. And then the third kingdom was Alexander the Great, the Grecian Empire. Okay, that followed the Medo-Persian Empire. Okay, and he ruled the whole world. Okay. Another important point to realize is whenever Daniel writes that, Babylon did not control the whole world. Medo-Persia didn't control the whole world. And Greece, Alexander did not control the whole world. We have to understand that he's just saying that they were the dominant superpower of their time because they did not control all of the land area. And we will look at some of those empires and those kingdoms. And in fact, I'll get some of those up real quick while we're sitting here speaking about it. But we have to realize that Daniel is going to give us the exact understanding of these things, but we have to go in order of history to understand all of these things, to understand who came after the Babylonian Empire, who came after the Medo-Persian Empire. And then we understand the right interpretation of it. And then we have to understand that it's for the end of the age, everybody. And that's super important to realize that. Okay, I'm going to try to find these slides. Everybody, excuse me. I thought we had the slides for this and I was mistaken. So excuse me while I try to look at these. But the Babylonian Empire, just for this conversation, really controlled the Middle East and a little bit of North Africa with Egypt. Remember, he conquered Egypt. Nebuchadnezzar did in the prophets we read last night. So it was really Babylon controlled the Middle East and some of North Africa. Okay, Medo-Persia, they're Iran. Okay, so you take Iran. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. This will make better sense, I believe. So sorry about this. Let me pull up the map and we can look at it together, even though it's not drawn in those. So excuse me. I thought we had the slides for this, everybody, and I was wrong about that. So excuse me for that. And let me get to the map that we can all look at. That's not the map. Okay. Give me 1 second, everybody, and I'll pull this up for us. Okay. Okay, so whenever we look at the map, and excuse me for not having these drawn out with the empire's boundary lines, but when we look at the Babylonian Empire, we see where Baghdad is in Iraq. Babylon was about 60 miles due south of that on the Euphrates River. So they controlled mostly of the Middle East, okay? And then they controlled Egypt, Libya, and I think a little bit of the west of Libya as well. When you look at the Babylonian Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, now it goes from Iran over to all of the nations that Babylon conquered. Medo-Persian conquered that same area. Remember, the prophecy says that each empire has to control the other one's land area. Okay, so Medo-Persia controlled all of Babylon's land area. And then we have Alexander the Great raised up out of Macedonia, the Greece area, the Western Turkey, and he came and he ruled over all of the Babylonian Empire's territory and the Medo-Persian Empire's territory. Very important. So Alexander fulfilled that, and also Cyrus, Medo-Persia, Darius, and Cyrus fulfilled that. So the three kingdoms that we have in the prophet Daniel is right here. Okay, we have the gold, which is Babylon. Okay, just like Daniel said, you, Nebuchadnezzar, are the gold. Okay, so that was for right then historical, but also prophetic. Remember Daniel 2:28. This is for the latter days, in the days of these kings, and verse 45 as well. And then the silver, like I said, history will tell you the silver was Medo-Persia. Okay, Darius and Cyrus. And then you had the bronze, which was Greece. Okay, the Grecian Empire, which was Alexander the Great. Okay, he ruled over that, and then he was the throne. Okay, so that's the first three empires, and the majority of prophecy teachers will agree with this. Okay, Babylon, Medo-Persia, and Grecian. Okay, now where the debate comes in is who is the fourth kingdom. Okay, and most people, in modern day Christianity will say it's the Roman Empire. So now let's go through Rome and let's see if Rome fits the prerequisites that it had to have to be this fourth kingdom. Okay, it's got to have prerequisites, and Rome had to conquer the Babylonian, the Medo-Persian, and the Grecian Empire. Okay, it had to control all of that, or it would have been eliminated from being the fourth kingdom because it had to control all of those areas, if that makes any sense. So now let's look at the Roman Empire and the territory that they ruled, okay? And I do have that one, by the way, so thank you very much for your patience with this. But let's look at the Roman Empire, and you can see there where the Roman Empire mostly ruled, okay, at the height of their rule, okay, that was their empire, okay, where you see the white in the boundary lines. They did not conquer Medo-Persia or Parthia, okay? Parthia was in Medo-Persia. You can look at the history books. They did not conquer Parthia. So you have to eliminate them in Daniel 2 from being that fourth empire because they did not fit the prerequisite of conquering all of the land area of the Babylonian Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, because they did not conquer Iran or Parthia, and they did not conquer the Grecian Empire because the Grecian Empire controlled Persia as well. So my friends, in history will tell you, if we look at the prerequisites, the problem is people don't look at the prerequisites. We've got to look at the prerequisites, just like the Jewish Messiah. That's the thing we talk about with Yeshua all the time, is Yeshua has prerequisites as the Jewish Messiah that he has to fulfill. So when people say the Torah is done away with, they have no idea what the prerequisites of the Jewish Messiah are, because they have eliminated him from being the Jewish Messiah. They have, not God. They have, because they don't understand he has to send out the Torah. He has to. He has to get the people to follow Torah. He has to. Isaiah 2, Micah 4. So this is the same thing. The Roman Empire, if people want to put the Roman Empire here, it had prerequisites it had to fulfill in Daniel 2. It did not fulfill those, everybody. It did not, okay? It did not conquer Parthia. Daniel 7 is going to debunk the Roman Empire as well. That's an easy one. Okay, Daniel 7 is easy. People will try to debate this. Okay, that's fine, but what do you do with Daniel 7? They're pretty much the same understanding, okay? Daniel 7 will clearly show you, and it clearly will eliminate the Roman Empire. Why is that? Because those three kingdoms will be the conglomerate beast kingdom, as we will discover in Revelation 13. So Daniel and Daniel 2, Daniel 7, we're really talking about three first kingdoms that are going to be the Antichrist kingdom. Again, you're not going to see it in Daniel 2. We have to do the process of elimination like we're doing right now. Let's look at the Roman Empire. Did they conquer Iran? No, they did not. You got to eliminate them, or whoever. Okay, but who did conquer them will be amazing to see. But we will see that on down the book of Daniel as we get to it. Daniel 7, tomorrow we will disclose that to you, because there is no debating Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 together. I mean, you can't really debate that because they're the same message of both of those kingdoms, and it's talking about the first three kingdoms, and those three kingdoms are in the Middle East and North Africa, which goes back into what we learned last night with Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Noah, the Abrahamic covenant, the table of nations. Again, the prophets were going to prophesy through the table of nations. Rome was not in the table of nations. It's not in the table of nations. You have to eliminate it. Daniel's not going to go against Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Ezekiel. He will never do that. They give you the literal names of the Antichrist kingdom. They give you the ones who are thrown into the pit, okay, literally, okay? We went through them last night. Egypt, Lydia, Iran, Iraq, all of these areas. So we have to understand, you've got to take the literal references of the Holy Bible, of the biblical prophets. Daniel was not going to come against Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah. He never would, okay, because it would have been a contradictory. So they're giving you the literal names of the people who have the problem with the Abrahamic covenant, who's going to be a part of the Antichrist kingdom. And now Daniel 2 is going to give you that, and it's going to eliminate it. That's why he wrote it the way he wrote it, with the prerequisites, because God knew that there was going to be controversy over who this was as the fourth beast kingdom, the fourth empire, okay? Daniel 7 is going to clearly debunk the Roman Empire. Clearly, this should clearly debunk it, but because that's history, okay? And please look it up for yourself to confirm. But Daniel 7 is going to be basically scriptures that just basically debunk the Roman Empire, okay? And Daniel 9 is debunked as well, because the people of the prince were the legions of the Roman Empire, who were consisted of Arabs, Turks, and Syrians, and Egyptians, okay? And today Islam, which goes back into Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Ezekiel. We have to understand it's got to go consistently throughout the Holy Bible. The prophets are going to say the same thing. That's why I say even Paul with Torah, everybody's going to say the same thing. We have to take it like that, or there's contradictories in the Holy Bible, which gives all of us who love the Lord problems with the atheists and all these people who want to challenge us on how contradictory the Holy Bible is, because the Jews and the Christians want to divide everybody. Okay, and if we didn't divide everybody, then we wouldn't have all this controversy of this. It's one message throughout, as we've discussed, just like the prophets, one message throughout, a group of people who hate the God of Israel and the Abrahamic covenant. That's it. That's the war. And if we don't understand Noah's prophetic curse for the Abrahamic covenant, one is lost, okay, with biblical prophecy, totally lost. Without Genesis 10, Table of Nations, the Abrahamic covenant, and Noah's prophetic curse, one is a guessing game. Rome, Russia, China, America, this, that, and the other. And it's false, okay? So we have to realize that we've got to get very serious and educated about the history of these things, and also go through the passages that say, this is for the end, everybody. This is for the latter days, the statute dream. A lot of people who I love tremendously, great prophecy teachers, they will not put this at the end. They will just put the first three kingdoms at the history and then the final kingdom at the end. I mean, that doesn't make sense when you read the prophecy. That it's in order, it's in sequence. Okay, Babylon, Persia, Greece, they're the first three. And then that Antichrist kingdom is going to come right after that in order. They were all crushed together, just like the prophet says. So we have to take him for what he says, and we have to take the prerequisites. They were crushed together, and each one had to control the other one's land area. And Rome did not meet the prerequisites of Parthia, and we must eliminate them. Daniel 7 will eliminate them. Daniel 9 will eliminate them as the empire who comes against them. The people are Arabs, Syrians, Egyptians, Turks, like Josephus said. So we've got to peel the layers back. We've got to go deep, or like we say, we've got to go scuba diving into these things to get the true understanding, because the majority of people will put the Roman Empire as that beast kingdom. And that goes into a lot of other understandings that we've talked about before. And again, we've got to be the Bereans. We've got to look at this as the majority of people think one way. Most of the time, it's the opposite way, is from what I've come to understand, with the understanding. But we have to look at it. Now let's look at it in real time. Look at Rome right now. Do you think Rome is rising to power, or do you think Islam is rising to power? Take one pick. Who do you think is rising to power, Islam or Rome? I think it's a no-brainer. I don't even think it's even a debate. Islam is rising up in unification, not the Roman Empire. Have you checked out Gaza and Israel, and have you checked out the hundreds of thousands of citizens that are protesting over in these nations that we're looking at right now? The citizens are protesting, hundreds of thousands of people. You guys have seen that. You tell me who has the problem with Israel. Do you think the Italians are out there protesting in Rome right now? Of course not. I mean, they could care less about the Abrahamic covenant. They don't even know about the Abrahamic covenant in Catholicism, I don't think. So we have to realize that we've got to understand and be Bereans, and also use our common sense and look at what we're seeing today, and look at the hatred. Okay, October 7th was hatred, ladies and gents. Hatred, okay, deep hatred, a 4,000 or 5,000 year hatred of the Jewish people. Okay, that's how long, ever since Noah put that prophetic curse out there, and then the Abrahamic covenant came. Okay, here you go. So we must understand this, my friends. It's very serious, because people are going to be caught as a thief in the night, because they don't understand the calendar, the feast days. They don't understand which area to look into. So this is very serious for people to understand this. It is sometimes comical how people look at these things with the Antichrist and all these people that are not anywhere close to that. Okay, they might be evil people, but they're not the Antichrist. We have to get more serious about these things instead of plugging in any leader of today as the Antichrist, because that shows the ignorance of the church. It really does, and the ignorance of all of us, whoever believes that. Because if we don't look at Daniel 7 and understand that the 10 kings are going to rise first, then the Antichrist, okay, not the Antichrist, then the 10 kings. So we don't need to be looking for the Antichrist. Look for the 10 kings. Okay, if you're looking at biblical prophecy, always look for Yeshua first. But of course, he wants us to keep up with these things and look for the 10 kings to come into place, then the Antichrist, which we will discover tomorrow night in very clear detail. Okay, tomorrow night will absolutely debunk any Roman Empire understanding for sure. I mean, it's very clear in Revelation 13 and Daniel 7 when you put those two together. Daniel 2, we just have to do the research. We have to go through history and understand, did these empires meet the standard. Okay, did Medo-Persia conquer all of Babylon? Yes, it did. Did Grecian conquer all of Medo-Persia and Babylon? Yes, it did. Did Rome conquer all of Babylon? Yes. Did it conquer all of Medo-Persia? No, and that did not conquer all of Greece either. You see, so it has to conquer all of these land areas together for it to be to meet the prerequisite of the empire for the fourth kingdom. Okay. All right, so let's go back to the text and let's read this now with the understanding of it. And just think about this right here. Babylon, the gold, Medo-Persia, the silver, the bronze is the Grecian. And again, most people would agree with that who deal with biblical prophecy. But let's read this again and from the very beginning of the interpretation to see if we can find the understanding of it. This is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. You, O king, are a king of kings. For the God, I tell you what, let me back up even further than that. And I'm going to skip around a few verses to give the proper context. But let's go back to verse 28. It says, but there is a God in heaven who reveals the secrets, and he has made known to King Nebuchadnezzar what will be in where the latter days, everybody. That is for the end of the age. That is not 2,500 years ago with Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, and Alexander. That is for the time that I think we're living in right now. And I believe we are seeing these kingdoms go down. So I wanted to put it in context. This is for the latter days. And then he tells Nebuchadnezzar he is going to make him known. As for you, in verse 29, O king, thoughts came to your mind while on your bed about what will come to pass after this. Okay, so it's historical. Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, Alexander, right after Nebuchadnezzar. And then in verse 28, it's also for the end of the age, the latter days. So it's both historical and prophetic, just like Isaiah, just like Jeremiah, just like all of these other battles that we have seen. Okay, so it's super important to realize that, my friends. Okay, all right, so now we'll go to the interpretation of it, since we understand the vision or the dream of the statue. This is the dream. Now we will tell the interpretation of it before the king. You, O king, are the king of kings, for the God of heaven has given you a kingdom, power, strength, and glory. And wherever the children of men dwell, or the beasts of the field and the birds of the heaven, he has given them into your hand and has made you ruler over them all. You, Nebuchadnezzar, and the Babylonian Empire. Nebuchadnezzar for the historical part, Babylon for the prophetic part. You are this head of gold. And after you will rise another kingdom inferior to yours, then another, a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over the entire earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks into pieces and shatters everything. And like iron that crushes, that kingdom will break in pieces and crush all of the others, everybody. So it's got to conquer all of the land area of the Babylonian, Medo-Persia, and Grecian Empire. Verse 40 says that the fourth kingdom, whoever that is, shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks in pieces and shatters everything. And like iron that crushes, that kingdom will break in pieces and crush all of the other three kingdoms in their land area. Okay, so that's, again, very important to understand. And it did not meet the standard. Okay, so again, when we look at it now, you can see it. It's got to crush all of the land area to be the fourth kingdom. And as we discovered, the Roman Empire did not conquer Medo-Persia in the Iran area, the Parthia area. It never conquered Parthia, so we've got to eliminate it. Okay, so that kind of shows you guys that through the text. Okay, and then verse 41, it says, whereas you saw the feet and the toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. Okay, so let's go back to verse 40. In verse 41, it says, whereas you saw the feet and the toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, and you saw with clay. So we'll stop right there, and I'm going to give you guys my personal opinion now. And again, this is my personal opinion from what I see. And with the ways of worship, we have to be dogmatic, okay? The feast days, calendar, covenants, prophecy, we have to kind of leave it open in case we are wrong at times, okay? And this is one of those times that I'm going to give you my opinion. Now, it is not the Roman Empire, okay? I'm very, very confident about that. Empire number 4 is not Rome, okay? And Daniel 7 will confirm that it's not Rome. Revelation 13 will confirm it's not Rome either, okay? And 17 and 18, okay? So we'll go through all of those as well. So we have to understand that Rome did not meet that standard. I'm going to give you my personal understanding of it, that what empire did meet that standard, okay? And it is the Ottoman Empire. If you go one kingdom after the Roman Empire was the Ottoman Empire, they did control all of the land area of Babylon, all of the area of Medo-Persia, all of the area of Grecian Empire as well. Okay, so we have to look at the Ottoman Empire because they controlled all of the area. Well, let's look at the Ottoman Empire and let's look at today who makes up of that land area of that ancient time. And it is the Shias and the Sunnis. So I believe, in my personal opinion, it is talking about the 10 toes will be Shia and Sunni, the two sects of Islam that hate each other, but they will come together, as Revelation says. I think it's Revelation 13. They'll come together for one mind, okay, to destroy Israel. You're seeing that right now. You're seeing Iran and Saudi Arabia come together. They hate each other. In fact, we read last night, Isaiah 21, that Iran will destroy Saudi Arabia at the end, okay? They hate each other, but they're coming together because of what's going on, okay, in Israel, Saudi Arabia, all of these at Turkey. You're seeing all of the Shia and Sunni. So Shia is basically Iran, okay, and all their proxies, okay? So Shia, Iran, proxies. Sunni is pretty much the rest of the Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the big dogs. There would be Sunni as well. And that's what it's talking about. You're going to see it in Daniel 8. You're going to see how the Sunni will rise above the Shia in Daniel 8. Turkey over Iran is what I'm talking about. So you're going to see, and then then Persia is underneath Turkey in Ezekiel 38. Okay, so all of these prophecies go together, but we must understand that they're going to come together. They're coming together right now. And I promise you, once this is settled with Gaza, they are unifying more than they have ever unified the Arab world. And that includes the citizens of those areas as well. My friends, it's right there in front of your eyes. This is a snapshot, a small snapshot of what the larger snapshot will be in the future with the Middle East, with Israel, the surrounding nations, and then Russia, China, America taking sides. That's what it's going to be, and everybody else. So we must understand that, my friends. It's super important to realize, but in my opinion, I think the 10 toes, and I think this goes into what we discussed last night with the prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, all of those countries that were prophesied against are in the Antichrist kingdom, okay, or the harlot, okay, with Arabia, in my opinion. So we must understand that it's talking about the Middle East, North Africa, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Noah's prophetic curse, talking about the ites in the land of Canaan, the Abrahamic covenant, the table of nations, very important. It's not going to talk about Rome. It's not going to talk about Germany, Spain. It's not going to talk about the Spanish Empire. It's going to talk about this, Babylon, Persia, Grecian Empire, okay, Islam of today, okay, of today is what it's talking about, and they're going to come together. You're seeing it right now. So I believe personally, in my personal opinion, that it's the Shia and the Sunni, it's Islam coming together, because that's who Messiah fights at the end of the age, is all of these countries, just as we've discovered in Ezekiel, in Jeremiah, and Isaiah. Daniel is not going to prophesy anything about any other empire than the ones that the nations that they prophesied against would be in. Okay, and all of those nations are not going to be in the Roman Empire. Some of them are, but the ones in Saudi Arabia are not going to be. If you look at the Roman Empire, the ones in Sudan, in Lower Egypt, over in Somalia, over in Yemen, okay, you're not going to have those names in the Roman Empire, okay, that Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah prophesied about. That's why we went through it in video number 1 on this series, because we had to have the foundation of understanding that Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, the judgment of the nations, and that is in Isaiah 10 through 23, Jeremiah 46 through 52, and Ezekiel 26 through 32. Specifically, chapter 32 shows the nations that are thrown in hell, the pit, when Messiah returns. Every one of them are in the Middle East, in North Africa. So, my friends, it's very consistent. Again, we can look at history. We can just look at common sense with the biblical prophets, with the literal references. Daniel's not going to prophesy against that. Revelation, John's not going to prophesy against that. He's going to confirm that, actually, and he did in Daniel 7 with Revelation 13. So tomorrow night, it's going to blow you away. If you've never looked at Daniel 7 and Revelation 13, there will be no question in your mind that this is the first 3 kingdoms, and then that 4th kingdom is the conglomerate of those first 3 kingdoms, just like Daniel 7 and Revelation 13 confirm. It's really beautiful, and Daniel 2 confirms that as well. We just have to understand the prerequisites of the fourth empire, what it had to do, it had to crush all of the other empires, and it did not, obviously, as we saw. So that's the Roman Empire, and I know my drawing's beautiful, with the boundary lines, but that's pretty much the area that they controlled. Okay, was that area. And I'll try to find these other ones because I do have the Babylonian, Persia, and Grecian Empire maps like this, but I'm not sure what I've done with them. So my apologies to everybody. But the Babylonian Empire, again, controlled the Iraq, Syria, Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, Libya area, that area, Turkey area. And then Medo-Persia conquered all of Babylon's area, okay, and ruled over it. And then Alexander conquered all of it as well, Medo-Persia and Babylon, to confirm his position in the statue dream. But Rome did not confirm that because they were the next empire after Medo-Persia. Okay, so if you look at a map, if you look at the understanding of the statue dream, the gold was Babylon. Okay, that's what Daniel says. You, Nebuchadnezzar, and your empire, you for what's coming next with Medo-Persia and Alexander. But future is going to be Saddam Hussein and then go forward. Okay, so silver was Medo-Persia. Again, we're seeing the Iranians rise up right now, and I'm kind of getting ahead of myself with who these people are of today. And then we have the Grecian Empire. Again, that fits with 99.9% of biblical prophecy teachers will agree with that. Babylon, Persia, Grecian. Where the discrepancies come from, or the debate comes from, is the fourth empire. The majority will put the Roman Empire, which we just told you that it wasn't in there according to history and according to the prerequisites. Daniel 7 is going to confirm that straightforward without history. It'll confirm it through the scriptures in Daniel 7 and Revelation 13, to where there is no debate. And then we have to ask ourselves, who is this fourth empire? The one that crushes civilization, the one that wipes off other areas. The Roman Empire wasn't like that. I mean, you can read that in the gospel accounts. I mean, the Jewish people were still doing their thing, if you will. They were doing the feast days. They were Passover. I mean, read the gospel accounts. So Rome was not that crusher that just crushed civilizations, that you had to conform to the Roman way and the Roman gods, all or nothing. They were not like that, okay? They wanted to get your money, okay? Just like it says, what renders to Caesar, give to Caesar. And what to God, okay? They were about the money, okay? Rome was, once they established order into a city. Of course, they destroyed cities. Of course, they invaded cities and destroyed people, of course. But once they established order, they weren't just going to crush everything and make someone totally Roman, okay? They allowed you to do your thing, if you will, with the ways of worship. Islam does not do that. Do you remember ISIS, how they went across the Middle East after the debacle with Iraq, with what America did, with the vacuum they left there? And what did ISIS do? They went and they destroyed everything, even pillars, paganism, you name it. They went across the Middle East and destroyed statues, you name it, because that's what Islam does. It takes no back seat to anybody. It will crush a civilization once it obtains the political power. Okay, just remember that in America, that and when they get the political power, it is a whole different conversation of what will happen with the laws of any country that it obtains. So very important to understand. But when we look at this, it's very straightforward. In verse 42, it says, "And as for the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly fragile." Okay, so why is that? What can we go to in the biblical prophets to confirm that? Well, if you go to Daniel 8, which we're going to go to tomorrow night, it will show you the transition between the Sunni, or the Shia to the Sunni, okay, from Iran to Turkey, okay? It will show you the transition of that. And Ezekiel 38 will show you Turkey being great, Magog, Togarmah, Gomer. All of those names are in the land of Turkey, as we've discovered before. Okay, well, they're the big dog. They're the leader of the pack that's going to invade Israel in Ezekiel 38. Who's underneath them? You got Persia underneath them, so partly strong and partly brittle, okay, because Iran would have been, if you will, destroyed by Turkey in Daniel 8 for them to come underneath them. Do you see what I'm saying? Turkey Sunni, Iran is Shia, so it's going to be partly strong with the Sunni, partly fragile with brittle with the Shia, because the Shia will be dominated by the Sunni after Turkey, Daniel 8. In Ezekiel 38, Persia will be underneath these. So Persia will not invade Israel. Okay, it's not in the scriptures. Okay, I guess they could, but it's not in the scriptures, and it's not an end of the age thing. Okay, Turkey will invade Israel, and Persia will be with Turkey invading Israel, but Iran will not be the leader of the pack. Okay, which they are now. Okay, Turkey will be the leader of the pack, and Iran will be underneath them. Persia will be underneath them. So I hope that makes sense, that it's going to be Sunni and Shia, in my personal opinion now. I'm just giving you my personal opinion, and you're seeing the alliances come together. And when we go to Revelation 13, Revelation 17, it's going to show you that with these people come together for one mind. Okay, it goes back into the Abrahamic covenant, my friends. Don't let your eyes deceive you. Trust your eyes in the Middle East right now. Look at what's going on. Look at what's happening. Look at the language being used. The occupiers, talking about Israel, they're occupying the land because of the Abrahamic covenant. My friends, that's why we put the Abrahamic covenant in front of all these prophecies, because that's what the war is about, is the deed to the land of the promised land. Okay, Israel or Ishmael, Israel or Jordan, okay, Esau. We must understand it's a brotherly affair about a covenant, about a deed to the land. And one of the brothers says it's my land, and the other brother says it's his land. Okay, well, we know who God has said it is it is Jacob's land, and not Ishmael and not Esau's land. So we must understand that is the battle, and then it extends from there, just like we've discovered. And again, Rome does not fit the bill as the fourth kingdom. It did not conquer Parthia and Iran, and it had to do that, just like Alexander had to conquer Parthia as well, and he did. Okay, and he conquered all of the areas that were the prerequisites of it. So whenever we read this right here, with it's going to be the toes, the 10 kings. Okay, that's what we have. The statue has 10 toes. 10 kings is the symbolic understanding of that. It's going to be partly clay, partly of iron. The kingdom shall be divided. Shia and Sunni are very divided. Okay, for sure. Just check out the Middle East. Yet the strength of the iron shall be in it. Okay, Turkey, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. And as the toes of the feet were partly of iron and partly of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong, Turkey, and partly fragile, Iran. Okay, and the others. As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay. This is very important, which kind of puts into play where this prophecy is, in my personal opinion. I'm not trying to set dates or be the prophet of the day, none of that. But look at what it says right here, and just think about what's happened in the last 20 years, especially the last 12 years, since the Arab Spring, with the refugees going into Europe, people coming to America as well. But look at the flood that happened over in Europe with the Islamic invasion. And I believe this could be pointing to that. But look at what it says. As you saw iron mixed with ceramic clay, they will mingle with the seed of men. That means other people that are not Islamists, but they will not adhere to one another, just as iron does not mix with clay. So I'm just telling you this right now, just my personal opinion, that you could be seeing the beginning of this, because look how that's going in Europe right now. Do you think Islam's really going to basically adapt to the way of European civilization? I don't think so. Go check out the stats over in Europe right now. It's a totally different continent, okay, since 2014. So that could be leading into that. I'm not saying it is. It's just when I read this, I'm like, okay, that's interesting that Islamists started going into the European countries and going into America and all of these things. It could be pointing to that. Could be. Okay, as we go forward, it says in verse 44, and this is another confirmation. This is the end of the age, my friends. It says, in the days of these kings. What kings? Well, it did not call it did not call the 10 kings, okay? It said the toes of that kingdom, okay? In the days of these kings, okay? Babylon, Persia, Grecian Empire, okay? And then the 10 kings, okay? They called them 10 toes, okay? So we're taking it as 10 kings because it is, but in the text, it doesn't say kings. It says the other ones are kings, okay? The gold, the silver, the bronze, and then the fourth kingdom, the iron. And then the iron has those 10 toes, okay, on the feet. Okay, but it did not call them kings. So it says in the days of these kings, even though they are kings, 10 kings, is talking about the Babylonian, Persia, Grecian Empire, 10 kings, Antichrist, Messiah. Okay, that's what the prophecy, in my personal opinion, is saying. It's in sequence, everybody. It's crushed together, he says, the iron, everything's crushed together. The stone hits the iron and all of it's crushed at one time, not 2,500 years ago to right now. No, it's one time. You're going to see these four kingdoms come, and you're seeing it. You're seeing Iraq. Let's look at modern day understanding. Iraq, it fell in 2003. People don't realize how powerful Saddam Hussein was. Check it out. Please check it out, how powerful he was. He was the leader, the superpower of the Middle East. That's why America went and invaded him, because he was the superpower of the Middle East and for the oil and the money. So we have to understand he was the superpower. He was dethroned in 2003. And then what happens? We have Iran coming. That's what Daniel says, Medo-Persia, Iran's coming. And I don't think there's a political leader or a prophecy teacher would not say that Iran is the superpower of the Middle East right now. And Arabia as well. Arabia's always kind of been there, but I'm talking about wanting to conquer the Middle East. Okay, Arabia doesn't care about conquering the Middle East. Okay, Iran does, and Turkey does. Okay, so we had to, and Saddam Hussein did. They've been at war with Iran. So we have to understand is if we're living at that time, if we're living at the end of the age, which I certainly believe we are, we're going to see these four kingdoms rise in sequence to the end. Okay, they're in sequence. They were crushed together, not 2,500 years apart. So we must understand that the gold, the silver, the bronze, the iron, and the 10 kings will be crushed at one time, and then Messiah will set up his glory in Jerusalem, just like it says. So we must understand it, and those four kings have to meet the prerequisites of conquering the other one's land area, because Messiah is going to conquer all of it, okay? So he's going to fulfill that as well, which we know. All right? So let's continue to read and then look at what it says in verse 44. I'll read it again. And in the days of these kings, okay, the God of heaven will set up a kingdom which will never be destroyed. And the kingdom shall not be left to other people. It shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, not one, not four, all of them. And it shall stand forever. Inasmuch as you saw that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, that it broke in pieces the iron, the bronze, the clay, the silver, and the gold, they were crushed together. The great God has made known to the king what will come to pass after this. The dream is certain, and its interpretation is true. Very beautiful. So he's telling us over and over that these kingdoms are going to be crushed together. He says it again. They're going to be crushed together. And so don't let people, in my personal opinion, separate these 2,500 years ago. Okay, it's going to happen in order, in sequence, just like the prophet has told us it was going to do. Okay, so let's go down to verse 46. And this is so beautiful. Then King Nebuchadnezzar fell on his face, prostrate before Daniel, and commanded that they should present an offering and incense to him. The king answered Daniel and said, truly, your God is the God of gods, the Lord of kings, and a revealer of secrets, since you could reveal this secret. Then the king promoted Daniel and gave him many gifts, and he made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon. Can you imagine? And the chief administrator over all the wise men of Babylon. Very important. Also, Daniel petitioned the king, and he didn't forget about the three friends, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon, but Daniel sat in the gate of the king. How awesome is this, my friends? I mean, how awesome is this ending? It gives us a lot of great understanding as well, but it shows us those who are faithful to God, even in exile. Think about that. Daniel as a teenager, basically. Can you imagine that as a teenager to be exiled into a foreign land, Babylon? Can you imagine that as a young man? Okay, and then look what happened. God had a plan for him. We would not have these beautiful texts of Daniel if Daniel was not exiled into Babylon. Okay, so God knows best. Okay, God knows best. And Jeremiah, Daniel, I mean, it's just an amazing story with those two prophets with the Babylonian Empire. And Daniel obviously did his part. He was second in command. Can you imagine that? From a Hebrew slave in Babylon to second, a vice president. Can you imagine that over the great Babylon, quote unquote? So I find this amazing. And it also gives us understanding as well with the Magi who came to came to worship Yeshua when he was born. Remember, they saw the star from the east and they followed it. Well, look at what the text says right here. It's very interesting. It says then the king promoted Daniel and gave him many great gifts and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, including the wise men of Babylon. He was the chief administrator over all the wise men of Babylon. So I think we can all agree that Daniel did his part in God's kingdom. He was holy and he promoted the God of Israel. So I would suppose and assume that he taught the wise men all of the beautiful understandings of astrology, biblical astrology or astronomy, biblical. And that's how they do the signs of the times, is because of the prophet Daniel and because of Daniel 9 and because of all these other understandings that Daniel had. It makes total sense that the Magi, the magicians, if you will, the kings of the East, they came over because the prophet Daniel, basically 500 years, 550, whatever it may be, before, told them that it was going to rise at that time. It's really phenomenal. And I don't know who all knows that, but I thought it was pretty interesting. But look at the favor that he got. He was a second vice president of the whole province of Babylon. Can you imagine? And chief administrator over all of the wise men of Babylon, teaching them the wise counsel of God, the true ways to understand prophecy, the true ways to understand dreams and visions. Of course, Daniel was not a pagan. He was not a sorcerer. He was not a witchcraft and things like that. So I think he had a great impact upon the wise men of Babylon, from what we just mentioned. And look, he sat in the king's gate. Can you imagine that? Totally beautiful about the prophet Daniel. When we look at this and we look at the dream, we look at the statue, it's very clear if we look at history who the first three kingdoms are. The fourth kingdom is where the debate comes in, with people understanding that it's Rome. That goes into a lot of different things with the Protestants versus the Catholics and all of this nonsense of the relationship there. And they just want to put Rome there because of whatever, but it's not, it doesn't meet the biblical requirements. It doesn't pass the test that Daniel proposes of the prerequisites that Rome had to have, or whoever had to have, Islam had to have. Well, the Ottoman Empire did control all of those areas. You can definitely say that, okay, for sure. Okay, the Roman Empire did not control all of the areas that they had to. Okay, so it's just that easy. It's the process of elimination. But, you know, people hate the Catholics. People hate Rome, so they're going to stay with it no matter what the evidence shows. But they will see that it is a false understanding. Rome is not in there. Daniel will debunk this clearly tomorrow night on Daniel 7 and Revelation 13. There's only three kingdoms, my friends, that Daniel 7's worried about. Only three, not four. There's only three that they're worried about, and those three are in Revelation 13. And guess what? I'll go ahead and tell you, in case you're not with us tomorrow night, those three are Babylon, Persia, and the Grecian Empire. And those three, according to Revelation 13, will be the conglomerate land piece of the 10 kings of the Antichrist kingdom. Okay, because that's what Revelation confirms with the prophet Daniel. So we'll go through that tomorrow. It's really amazing. But my friends, it's not in there. And then look at your eyeballs of today. Don't let your eyes deceive you because of indoctrination of replacement eschatology. Okay, that's what it is. Replacement eschatology, and it has no right in the Bible. Okay, we must understand it from Torah, from prophets. And again, Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Ezekiel, what we discovered last night, they do not mention any European country. They never would, because they didn't know about it. Okay, their biblical world was the table of nations in Genesis 10. And like I tell people all the time, their biblical world is basically this right here. Okay, is Turkey in the northwest corner, Yemen in the south, Yemen and Oman to the south eastern corner, Sudan, Egypt, Libya to the southwestern corner, and to the Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran area to the northeastern corner. That is their biblical world according to Genesis 10. They would not have known about Rome. Isaiah would not have, Jeremiah would not have, or Ezekiel would not have either, and Daniel would not prophesy, or the Lord would not get him to prophesy against his prophets of Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah, excuse me. So that's the biblical world that they were interested in, the prophets, Genesis 10, etc., Abrahamic covenant, and then all throughout the prophets. And Daniel would have confirmed that. And he did confirm that. We just have to understand it from what we're understanding it. We have to go into history to see what the Roman Empire did with the land area and see what they did control. And if they don't meet it, then no matter what someone's beef with the Roman Empire is, or the Catholic Church, you've got to eliminate them. I'm not taking up for Rome. I'm not taking up for the Catholic Church. I think everybody understands my opinion on that. It's a false religion. But the bottom line is we've got to do the prerequisites of the prophets and understand there's certain things that they had to fulfill. Medo-Persia had to Greece, Alexander had to conquer all of that, or you had to eliminate Alexander. Okay, so that's just part of it. So I'm not sure what the big deal is about the Roman Empire other than the hatred of the Catholics and the replacement theology. But again, the Protestants are doing the same thing. So I don't personally understand it. So that is Daniel 2, my friends. To the best of my personal ability to explain it, the crucial points in it is Daniel 2:28. Nebuchadnezzar, this is for the latter days, Nebuchadnezzar, not 2,500 years ago. However, it's going to be the same as what followed Nebuchadnezzar as you keep reading. So it's totally amazing, my friends, when you look at it, that God is awesome. He gives us these patterns of understanding, the historical references that it will occur again the same way. And like I said before, my personal opinion, I wrote this in my first book, God's Prophetic Timeline, 2016, that you look at what happened with Saddam Hussein. He ruled there for decades, okay? When he was dethroned, in my personal opinion, that started Daniel's end of the age prophecies. And to this day, from 2016, my opinion has not changed because now you're seeing Iran. Like I said, I don't think anybody could say they're not the superpower of the Middle East, spreading their antennas across the Middle East like we've never seen. Okay, and then look who's next, Turkey, Yavin. Okay, remember Messiah, Revelation 2 says that Satan's throne is in Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey. He dwells in Turkey, Pergamus, Turkey. That's Revelation 2. Messiah himself says that. So we've got to look at Turkey, and they're rising like we have never seen, or since about 100 years ago, okay, with President Erdogan. I mean, just look, we're going to get more in depth with Turkey and with Erdogan and what he's doing. King of the South, he went into Egypt. That is crucial to understand. We're going to go through that as well. So as we unfold the book of Daniel, and we unfold Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Daniel 10, Daniel 12, Daniel 9, we're going to obviously talk about more of these current day events to understand what's going on. We'll mention Daniel 11 real quick. Daniel 11 is the king of the north, the king of the south. That's the Seleucid division. Think about Turkey. And then that's the Ptolemy division, which think about Egypt. So you're talking about the king of the north, the king of the south coming together a few weeks ago for the first time in 12, 13 years. Very important, especially with the time we're living in now. This, again, this is not prophesying about anything. This is just saying, hey, let's watch these things because everything's really speeding up very quickly. And okay, and we're seeing that with the prophecies. And again, like I said, my opinion is we're living in that Iranian, that Medo-Persian empire, and we're looking for Turkey or the Grecian Empire of the past to come to its fruition. And you're starting to see that. And I think you've been seeing that since really in 2016 area, so to speak. Okay, so that is Daniel 2. We read through Daniel 1, or Daniel 2, and now let's go to Daniel 3. And this is just really a story, and we might as well just read it because we're going through the whole book of Daniel, and there's only 12 chapters, so we'll read Daniel 3. This is when Daniel's three friends were thrown into the fire, and it's a very important understanding of this because it goes into Revelation 12 that we will get into as well, okay? So give me 1 second. I need to pull up Revelation 12. And I want to make sure that this is the right slide. So excuse me real quick, and I believe this is it. No, it's not it, but I know which one it is. So give me 1 second, and we'll pull up this, and we'll get into Daniel 3, and we'll go through the statue of the image that was going to be worshipped, and that is a direct correlation with Revelation 13 as well. So we're going to go through that real quick, and it should give some insight just as a possibility of what's going to happen at the end of the age with the image of the beast, if you will. Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me pull this up, the revelation of it. So excuse me 1 second. Okay. Okay, so we'll go to Daniel 3, and we'll see what kind of information we can gather for the statue of the Antichrist kingdom that we will see in Revelation 2. Okay, and Daniel 3, it says this, that Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, the height of which was 60 cubits, its width 666. He set it up on the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent word to assemble the satraps, the prefects, and the governors the prefects and the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all the rulers of the provinces to come to the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. So he is summoning all of the areas. Think about that. What does Antichrist do as well? 10 kings. He summoned all of the areas and the leaders and the people, the rulers, to come to bow down to the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Verse 3, then the satraps, the prefects, the governors, the counselors, the treasurers, the judges, the magistrates, and all of the rulers of the provinces were assembled for the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they were standing before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then the herald loudly called out, "To you it is said, O peoples, nations, and men of every tongue, that at the time you hear the sound of the horn, the flute, the lyre, the trigon, the psaltery, bagpipe, all kinds of music, you are to fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. But whoever does not fall down and worship shall immediately be cast into the midst of the burning, blazing fire." Think about buying and selling, thinking about all of these things in Revelation. Therefore, at the time when the peoples heard the sound of the horn and all of these things, the music, the peoples, the nations, men of every tongue fell down and worshiped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king has set up. For this reason, at the time, certain Chaldeans came near and brought charges against the Jews. They answered and said to Nebuchadnezzar the king, "O king, live forever. You, O king, have made a decree that every man who hears the sound of the horn, the flute, and all of these things, the music, is to fall down and worship the golden image. But whoever does not fall down and worship shall be cast in the midst of the furnace of the blazing fire. There are certain Jews from whom you have appointed over the administration of the province of Babylon, the 3 friends of Daniel. These men, O king, do not pay attention to you. They do not serve your gods and do not worship the golden image which you have set up." Then Nebuchadnezzar, in rage and wrath, said to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then these men were brought before the king. Nebuchadnezzar answered and said to them, "Is it true, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that you are not serving my gods and do not worship the golden image that I have set up? Now, if you are ready at the time you hear the sound of all of these things, the music, then you shall fall down and worship the image I have made. But if you do not worship, you will immediately be cast into the midst of fire, the furnace of blazing fire. And what God is there who can save you out of my hands?" Interesting. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, "O Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to respond to you with an answer concerning this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to save us from the furnace of blazing fire, and he will save us out of your hand, O king. But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we are not going to serve your gods, and we will not worship the golden image that you have set up." This is totally amazing when you look at it, because it really points toward what we're going to see right here. I mean, think about it. Most, if not all, of the people were bowing down to the image, but Daniel's 3 friends did not. Now, we don't know where the prophet Daniel was. He was probably tending the king's business or whatever it was. He was the second in command. But the 3 friends of Daniel, they refused to bow down to the gods of man, okay? The god of Nebuchadnezzar, the statue, the idol, okay? And how many people would do that today? If you look at the percentages of that, okay, most of the people, however many people there was only 3 that did not bow down, okay? Only Noah survived, okay? You see all these statistics, okay? The half of the foolish virgins, the wise virgins, 50%. So the Lord's given us these percentages, my friends, that it is a narrow road. It is a narrow way, okay? Not everybody who says, "Lord, Lord," and "I'm a Christian," and all these things are going to get there. They're just not. That's what he says. That's what Yeshua says. So we must understand that it's a narrow road, and this passage tells us how narrow it is, because Daniel's 3 friends stood up to the king of the world at the time and said, "We will not bow down to you or your image. Throw us in the fire. We will be delivered." And that takes a lot of conviction and a lot of love for God Almighty. And everybody says they have that love for it, but until it happens, then you find out who truly has that love for God. But I'll read this again because I think it's very beautiful what they said. Verse 16, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, "O Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to respond to you with an answer concerning this matter. If it be so, our God whom we serve is able to save us from the furnace of blazing fire, and he will save us out of your hand, O king. But if not, let it be known to you, O king, that we are not going to serve your gods, and we will not worship the golden image that you have set up. Amen. Then Nebuchadnezzar was filled with wrath, and the image of his face changed towards Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He answered and said to heat the furnace. He answered and said to heat the furnace 7 times more than it is usually heated. And he said to a certain mighty men of valor who were in his military host to tie up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in order to cast them into the furnace of blazing fire. Then these men were tied up in their trousers, their coats, their caps, and their other clothes, and were cast into the midst of the furnace of burning fire. For this reason, because the king's words were so urgent and the furnace had been heated to an extraordinary degree, the flame of the fire killed those men who carried up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. But these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell into the midst of the furnace of blazing fire, still tied up. In verse 24, it says, Then Nebuchadnezzar, the king, was astounded and hurriedly stood up. He answered and said to his high officials, Was it not 3 men we cast tied up into the midst of the fire? They answered and said to the king, Certainly, O king. He answered and said, Look, behold, I see 4 men loosed and walking about in the midst of the fire without harm, and the appearance of the 4th is like the son of the gods. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the door of the furnace of the blazing fire. He answered and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, come out, you servants of the Most High God, and come here. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the midst of the fire. Then the satraps, the prefects, the governors, and the king's high officials gathered around and saw in regard to these men that the fire had no power over their bodies, and nor were the hair of their hair singed, nor were their trousers damaged, nor had the smell of fire even come upon them. I mean, we all know this story is pretty phenomenal. We've known this story since we were little kids, right? Totally phenomenal at the faith that these Daniel's 3 friends had in the God of Israel. And they said, either way, we're not going to bow down. Whether he saves us or he doesn't save us, we will not bow down to you. That is a direct correlation to what's going to happen at the end of the age with the Antichrist kingdom, whether you're going to take the mark or not take the mark, bow down or not bow down, okay? And I know everybody says no right now, but at that time, we'll see who does and who does not. But I find it very interesting, my friends, when we look at it, it says, look, O king, certainly, O king, he says, look, I see 4 men loosed and walking about in the midst of the fire, and the 4th appears like the Son of God. If we're familiar with the number 4 and the way that the Lord looks at the number 4, I'll try to explain it. 3 plus 1 makes up the number 4. So it's talking about Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and they are going to accomplish it, okay, which will be the 4th, okay? So 3 plus 1 is the creative works, okay? So think about the 4th day of creation with the sun, the moon, and the stars, the creation, the creative works that he did. That number will carry out its anointing throughout the Holy Scriptures, okay? So whenever we see the number 4, it's always divine works, okay? Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and then their works, okay? The creative works. Day number 4, that's what Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego encountered in the midst of the fire was Elohim's creative works. 3 plus 1, okay, Elohim. Okay, Father, Son, Holy Spirit plus 1, 4, and that was a direct correlation to Daniel's 3 friends. But look at what he says. It's really amazing. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the midst of the fire. And then all of the people, all the governors and all that saw in regard to the men that fire had no power over them, over their bodies, nor the hair of their head was singed, nor were their trousers damaged, their clothes damaged, nor the smell of fire was even upon them. I mean, that is totally amazing. When you read the book of Jasher, when you read other sources, Israel, the Talmud, whatever, it talks about Abraham being thrown into the fire as well by Nimrod, okay? And remember, it was the same area pretty much that Nimrod controlled as well. So you see these understandings keep coming down. Abraham was thrown in the fire. He was just like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. He was relieved from that. He was delivered from that, saved from it. And then Daniel's 3 friends as well. They were saved from it as well. And then look at what Nebuchadnezzar says to the people. Blessed be the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel, some translations, his messenger, and saved his servants who put their trust in him, violating the king's word and gave up their bodies so as not to serve and not to worship any other God except their own. Amazing. This is from Nebuchadnezzar. Therefore, I make a decree that any people, nation, or tongue that says anything offensive against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be torn limb from limb, and their houses reduced to rubbish heap, inasmuch as there is no other God who is able to deliver in this way. Then the king caused Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to succeed in the province of Babylon. I find it very amazing. Look at the rewards of them being obedient. Look at the transition of Nebuchadnezzar's heart towards Daniel's three friends. Okay, he was going to put them in the fire because they did not bow down to him. And then he was so amazed at what he saw that he's like, good, they didn't bow down to me. And now I'm going to make a decree that whoever comes against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they're going to receive the judgments. Okay, so I find it pretty interesting. Nebuchadnezzar and his behavior, throughout the book of Daniel, you find him going very arrogantly, but then he repents. Okay, and that sort of thing, which leads us to chapter 4. It's very interesting with the relationship that Daniel had with King Nebuchadnezzar. We all know that Daniel was a young man at the time that he was captive, and I think they got, when I say close, to keep me in context, they got very close. He was the vice president. Of course, they were close. And Nebuchadnezzar loved Daniel, and Daniel loved Nebuchadnezzar. And you're going to see this in chapter 4 especially, okay? And I just find their relationship very interesting. Some would say that after this chapter, Daniel 4, because this is the last chapter of Nebuchadnezzar, that when he was exiled, which we will read in this chapter, that he was saved. Okay, some would believe that. God knows best, and we'll read the chapter, and everybody can make that decision for themselves, which really doesn't matter because it's up to God, but everybody can kind of look into it in that format, so to speak. But a very amazing relationship between Daniel and Nebuchadnezzar. These 4 chapters are just really interesting, how Nebuchadnezzar worked with Daniel and Daniel's 3 friends. And again, we're going to read chapter 4, and it's going to go with chapter 2 as well. So keep this in mind. Chapter 2, remember what we learned: the gold, the silver, the bronze, okay, and the iron. Okay, so remember those metal components, because Daniel 4 is prophetic as well. Everybody, the whole book of Daniel is sealed to the end of the age, just like he says in Daniel 12:4. So whenever we read Daniel 4, keep in mind what we just learned in Daniel 2. That's why we wanted to do these 2 together, because we've got the gold, the bronze, the silver, or gold, silver, bronze, and then we have the iron. And we're going to see a couple of these metal components in chapter 4, which will confirm this is an end of the age passage as well for the end, and we're going to get into it. So with further ado, we'll go into Daniel chapter 4 to get the revelation of it. Okay, so Nebuchadnezzar, the king to all the peoples, nations, and men of every tongue that inhabit all the earth, may your peace abound. And it has seemed good to me to declare the signs and wonders which the Most High God has done for me. How great are his signs and how strong are his wonders. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom. His dominion is from generation to generation. I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at ease in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream, and it made me fearful. And these fantasies I lay on my bed, and the visions in my head kept alarming me. So I gave a decree to bring into my presence all the wise men of Babylon, and they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. Then the magicians, the conjurers, the Chaldeans, the diviners came in, and and I said the dream to them, but they could not make its interpretation known to me. But at last Daniel came in before me, whose name is Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God, in whom is a spirit of the holy gods. And I said the dream to him, O Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, since I know that a spirit of the holy gods is in you, and no mystery is too difficult for you, say to me the visions of my dream, which I've seen, along with its interpretations. So right here we see again, Nebuchadnezzar is calling the prophet Daniel to help him out in a serious understanding. And it's amazing that why didn't he go to Daniel first, right? I've always wondered that, like, why did he call the other magicians when he could have just called Daniel to come in to do it? But anyhow, that's what he did. But we'll go back and read some of this and we'll break it down. But it says in verse 4 that I, Nebuchadnezzar, was at ease in my house and flourishing in my palace. I saw a dream. It made me fearful. And these fantasies, I lay on my bed. The visions in my head kept alarming me. Okay, so this is another alarming dream, just like Daniel 2 was. So I gave a decree to bring in my presence all the wise men of Babylon. Not sure why he didn't just call Daniel, but that's what he did. that they might make known to me the interpretation of the dream. And then all of the magicians, all of these people came in, but they could not make the interpretation known to Nebuchadnezzar. But at last, Daniel came in before me, whose name is Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God. So that tells us that Nebuchadnezzar was not a believer in the God of Israel alone, okay? His Daniel 2 with the interpretation of the dream did not convert him to the God of Israel by Daniel. The fire with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego that we just read did not convert him over to the God of Israel. So we'll keep that in mind as we read this prophecy. But at last, Daniel came in before me, whose name is Belteshazzar, according to the name of my God, not the God of Israel, and in whom this is a spirit of the holy gods, plural. So again, Nebuchadnezzar's not getting it yet. And I said the dream to him, O Belteshazzar, chief of the magicians, since I know that a spirit of the holy gods is in you, and no mystery is too difficult for you, say to me the visions of my dream, which I have seen, along with its interpretation. So again, he's telling Daniel he wants to know the dream and then the interpretation, just like he did in Daniel 2 as well. In verse 10, it says this, now these were the visions in my head as I lay on my bed. As I was looking, behold, there was a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. The tree grew large and became very strong, and its height reached the sky, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its foliage was beautiful, and its fruit abundant, and it was good food for all. The beast and the field found shade under it, and the birds of the sky inhabited its branches, and all flesh fed itself from it. As I was looking in the visions in my head, I lay on my bed, and behold, a watcher, a holy one, descended from heaven. He called out loudly and said thus, chop down the tree and cut off its branches, strip off its foliage and scatter its fruit. Let the beast flee from under it and the birds from under its branches. Yet leave the stump, very important, leave the stump with its roots in the earth, but with a band of iron and bronze around it, in the new grass of the field, and let him be drenched with the dew of heaven, and let him share with the beast in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed from a man, and let the heart of a beast be given to him, and let 7 periods of time pass over him. This is pretty phenomenal when we read it. Again, this is Nebuchadnezzar's dream again. He finds himself in a predicament in a dream. He calls Daniel to talk to him about it and to interpret it for him and the dream. And he says he saw this huge tree, basically talking about his empire, the Babylonian Empire. Everybody was satisfied from it. The beast of the field, the birds of the heavens, all of the people enjoyed Babylon, if you will. And then look at what he says. As I was looking in the visions in my head, I lay on my bed. Behold, a watcher, a holy one, descended from heaven. He called out loudly and said thus, chop down the tree and cut off its branches, strip its foliage, scatter its fruit, let the beast flee under it, let the birds from its branches. And then what does he say in verse 15? This is very important. This is for the end of the age. Yet leave the stump with its roots in the earth, but with a band of iron and bronze around it. So my friends, just like we all know, if we cut a tree down here on earth and we leave the roots and the trunk, if you will, then it's going to grow back, right? I mean, you've got the trunk, you've got the roots, it's going to grow back. It just got chopped down. It just got humbled, if you will. So look at what it was wrapped with. It was wrapped with a band of iron and a band of bronze. Okay, that is a direct correlation to Daniel 2. You have to match these together. Okay, so it's talking about the Grecian Empire and the final empire, okay, which is very interesting. Okay, if you look at the Grecian Empire's map, and again, I will try to find these after this chapter if people want to hang in there with me. This is the last chapter we'll go by, and I'll try to look for it, to look at the Babylonian, Persian, Grecian, and Ottoman Empire. If you look at the Grecian Empire and you look at the Ottoman Empire, they ruled pretty much the same exact area. It's really phenomenal. Okay, so whenever you think about the Grecian Empire, think about the Ottoman Empire because it's the same land area and same area that we're talking about. Okay, so it's very important. But that's what he says. He says, leave the stump in for a future time, okay, and put a band of iron around it. That he's telling you when this will come back, okay, and bronze around it. So Daniel's telling you that there's going to be a stump in the ground after Nebuchadnezzar is exiled, if you will, and there's a stump in the ground. Again, he's going to return, but the stump in the ground is for the end because the iron and the bronze in Daniel 2 is for the end. You see what I'm saying? So we've got to match these together, okay? If it says iron and bronze in this, then it's pointing you back to Daniel 2. You've got to match these two together. If it said the beast of the ram and the goat, then you got to go to Daniel 8 and match it with that, okay? But it says it's got the iron and the bronze wrapped around the trunk of it for a future time of Daniel 2 when that empire comes back and the final empire of the iron comes back, which I believe is the Islamic empire of the surrounding nations of those three empires, Babylon, Persia, and the Grecian Empire. Okay, so it's very important. People don't look at Daniel 4 as an end of the age chapter. I would disagree with that. I think the whole book of Daniel is prophetic, except for the stories of the lion's den, of the fire with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego we just read. But the visions and the dreams, Daniel 2, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, Daniel 9, Daniel 11, and 12 are all for the end of the age completion. It's pretty phenomenal. So whenever we read Daniel 4, we can't forget that he's telling you that there's a stump in Babylon, if you will, Iraq right now, that's going to come back with the bronze, and it's going to come back with the iron, which is the last two kingdoms of Daniel 2, okay? And I believe you're starting to see that. If you look at Iraq right now, look at what's going on with Iraq, and they're building Baghdad back up, or Babylon back up. If you will. It's pretty phenomenal, the plans that they have in place for Iraq. But it says that it's going to be a part of that bronze, okay, that Grecian Empire, okay, which controlled Turkey, Iraq, Syria. It controlled basically the Middle East, as we have seen, okay? So the Grecian Empire will control Turkey to Iran to Arabia to Egypt to Libya, basically the Middle East and North Africa. Okay, so it's super important to realize what he's speaking about here. He's speaking about the end of the age. Nebuchadnezzar, again, kind of like Daniel 2, you are this head, Nebuchadnezzar. You're going to be cut down, which we're about to read, for 7 years. It's a Shemitah cycle, just like he says right here. Look at what he says. He says, the band of iron and bronze around it and the new grass of the field. And let him be drenched with the dew of heaven. This is the judgment on Nebuchadnezzar. And let him share with the beast in the grass of the earth. Let his heart be changed out of a man to a beast. Okay, we're about to read that. And let 7 periods of time pass over him, which is a Shemitah cycle, the 7 years. And we'll prove that once we keep reading the scriptures. Okay, verse 17. This edit is by the resolution of the watchers, and the decision is a command of the holy ones. Remember, a watcher came down to him in the vision. Okay, this is why he's saying this. The edit is by the resolution of the watchers, and the decision is a command of the holy ones, in order that the living may know that the Most High is the powerful ruler over the kingdom of mankind, and it gives to him anyone he wishes and sets over it the lowliest of people. Okay, so God's trying to humble Nebuchadnezzar, and we're going to see the reason why. He's going to humble him. He's going to exile him for 7 years. Then he will restore him back to his kingdom. Again, talking about the iron and the bronze. But just like Daniel 2, it's for Nebuchadnezzar, but it's also for the end as well. Okay, we got to understand it. We've got to understand it's for the end of the age, where you're going to see the full completion of it. Okay, in verse 18, this is the dream which I, King Nebuchadnezzar, saw and have seen. Now you, Belteshazzar, Daniel, say to me its interpretation, inasmuch as none of the wise men of my kingdom is able to make known to me the interpretation, but you are able, for a spirit of the holy gods is in you. Then Daniel, whose name is Belteshazzar, was appalled for a while, as his thoughts were alarming him. The king answered and said, Daniel, do not let the dream or its interpretation alarm you. Belteshazzar answered and said, My lord, if only the dream applied to those who hate you, and its interpretation for your adversaries. Okay, so again, let me stop right there before we read the interpretation. This is what I'm talking about. Look at this relationship compared to what Nebuchadnezzar's attitude towards the wise men were before. He wanted to kill all of them, including Daniel, until Daniel interpreted the dream in Daniel 2. Now look at the change in the attitude with him, okay? Then Daniel, whose name is Belteshazzar, was appalled, okay, because what he's about to tell Nebuchadnezzar, and he's talking to the king who wanted to kill all the wise men not too long ago, okay? So Daniel has all this in his mind, like, I don't know if I should tell the king how bad this is, and that's why he said what he said. The king answered and said, Belteshazzar, do not let the dream or its interpretation alarm you. Belteshazzar answered and said, My lord, if only the dream applied to those who hate you, and its interpretation to your adversaries. He was trying to getting good with the king because it was for the king, the judgment. Okay. And he's like, I wish it was for your enemies, but it's really for you. In verse 20, the tree that you saw, which became large and grew strong, whose height reached to the sky, was visible to all the earth. So now we're reading the interpretation of it. Okay, in verse 20, we'll go forward from there. The tree that you saw, which became large and grew strong, whose height reached to the sky, was visible to all the earth, in whose foliage was beautiful and its fruit abundant, in which was food for all, under which the beasts of the field inhabited, in whose branches the birds of the sky dwelt. Again, he's confirming the dream with Nebuchadnezzar. And in verse 22, it says, it is you, O king, for you have become great and grown strong, and your greatness has become greater and reached to the sky, and your dominion to the end of the earth. But in that the king saw a watcher, a holy one, descending from heaven, saying, chop down the tree and destroy it, yet leave the stump with its roots in the earth, but with a band of iron and bronze around it in the new grass of the field, and let him be drenched with the dew of heaven, and let him share with the beasts of the field until 7 years pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the resolution of the Most High, which has reached my Lord the king. Verse 25, that you be driven away, Nebuchadnezzar, from mankind, and your place of habitation but be with the beast of the field, and you will be given grass to eat like cattle, and be drenched with the dew of heaven. And 7 years will pass over you until you know that the Most High is the most powerful ruler over the kingdom of mankind, and gives to it whomever he wishes. And in that, they said to leave the stump with the roots of the tree. Your kingdom will endure for you after you know that it is heaven that rules with power. Therefore, O king, may my advice seem good to you. Break away from you your sins by doing righteousness, and from your iniquities by showing mercy to the poor, in case there may be a prolonging of your prosperity. I mean, this is totally amazing. So we'll break down some of this, but can you imagine standing before the king Nebuchadnezzar? Okay, and again, he's the vice president, of course, but still he understands King Nebuchadnezzar's volatility, okay, angry, wrath. I mean, he was a wild man, okay, wild man. So Daniel had the gumption, okay, and had the faith to tell Nebuchadnezzar what he said. Most people would have been killed for saying that to Nebuchadnezzar, okay? Most of those wise men, if not all of them, would have been killed by telling Nebuchadnezzar to repent, okay? But Daniel did not, and because that was the relationship that they had with each other. Again, Daniel, he was the second in command, vice president. They were around each other a lot. He was just vice president, okay? So of course they had a good relationship, but still, you still didn't come across the king the way that Daniel did by telling him to repent for his sins. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal when you look at it like that. So we'll read some of this and I'll break down some of it. But this is the interpretation of Nebuchadnezzar in verse 24. O king, this is the resolution of the Most High, which has reached my Lord the king, that you may be driven away from mankind, and your place of habitation be with the beast of the field, and you will be given grass to eat like cattle, and be drenched with the dew of heaven. 7 years of time will pass over you until you know that the Most High is the powerful ruler over the kingdom of mankind, and gives to anyone that he wishes. And in that they said to leave the stump with the roots of the tree, okay, the iron and the bronze. Your kingdom will endure for you after you know that it is heaven that rules with power. So once he realizes that heaven rules with power, he's going to be restored. But again, just like Daniel 2, it's for the end of the age, with the stump coming back to its fruition. In verse 27, this is where he gets really real with Nebuchadnezzar. And again, most people would have been killed for saying this as a wise man, but not Daniel. Therefore, O king, may my advice seem good to you. Break away now from your sins by doing righteousness, and from your iniquities by showing mercy to the poor, in case there may be a prolonging of your prosperity. And again, my friends, just like any ancient king, that person would have been killed by telling the king to repent, okay? You say, long live the king, okay? That's all you say. Long live the king, O king. You don't tell the king that he needs to repent, or I'm sure there would have been tremendous consequences to that, which, again, we find that in Daniel 2 with the other wise men, but Daniel had the authority from the Most High, and Nebuchadnezzar recognized that, and he and Nebuchadnezzar were that close to where he understood where Daniel was coming from, of course. In verse 28, it says, all this reached Nebuchadnezzar the king. At the end of 12 months, he was walking on the roof of his royal palace of Babylon. The king answered and said, is this not great? Is this not Babylon the Great, which I myself have built as a royal house by the strength of my power for the glory of my majesty? While the word was still in the king's mouth, a voice came from heaven saying, King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is said, the kingdom has been removed from you, and you will be driven away from mankind, and your place of habitation will be with the beasts of the field. You will be given grass to eat like cattle, and 7 periods of time will pass over you until you know that the Most High is the powerful ruler over the kingdom of mankind and gives to him whomever he wishes. Immediately the word concerning Nebuchadnezzar was accomplished, and he was driven away from mankind and began eating grass like cattle, and his body was drenched with the dew of heaven until his hair had grown like eagle feathers and his nails like bird claws. Okay, we'll break this down real quick. This is where we have to have the understanding of Torah and the understanding of the 7-year period of the Shemitah cycle. We have to have the understanding of when the judgments are made, when the decrees are made in heaven. And my friends, we have to be familiar with the calendar and the feast days, as most of us understand with the Feast of Trumpets. The Feast of Trumpets is when the books are open and closed for nations and individuals, okay? That's proven throughout history. You can go through that with Israel, with Persia, with Babylon as well, with the 70 years. And this is no different with Nebuchadnezzar. I don't think that these 7 years was just any 7 years, okay? I think it was the Shemitah cycle of 7 years, okay, that he was going to understand that the God of heaven is the one who rules the earth and not Nebuchadnezzar himself. But we have to understand the anointing of the Feast of Trumpets, the books being opened. This is what you're seeing with the decree being made for Nebuchadnezzar. While the word was still in his mouth, the decree was made, Feast of Trumpets area to Yom Kippur, and it was sealed, okay? And he was exiled for 7 years, okay? So it's very important to put all of these things together when you read it. But there was a decree made. When is that made? Feast of Trumpets, okay? And that same day, that same moment he was speaking, he was exiled for 7 years, okay? Because look at verse 29. What it says is, at the end of 12 months, he was walking on the roof of the royal palace. Well, 12 months, and again, Daniel was on the biblical calendar from Exodus, but Daniel understood as well when the books were open, when they're closed, the judgments and all that on the Feast of Trumpets. 12 exact years on the civil calendar is where the Feast of Trumpets is, and that's where Nebuchadnezzar was judged. So we got to understand, yes, we go by the Exodus calendar, the biblical calendar. Nisan is the first month, but you can't discount the Tishri calendar, Tishri 1, Feast of Trumpets. That's where the judgments are decreed. That's where they are made, and that's where things move, as we've seen through other scriptures as well. Okay, but this is what was given, 12 months. He was walking on his palace. He was bragging, being arrogant. This is about me, 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 and more me. And God says, no, it is not. And he exiled him for 7 years. And you saw what it was going to happen. Excuse me. Given grass to eat like cattle, all this, the hair, the nails, all these things, eagle feathers, all of these things were going to come upon King Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, now let's look at the ending of the story. In verse 34, but at the end of those days, okay, after the 7 years, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted up my eyes towards heaven, and my knowledge returned to me, and I blessed the Most High and praised and honored him who lives forever. For his dominion is an everlasting dominion. His kingdom endures from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are accounted as nothing, but he does according to his will in the host of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth, and no one can strike against his hand or say to him, what have you done? At that time, my knowledge returned to me, and my majesty and my splendor returned to me for the glory of my kingdom, and my officials and my nobles began seeking me out. So I was reestablished in my kingdom, going back to the stump of the history of it, and then there's the prophetic as well. I was reestablished in my kingdom. My extraordinary greatness was added to me. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise, exalt, and honor the King of heaven, for all his works are true and his ways just, and he is able to humble those who walk in pride. So my friends, that's why a lot of people, and myself included, if I'm honest with you, I believe that he came to an understanding that he needed to be saved by the God of heaven in those 7 years of exile. Okay, and again, that's very prophetic as well, with the root, the stump with the bronze and the iron. Okay, because 7 years, the last 7 years, what's going to happen is those 10 kings will be crushed. Okay, just like we read in Daniel 2. So we have to have the historical as well. He got the stump, he got replenished back, reestablished his kingdom. But then prophetically, we got the iron and the bronze, which is the last two components of Daniel 2, and that is the Grecian Empire, but also the Antichrist kingdom as well, the 10 kings. So this is pretty phenomenal. But when you read this, if you remember what he said in Daniel 2, he said God in plural form, okay, gods, he was just one of the gods that Babylon worshiped, okay, because they had many gods, okay, Babylon did. So he was just saying the God of Israel was just one of those gods. But look at the language here now after the 7 years is a little bit different, which I think for all of us, it would have been a lot different if we were exiled for 7 years and eating grass and acting like an animal with nails and feathers and all this stuff. I think we would all be humbled enough to repent as well. But look at what he says. This is very beautiful. But at the end of those days, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lifted up my eyes towards heaven, and my knowledge returned to me. And I blessed the Most High and praised and honored him who lives forever. Amen. For his dominion is what? An everlasting dominion. His kingdom endures from generation to generation. All the inhabitants of the earth are accounted as nothing, but he does according to his will in the host of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. And no one can strike against his hand or say to him, what have you done? At that time, my knowledge returned to me, and my majesty and splendor returned to me for the glory of my kingdom. And my officials and my nobles began seeking me out. So I was reestablished in my kingdom, going back to the stump, and extraordinary greatness was added to me. Look at that. Extraordinary greatness was added to me after the 7 years. Very interesting. Now I, Nebuchadnezzar, praise, exalt, and honor the King of heaven, for all of his works are true and his ways are just. And he is able to humble those who walk in pride. Amen and amen to that, right? Well, there you go, my friends. I think it's very clear, his reconciliation with the Lord, being, if you will, born again with a different attitude towards the God of Israel. So that's why a lot of people, including myself, would say that there's a very good chance that he was saved by the God of Israel. Again, the God of Israel can save anyone. Okay, he called Nebuchadnezzar his servant. In Jeremiah 25, okay? And just think about these outer nations, these Gentile nations at that time. They were worshiping all these different gods. They didn't have a clue. They were worshiping all these different pagan gods. So then you have Daniel come, okay? Daniel come with the God of Israel. And then at the beginning of it, he was just another god to Nebuchadnezzar, okay? You can read that in Daniel 2, the gods, so to speak. But come Daniel 4, it seems like he had a different understanding of the God of Israel. I think we all would have after what Nebuchadnezzar experienced. I find Nebuchadnezzar an interesting character in the Bible. I think most people would agree with that. I mean, he was a pagan king that some would believe, including myself, maybe found the Lord, if you read this, okay? But look at his life of the destruction and the killing and what he did with the exiles, and all the nations feared him, and God was able to still reach out to him. And he's a very transitional figure in biblical prophecy, as we said before. Everything begins with that understanding with the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonian Empire. Then you go to Persia. Then you go to the Grecian Empire, okay? And then you go to the fourth kingdom, and that's where the controversy comes into play. Is it Rome or is it Islam? Basically, that's the two options, really. Okay, is it the surrounding immediate nations that Jeremiah, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Moses, all of them prophesied about? In my opinion, yes. Or is it the Roman Empire, which did not fulfill the prerequisites of Daniel 2, that it had to conquer all of the land area to be crushed together. It had to conquer all of the land area. If Rome was a part of that, then if you look at Parthia, then Parthia was not going to be crushed. Okay, so if you remember the prophecy of Daniel, then if they're all crushed together at one time, okay, great. If Rome's in there, then they're not going to crush Parthia. Messiah's not going to crush Iran. Okay, so we must understand it in that way, that we've got to realize that it had to meet prerequisites, and Rome did not meet those prerequisites, okay? So now let me go to this, and we're not going to go through the restrainer. It's just I've got the slides in this one, so excuse me while I get to Revelation 12. Now let's read Revelation 12 as we culminate the journey tonight. on the prophecies, let's look at Revelation 12 and remember what we read in Daniel 4 and also Daniel 2 as well. Okay, and this is Revelation 12 by John the Revelator. Now a great sign appeared in heaven, and a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. Then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon appeared, 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. His tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. You'll find that in Daniel 8, okay? And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born, Yeshua. And she bore a male child and was to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. Obviously, that's Yeshua, and that's Revelation 19 as well. And her child was caught up to God and to his throne. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared by God that they should feed her 1,260 days. That will not be shortened, my friends. That is in the tablets of heaven. It will not be shortened to what most people think Messiah said in Matthew 24. It will be 42 months, 1,260 days exactly, okay, for the Antichrist war, if you will. Okay, and a war broke out in heaven, speaking about the war, and Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought, but they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the great dragon was cast out, the serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren who accused them before our God day and night has been cast down, and they overcame him by what? The blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they did not love their lives to the death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea. Think about that, the earth and the sea. That's where the beast rises from. That's where the false prophet rises from. The beast rises from the sea, the false prophet from the earth in Revelation 13. We'll go through that tomorrow night. For the devil has come down to you having great wrath, because he knows his time is short. Now, when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child, Israel. But the woman, Israel, was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time and a half a time, which is 42 months, 3.5 years, in stone, from the presence of the serpent. So the serpent spewed out water of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon had spewed out of its mouth. And the dragon was enraged with Israel, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring. Think about this. This is the 3.5 years, everybody. So this, for all the rapture people, this is very important. He made war with the rest of her offspring and kept the commandment, and who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. Isn't that amazing? So my friends, this is a direct correlation to what you're going to see. And what I wanted to bring this out of is this. Look at the dragon was enraged with the woman. This is the 3.5 year mark, everybody, of the tribulation. And he went out to make war with the rest of her offspring. Okay, think about that. Who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. So if this is the 3.5 year mark, everybody, which it certainly is in Revelation 12, then everybody in the rapture, the pre-trib is not there, because if you're keeping the commandments of God, you will be raptured pre-trib if it's pre-trib, okay? So the ones who are keeping the commandments are still here on the earth 3.5 years, okay? So it's very important for those who are interested in the rapture debate to go through this, okay? To understand that when Israel flees to the mountains, Matthew 24, and this is what it's talking about, Revelation 12 as well, okay? Matthew 24, flee to the mountains, they're going to Sinai, and Antichrist comes against them. Then look at what he says. He goes against he's enraged with Israel, and he went to make war with the rest of the offspring, the ones who are grafted in, if you will, the Christians, who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. So that's the 3.5 year mark. So if the rapture is pre-trib, which it's not because of Matthew 24, but if it is, then who's raptured? If the people keeping the commandments of God and the testimony of Jesus Christ, it seems like they would be raptured, right? And pre-trib, if it's pre-trib, well, Revelation 12 saying no, they're still here at the midway point of the tribulation. And then that puts you at the midway point of the tribulation, which is Passover, which is not on the Feast of Trumpets, okay? We're going to be at the last trump, everybody, at the last trump. That's Feast of Trumpets. So for those who are interested in the rapture, that's a very clear scripture. Just this one scripture will debunk a pre-trib rapture, because again, who's raptured? Are the ones not keeping the commandments raptured? Okay. And then the ones who are keeping the commandments, they have to stay on the earth to get persecuted? That doesn't make any sense. Of course not. My friends, we have to understand, we got to get out of the replacement eschatology. We've got to understand those who endure till the end shall be saved. Just like the prophet Joel says, the end. What does Messiah say? Immediately after the tribulation, I will come and get you. Not before. Matthew 24 is chronological, my friends, chronological. And it goes down to the abomination of desolation, 3.5 years. And then it goes down after that's the rapture, okay? When he returns for his second coming. We got to understand this. The replacement eschatology is just absolutely stinks to high heaven, okay? We have to understand this. And this is very clear. If Revelation 12 is a midway point of the tribulation, which it certainly is to most biblical scholars, my friends, then you go look at this right here. The last of it, verse 17, and the dragon was enraged with the woman, because Israel's at Mount Sinai. Israel is the woman at Mount Sinai, and they will be protected down there. And he went out to make war with the rest of her offspring. So if the Jews are in Judea, okay, who's here? Okay, it can't be the Jews that are unbelievers, because they have the testimony of Jesus Christ and they keep the commandments. So if they keep the commandments and have the testimony of Yeshua, then why in the world would they be pre-trib raptured? Okay, if it's pre-trib, of course it's not. Okay, again, that is a really a replacement theology, replacement eschatology thing. Moody, all these people, you guys know this stuff. This is not in the scriptures. The first century Christians never thought about the rapture, okay, except for the resurrection when Yeshua returns, okay? And it goes, Daniel 12 proves that as well. So we have to understand that right there. Revelation 12:17 will debunk a pre-trib rapture, okay, if you look at it in its timeline form. And again, 99.9% of Bible prophecy teachers, scholars will tell you Revelation 12 is that 3.5 year mark. It tells you that in the passage, a time, a times, and a half a time, 3.5 years. It's telling you Israel's going to flee. Messiah, flee to the mountains, Matthew 24. It's the same understanding. And at that time, the 3.5 year mark, that's when Satan, he can't go against the Jewish people, the ones who fled to Mount Sinai. He's upset. He's enraged. Now let me go after the Christians who are keeping the commandments, okay, not the ones who are not. He's not worried about them. He's worried about the ones who are keeping the commandments and the testimony of Yeshua. This tells a lot more than just a rapture, okay? This tells you how important it is for believers to keep the commandments, the ones who believe in Jesus, okay? It tells you right there. So this goes into so many understandings, this one verse, okay? No pre-trib rapture, because this is mid-trib on forward, okay? And the ones who are keeping the commandments of God and the testimony of Jesus are still here, okay? They should be pre-trib then if they were keeping the commandments, right? But I guess the ones who are not keeping the commandments are the ones pre-trib, I guess. I'm just kidding. But anyhow, it's very important, my friends, the commandments of God, okay? Satan is not worried about anyone not keeping the commandments, okay? That shows you right there. That's a good understanding right here. He's worried about the ones, you and me and many others, who are keeping the commandments of God and have the true testimony of Yeshua Messiah. Okay, not replacement theology, not replacement eschatology. This is a great understanding of this, my friends. If anyone is out there pre-trib, please go into your prayer closet. Please go with this Revelation 12 and pray to the Holy Spirit that he opens your eyes to this, because this is a 3.5 year mark. That's it. That's easy. That's confirmed by anyone who understands prophecy. This is a 3.5 year mark, Revelation 12. It tells you that in this passage, 3.5 years, a time, times and a half. So we must understand that. It's very important, because I believe this. I believe personally that the pre-trib people who are dogmatic, okay, the ones who are not, I'm not talking about them. The ones who are dogmatic, their theology is rapture, and they don't care about anything else after the rapture. They don't care. It's just the rapture and I'm gone. those people could be in danger of being a part of the great falling away. They really could be, because if their whole theology and eschatology is on the rapture, okay, and then they really, or pre-trib rapture, and then they're not pre-tribbed out of the 7 years, they could fall away very easily, because think about it. They don't have the commandments of God. They don't have the feast days. They don't have the calendar. They just have the rapture, pre-trib, and that's it. And they could be falling away like that. That's the great falling away. Oh my gosh, I'm left here behind. I guess my whole theology is wrong. Oh, my whole eschatology is wrong. You could see how that could happen. So that's why we talk about it. And again, if one is pre-trib, stay pre-trib. But I would definitely go with Revelation 12 to your prayer closet and Matthew 24 and those two witnesses and say, hey, Lord, open my eyes to the truth, because again, I think it's very dangerous. I think it's almost anti-Semitic in a way, to be quite frank with you, with the pre-trib rapture, because it's the Jews' problem. It's all them. Who cares? We're going to be raptured. I mean, that is an evil servant. Okay. That is a lazy servant. That is a wicked servant. Okay. A foolish servant to think like that. Okay. We should be focused on the Great Commission. That is all, my friends. Great Commission. Yes, we're looking for the rapture after the Great Commission. Okay. The rapture will take care of, what people don't understand is the rapture will take care of itself if you understand the feast days, if you understand the calendar, if you understand prophecy, where we're not so consumed with the rapture, we're consumed with the Great Commission, and we're consumed with the arrival of the Son of Man to destroy the stone, to destroy the statue of Daniel 2, to destroy the root of the tree in Daniel 4. That's what we're hoping for, okay? The rapture will take care of itself, I guarantee you. If you're doing your Great Commission, you're on the calendar of the feast days, the rapture is going to take care of itself, okay? Focus on the Great Commission. And I wanted to bring this out because it's very important to realize that, my friends, that he's worried about Satan, the dragon. Let's read it in its full context. Now, when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, and every biblical scholar who is reputable will say that's 3.5 years of the midway point of the tribulation, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. That's Israel. Okay, we know Mary did that, but it's talking about Israel, okay, the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle. Mary was not given 2 wings of a great eagle. Okay, Israel is giving 2 wings of a great eagle at that time, symbolically to go to Mount Sinai. That means kind of like the Exodus from Egypt. It will be in a hurry. Okay, it will be in haste. What did he tell the people of in Egypt? You eat your Passover with haste, because you're going to get out of here very soon. That's the same understanding as well, as he wants them to be on a great 2 wings of a great eagle, because they're going to the desert to her place. Where's that place? That place is Mount Sinai, my friends. Ezekiel 20, he's going to meet them again at Mount Sinai, like we've talked so many times before, but he's going to give them the speed of an eagle to get there, kind of like he did from Exodus through the Red Sea. I'll put you on eagle's wings. Okay, it's going to be fast. That's why Messiah said, don't go to the rooftop. Don't go get your clothes. Don't get nothing. Get out of here in Matthew 24 to Sinai. Okay, because Satan is coming, or the Antichrist is coming after you for a time, a times, and a half a time, 3.5 years from the presence of the serpent. Okay. So the serpent spewed out water out of his mouth like a flood. That goes into what we're going to read with Daniel 8 as well, that after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. However, the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth, an earthquake, I'm sure, and swallowed up the flood of the army which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. Not water, but an army which will follow them, kind of like Pharaoh did with Exodus of Egypt. Verse 17, and the dragon, who was enraged with the woman, Israel, he went out to make war with the rest of her offspring, and the offspring who kept the commandments of God and had the testimony of Yeshua, the Messiah. My friends, it's really beautiful if we read it like that. We've got to understand to get prepared mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually, of course, prophecy-wise, feast day-wise, calendar-wise, because this is what it's all about. If we're living at that time, I certainly believe we are, then you're going to see these things. And when we go through Daniel 8, when we go through these kingdoms that you're seeing right now, you're seeing it. You're seeing these 4 prophetic kingdoms coming back right now. Okay, and then look at all the other things that we talk about with the timeline, the 6,000 years, the 2,000 years from Messiah to now. All of these things add up, and it's not to set dates. It's not to be any of that. It's to understand that we're living in this season and to get right with God. follow the commandments, okay, and the testimony of Yeshua. What's the testimony of Yeshua? Mount Sinai, okay, that's his testimony, just like he said in the first coming events, okay. We cannot get rid of the voice of God. We can't get rid of the first coming understandings of what he confirmed with the Torah as well to fulfill it. But my friends, for all my friends out there who are pre-trib rapture, I love you. Stay pre-trib, but please go with this scripture to your prayer closet and let the Holy Spirit work with you so that you have the total convictions that we are going to be here during the 7 years. Okay, there's none of that. Okay, that is drawn up out of the scriptures and basically era. Okay, it's era in the scriptures. And again, go read Matthew 24 immediately after the tribulation, and go read Revelation 12. He makes war 3.5 years with the ones who keep the commandments and have the testimony of Jesus. So like I said before, if someone's keeping the commandments and the testimony of Jesus Christ and they're still here on 3.5 years, why weren't they raptured 3.5 years before? If they're keeping the commandments and the testimony, they should be raptured, right? It's very important to understand that. 3.5 years, we're still here, according to Revelation 12. And I believe we're still here after that, because mid-trib doesn't make sense because of this. At the last trump, okay, well, that's Passover. Mid-trib is, if you understand the calendar, the Feast of Trumpets is where it's all about. Okay, Adam was created on the Feast of Trumpets. Okay, he's the son of Adam. So whenever Adam sinned against God in the Garden of Eden, which was about year 30, okay, it was year 30. He was 30 years in the Garden of Eden before he sinned, he and Eve, okay? Whenever they sinned in year 30, they were outcasted. And then 6,000 years from there, Yeshua on the Feast of Trumpets, again, that's why you got to take Adam on the Feast of Trumpets and Yeshua's on the Feast of Trumpets. 6,000 exact years from that point, he's going to return, okay, on the Feast of Trumpets. So if he's returning on the Feast of Trumpets, then again, he cannot rapture us on Passover and that area, okay? That's not the last trump, okay? It's Passover. It's not the Feast of Trumpets. So we must understand it's not pre or mid, because pre, well, you just read it for yourself. Revelation 12, Matthew 24 clearly debunks it. Okay, just those two scriptures alone debunk it. So you have to reconcile those two if you're pre-trib, and then mid-trib, you're not on trumpets. You're on the Passover, because time is counted from the Feast of Trumpets, from Adam. Remember, Adam to Yeshua. He's the son of Adam. I know it's the son of man, but in the Hebrew, son of Adam. You've got to look at him 6,000 years from Adam. He will, on the exact day, 6,000 exact years, according to God, he will come on the Feast of Trumpets to resurrect all of us. Okay, that is at the end. Okay, at immediately after the tribulation, just like he said in Matthew 24. So I hope this helps, my friends. It's very important to look at these scriptures. And I know we kind of went into the rapture understanding, but I thought it was very important when I read through that today. But my friends, Daniel 2 is very important. Okay, Daniel 4 is very important, my friends. It just is. And it's something that we all have to really understand, that we are living, at that time. We're seeing these empires come and go. We are. And remember, it's prophetic. Just like Daniel said in Daniel 2:28, Nebuchadnezzar, this is for the latter days. And then he says in the next verses, but he's going to make you understand what comes right after this as well. So it's historical and prophetic. That's how the entire Holy Bible works. You know, Passover, they were keeping Passover for 1,500 years after Exodus. And then Messiah came to fulfill it 1,500 years later. Okay, that's how the Bible works. It's cyclical. It comes back again. We all know that history repeats itself. So does biblical prophecy. And when you read these scriptures, if Daniel didn't say in Daniel 2:28 that this is for the latter days, if Daniel didn't say in Daniel 2:44 or 45 that in the days of these kings, Messiah is going to come and set up his kingdom, the stone, then yes, it's historical. But Daniel tells us in those two scriptures, Daniel 2:28 and also in Daniel 2, I believe 44, 45, that it's for the latter days. Nebuchadnezzar did not live in the latter days. He lived 2,500 years ago, which is the middle of the timeline. Okay, so that's not the latter days. Daniel's telling us historical and prophetic. Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar after him, Darius and Cyrus was going to rise, and then Alexander was going to rise. But guess what? In the latter times, Babylon, Persia, and Yavan was going to rise. Western Turkey, Greece, whatever. So we must understand that it's prophetic as well. And the Jewish people only look at the historical, they don't look at the prophetic. The Christians only look at the well, I take that back. They look at the historical and the prophetic, and they divide the kingdom. They divide the prophecy pretty much. They put the three kingdoms in the past: Nebuchadnezzar, Cyrus, and Alexander. And then the fourth kingdom, the Roman Empire, it's going to come back again 2,500 years later. It makes zero sense. It's not in sequence. It's not fluid. It doesn't work. God's not like that. He's not going to talk about 2,500 years, some of it here, some of it there. No, all of it's going to be the last four at the end. You're seeing it. Saddam Hussein, you're seeing Iran, you got Turkey coming. And then those three, the land area that we've just discovered of the Babylonian, the Medo-Persian, and the Grecian Empire, which is basically Middle East and North Africa, those three countries, Egypt, Sudan, and Libya, they're going to come back. And you're seeing that come back now. You're seeing Erdogan trying to make this happen with the Grecian or the Turkish Empire, the leader of Turkey. I mean, we're going to go through this, okay? We're going to go through the stats. You're seeing it. Everyone's focused on Israel and Gaza, which we should be, okay? But don't forget these other people, these other players, these other quote-unquote kings that are coming together. I'm not saying they're the 10 kings, but you're seeing Erdogan, El-Sisi, Jordan, King Hussein. You're seeing all of the players, Netanyahu as well. You're seeing all of the players, the Ayatollah in Iran. You're seeing Assad in Syria. You're seeing every player pretty much come in alignment. And we're going to see what happens from this Israel-Gaza thing when they realign, if you will, everything. It's going to be very interesting to see. But my friends, you're seeing it right before your eyes. If we are living at this time, which I think most of us believe that, with the timelines and everything we discovered, then you're going to see these empires come back. You're going to see the stump come back in Daniel 4. And you're seeing that right now. You're seeing Erdogan move like, again, he's got 5 years before he has to get reelected. That goes right up to the Shemitah cycle. I think that is incredible to understand, okay, that his election goes right up to the Shemitah, okay, where he has to go back to reelection. Well, he's already 73, 74, whatever years of age, okay? Keep your eye on that. The Ayatollah, he's almost 90, I think. This guy, 85 something years old, the Ayatollah Khomeini. Look at El-Sisi, okay? His presidency will go up to the Shemitah cycle as well. Remember, the last 7 years will be a Shemitah cycle. It won't be in the middle of it. It will be a block of 7. So the next cycle is 2029 in the fall, the new cycle. Okay, so I find that very interesting that the king of the north, the king of the south, there too, and we're going to go through this with Daniel 11. I'm kind of ahead of myself, but I find it very interesting that those two presidents, their terms end right at the Shemitah cycle. And more so, the next U.S. president, when they get reelected January 20th, 2025, 4 years, will put you at 2029 in January, about 8 months, 9 months before the new Shemitah cycle begins. My friends, it's all coming together. The U.S. election, and again, this is not a political thing. This is a prophecy thing, okay? Okay, I could care less about the political thing, but the prophecy thing is this, or I do care, but you know what I'm saying. The prophetic side of it is this. Whoever becomes the next president of the United States will have a major impact, of course, on what's about to go down in the Middle East, okay? No matter who it is, whoever it is. They're going to have a major impact one way or another on it. I've got my personal opinion, but that doesn't matter what my personal opinion is. Again, he's going to raise up the king, God is, who he wants to move his prophecies forward. Just like Daniel 2 says, he's the one who raises up kings and the thrones kings. So guess what, everybody? We're all pawns, okay? Whenever you go vote, you're just a pawn for the Lord's, whether it's the Lord's will or not, okay? Because he's going to have his way with all kings on this earth. And I believe he's really situating everybody in place. And whoever is elected in this next election with El-Sisi, Egypt, with Erdogan, Turkey, they go right up to the next Shemitah cycle, which is where things really move, my friends, just like we read in Daniel 4 as well, with Nebuchadnezzar being casted out for 7 years. Okay, so the Shemitah cycle is very important. The Feast of Trumpets is very important. And I just feel like the next 5 years is going to be really pivotal with what we believe will occur at the end of the age. It will either confirm it or it will tell us that we've got a little bit more to go. Okay, these next 5 years. But it is really, since the new Shemitah cycle has started, think about that. The last 2 years, this is the second year. of the new cycle, look at what's happened since that time. And I think the next 5.5 years will be something that, again, get your 3 glasses, get your popcorn ready, and whatever chocolate you like, Reese's Cup, whatever, because it will not be boring. But we must understand the biblical prophets. We must understand the right understanding of the biblical prophets so that when we can look at it, we're like, aha, that's what he's talking about. And you're seeing it, okay? And people have a hard time putting these 4 kingdoms with Iraq, Saddam Hussein, Persia, the Ayatollah, and also with Erdogan with Turkey. But that's exactly what you're seeing. You're seeing these nations, and Daniel 7 is going to confirm that tomorrow night. Daniel 8 is going to confirm that tomorrow night. It's going to show you the transition of of Iran and Turkey. That's the chapter that shows you the transition between the second and the third kingdom of the 4 kingdoms of Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. So again, my friends, we've got to put all of these things together. We've got to be Bereans. We can't fall into replacement eschatology. Get your mind away from Rome. Please look at Rome and you tell me if they are rising. Go look at their economy and you tell me if they are rising. Of course they're not rising, okay? And in fact, I have a eerie feeling they're going to be conquered, okay, by Islam, okay? The whole European Union is about, you're already seeing it, okay? And that's something for the American people to understand as well. So very important. I know I've gotten off on a lot of rabbit trails. I do have another rabbit trail if you guys want to listen to it, but that will wrap up the understanding of Daniel 2. We went through Daniel 1, Daniel 2, the statue dream, Daniel 3, Daniel 4, and we see the prophetic understanding of it. We see the historical understanding of it because Daniel tells you it's both, okay, historical and for the latter days. Super important to understand that. The 3 kingdoms that you will see throughout this series will be Babylon, Persia, and Grecian Empire, or Yavan, Western Turkey. Keep that in mind because tomorrow night, if you're with us tomorrow night for Shabbat, Daniel 7 and Daniel 8, we will go through, and I'm telling you, it will transition your prophetic understanding if you haven't looked at these 2 chapters together. Daniel 7 and Revelation 13, and then Daniel 8, it'll tell you straightforward that it is for the end of the age 3 times. Okay, and it shows you the transition between the modern day names of Iran and Turkey. And then after that, it takes you literally to Yeshua. So where's the Roman Empire in Daniel 8? If Gabriel, and we'll go through this tomorrow, if Daniel 8 is telling you, Gabriel's telling you that Daniel 8 is for the end of the age 3 times, Daniel, this is for the end. This is for the time of indignation, when the end shall be. He's saying that vision's for the end, and it's between Turkey and Iran. Then where is Rome when it splits off into 4 and then the Antichrist rises in Mesopotamia, in that Iraq, Syria? And we're going to go through this tomorrow night. It's very clear. Where is Rome? It's nowhere. We've got to look at all these scriptures together and get off of this. Everybody hates the Catholics, okay? And again, I'm not taking up for Catholicism. I think it's wrong. It's replacement theology. But again, the Catholics do not care about the Abrahamic covenant. They probably don't even know what that is, actually, because they're not reading the Torah. I don't mean that ugly. They just don't understand it. Okay, so we must understand it from that Torah perspective. And when you do that, my friends, a Torah-based gospel, the whole Bible lights up. Prophecy lights up. And again, it's not because none of us are just Mr. Prophecy or Mrs. Prophecy of the day. It's because we understand what the Torah says. We understand what the biblical prophets have said in the table of nations. And we understand that the prophets are not going to prophesy anything other than the table of nations. That's it. So if Rome or Germany or Russia or China or whoever else is not in the table of nations, America, then they're not in biblical prophecy. It's that simple, everybody. And we must understand that. Okay. So, again, the angel is going to tell us exactly who these people are, just like Daniel did in Daniel 2. Nebuchadnezzar, you, Babylon, are the king, are the first gold. Okay. And then you look at history on who came after them, as long as they conquered the land area of the previous empires. Okay. That's very important. That's a prerequisite. So we must understand that, my friends. Again, not to beat a dead horse, but it's just that important because of the indoctrination of replacement eschatology. Everybody's got Rome on their mind and everybody's looking at Europe when we should be looking at the Middle East and North Africa and enjoying what the prophets have I mean, you know how many prophets would have loved to live during this time? Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, to see all these prophecies come to fruition. And you and I have a front row seat. It's an honor. It's a blessing. It's a privilege to be a part of this, is to do our part in God's kingdom. And what a time to be living in. It's the greatest time to be living in, everybody, is the arrival of the Son of Man, Yeshua the Messiah, the stone to crush all of the empires that are rising in the Middle East and North Africa of today. It's really that beautiful, everybody. But thank you very much for being with us tonight. It's always a pleasure to be with everybody. I could talk about this stuff all night long, prophecy, because it's so amazing. But we can get into other conversations as well. I forgot one of the understandings. Well, I just remembered it. And if no one has anything to go on, I'll mention this understanding as well. If you guys remember, okay, so just because I'll forget when I start looking at the comments, okay? So remind me about Iraq and America, the curse of Iraq, okay? Because I think you're starting to see the accounts coming to close, okay, with America, okay? And I'm going to go through some of that with the spiritual understanding of it. But we'll go through some of the comments real quick. And I'm going to stand up real quick, right quick. I'm going to take myself out and stand up so my legs don't fall asleep in this chair. And let me stand up here. And let's go through some of the comments. And then if no one has anything, then I will kind of start the conversation that might lead to other conversations as well. So my friends, I really appreciate everybody joining us again. As always, thank you so much. It's an exciting time to be alive. Exciting time to look at all of these things in the Middle East and North Africa, what's going on in the world, how it pertains to the arrival of the Son of Man. And so thank you very much for staying with us tonight. Tomorrow, we'll be back with you again. And then Saturday day, we'll be back with you again as we finish up this week with Daniel 7 and 8. And then we'll go through Daniel 9 and 10 on the day of Shabbat, on Saturday. So we'll go through both of those, and it's really going to be eye-opening. And then we'll finish the book of Daniel probably next Shabbat, Daniel chapter 11 and 12. But shalom, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Marcia, great to see you. Shalom to you. I hope all is well. Truck Girl, great to see you again. Kel, Amy, the Great Commission, Anthony, great to see you guys as always. Thank you so much for being with us. Love your name, Shebrew Sherry. I like that. For people who have seen that, Shebrew Sherry, I love it. Shalom to you as well. Thank you again for being with us. And love this. I'm from Georgia, so howdy. Back to you, my friend. Isaac, it was great to see you, man. Thank you very much for being with us. As always, Denise, always thank you so much for everything and for being with us. We hope you and your family are well up in, I believe, New Jersey. Diane, we hope all is well in the beautiful state of Oregon. Shalom to you, and it's always nice that you're with us. D. French, it's good to see you. I hope all is well wherever you may be, and always great to have you with us as well. Okay, if I can pronounce this, Graciela Lou, I love your name. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Shalom to you as well. Thank you so much for being with us, and we hope to see you again soon. And Faith, always great to see you. Shalom to you. And thank you for being a part of it as well. We really appreciate it. And my friend Evan, always great to see you, my friend. Shalom to you. My beautiful brothers and sisters, it is prayer for all of us to be diligent in using our time wisely so that we all may know more and more. Like Chad said, Yahweh gives a preview. That's right, he does. And he gives it to those who are in the scriptures, right? Who are the Bereans, looking at the scriptures, kind of wrestling with these things, in a good way, wrestling with them. So thank you so much for that, Evan. Shalom to you, brother. Hope all's well. And here's a praise report. Yes, I want to say thank you for everyone's prayers. I can see the difference, and we will keep praying. And thank you for sharing that praise report. Hallelujah. Praise God. And shalom to you, Heather. Thank you so much for joining us, Snowkeeper. And we hope that you are staying warm out in cold Alaska. Yep, that is Heather. Thank you so much for joining us. Great to see you as always. Okay, so she says, verse 33, are those descriptions similar to something deeper? Okay, so let me get to verse 33, and she's probably talking about, I believe, let's see, what time was it? 8. I think she was talking about Daniel 4. So let me get, um, okay, that's Daniel 5. And we'll go through Daniel 5 with Daniel 9 on Saturday. So we're going to skip tomorrow, Daniel 5 and 6. Daniel 6 is the lion's den. Okay, everybody knows the story. So we'll read Daniel 5 because that's prophetic and it goes with what we're trying to say with Daniel 9. And you'll see how those two work together perfectly. And the book of Daniel is not in order, so we have to sometimes rearrange it so it will read in order, so to speak. So let me try to find this for Heather here. Verse 33. Let's see, are those descriptions similar to something deeper? So I guess she is speaking about Daniel 4. Heather, if I'm misunderstanding, please tell me it's Daniel 2. Okay, and I'll go to Daniel 2. But we'll read Daniel 4 in verse 33. This is what it says. Okay, and we'll take it in context. And so we'll go up to verse 31. While the word was in the king's mouth, a voice came from heaven saying, King Nebuchadnezzar, to you it is said, the kingdom has been removed from you, and you will be driven away from mankind, and your place of habitation will be with the beast of the field. You will be given grass to eat like cattle. And 7 periods of time will pass over you until you know that the Most High is the powerful ruler over the kingdom of mankind and gives to it whomever he wishes. Amen. And this is the verse where she was asking about. Immediately the word concerning Nebuchadnezzar was accomplished. He was driven away from mankind and began eating grass like cattle, and his body was drenched with the dew of heaven until his hair had grown like eagle feathers and his nail like bird claws. Okay, I'll be honest with you. For me, I personally can't right at this moment probably symbolize something different for you or something more in depth. Okay, because when I read it, and again, I can spend more time with it. I'm sure everybody can as well. But when I read it, it's just a judgment upon him that he was going to be changed from a man to a beast. Okay, and that's what I believe. It reminds me of another verse. I can't think of it right now about a man to a beast. Okay, because the beast, he was stood up on his 2 feet. Okay, we'll read that in the prophets somewhere. I can't remember where it is right now. That's what it reminded me of. But again, I think it's just talking about the judgment of Nebuchadnezzar because of his arrogance. He was going to be not the king. He wasn't even going to be like a man. He was going to be like a beast of the field of his judgment. Okay, until he recognized what he needed to recognize with the God of heaven. So I can't personally see anything in depth personally, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, and I'll continue to kind of look at the scripture, Heather, to see what else kind of pops out. But right now, I personally can't give any deeper revelation. And again, not saying that there's not any there, because I'm sure there is something there. So if anybody has any revelation, they can opine in the comments as well. But thank you for that, Heather. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Let's see here. I'm sorry about this, guys. Just trying to get to another slide. So we'll just put that up. All right. Let's see. So again, Heather, my apologies. I can't see anything deeper at the moment, but again, not saying that there's not anything deeper, but we will continue to search for that. Okay, so, but who are the holy saints that the Antichrist is going to overcome? Okay, so that is the believers. Okay, that's the believers in Yeshua. So again, that's why I say that there's no rapture. So people will be here on this earth, Christians and the Jews, and the Jewish people will flee to the mountain. The ones who listen to Yeshua will flee to the mountains. Okay, and then he will come after the ones who do keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus. So that's talking about the Christians who keep the commandments. Okay, so who he is coming about, and who is he overcoming, in my personal opinion. That's right. Yeah. And again, what Denise is saying is actually absolutely right. No man knows the day or the hour, even though that is referring to the Feast of Trumpets. No one knows the day or the hour on that. I mean, just think about it. I mean, all the time zones that we have. Okay. I mean, Israel's got a different time zone than we have in America. So no one's going to know the day or the hour just in that, so I think Denise would agree with this, is, the Great Commission. That's where we need to be focused on right now. And again, the rapture, I promise you, will take care of itself if we're all understanding it's the Feast of Trumpets, following God's commandments, the calendar, all these beautiful things. No one's going to miss the rapture because you're going to be in tune with God. You're going to be in alignment with him, just like Paul says in 1 Corinthians 5, that the believers will understand the times and the seasons. The ones who are in darkness will not understand the times and the seasons. The faithful church will. The lukewarm church and the dead church will not. If you read the dead church in Revelation, it says that, is that I'll come upon you as a thief in the night, So how's that? Okay, if someone's going to be caught as a thief in the night, then that means they don't understand the calendar. They don't understand the feast days and the prophetic understanding of them. They don't understand the prophetic timeline. They're not in alignment with God. Okay, and that's unfortunately modern day Christianity. And I say this in love to everybody, that we need to be praying for the remnant to come out of her, because they don't understand God's calendar. They don't understand the feast days, covenant theology. So when it comes to prophecy and eschatology, they have a replacement of it because there's replacement theology. Does that make sense? So if you have the wrong theology, you'll have the wrong eschatology pretty much all the time. I know a few people, handful of people, who are in replacement theology worshiping, but they do have the right understanding of eschatology. So again, it's very rare, but it's always good to have the right theology and eschatology, because without the theology, most believers, Christians, will have the wrong eschatology. That's why people are looking at Rome, and whenever you talk to someone about it, they do not want to hear you, because Rome is what's been indoctrinated to them so much that they will not be open to the scriptures on any other empire, even if you show them this, even if you show them that Rome's not a part of it according to the maps, they're still going to not believe it. Okay, so again, you can't do anything about that. So it's very important as a believer to have all of these things in your tool chest, the calendar, the feast days, to worship on them, okay? And then also to understand prophetically Yeshua, the covenants, all of these basic, primary, foundational principles that we have to read according to the Holy Bible. It's just like this. And once we understand the literal references to the Holy Bible with prophecy, okay, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, the ones we went through last night on the first part of the series, it all makes sense. Daniel's not going to come against Jeremiah or Ezekiel or Isaiah. Okay, the countries that they have literally prophesied about, they will come to fruition. Okay, they're literal references to the nations in the Middle East and North Africa, which will consist of the Antichrist kingdom. You see, so all of those names we read last night are going to be in the Antichrist kingdom. Okay, pretty much. Okay, I do believe Arabia is the harlot. They will not be the Antichrist kingdom. They're the harlot, but they are in partnership with the beast, as we read in Revelation 17. The woman's riding the beast. Okay, so there's two different entities, but they're together. And then at the end, the beast will burn the harlot with Iran, Isaiah 21. So other than that, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, Libya, Sudan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, that's the beast kingdom. Okay, Daniel tells you three of the kings in Daniel 11, 40 through 43 is Libya, Egypt, and Sudan. It says Ethiopia, but it's Cush, which in the Bible, that's Sudan. Okay, and then tomorrow night, we're going to read, I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody, before tomorrow night, you're going to see Turkey become great at the end of the age. Daniel tells you three times this prophecy is for the end. Daniel 8, the transition between Turkey and Iran. And Turkey is going to become great. And then it's going to break up into four horns. And we all know that horns are kings. So four of the kings will come out of that Turkey region of Syria, that area. Three of the kings are Libya, Egypt, Sudan. So there's 7 of the 10 literally for you in the scriptures. People don't want to hear that because they think the Antichrist is going to rule the whole world, and it's the whole world. Daniel would disagree with that. Isaiah would disagree with that. Jeremiah and Ezekiel would disagree with that. And Moses would disagree with that. The Table of Nations would disagree with that. So we must understand that again, scripture by scripture, if we look at it in the end of the age that they tell us, that these countries are literally mentioned, okay? Libya, Egypt, Sudan, 4 out of Turkey. We'll see that tomorrow night. Daniel 8, whoever joins us tomorrow, you'll see that 4 kings or 4 horns rise out of Turkey once it becomes great, okay? And they might control Syria or Iraq at that time, okay, great. But 4 horns, 4 kings will rise up, and out of those 4, the Antichrist will rise. Okay, so it tells you Mesopotamia is where the Antichrist will rise. Okay, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, that area. Okay, that's Daniel 8. Daniel 7, there's 10 kings. And then after the 10 kings, then you have the little horn. So there's got to be 10 kings in place, then Antichrist. So the Antichrist will rise out of one of those 10 kings in the Middle East and North Africa. Well, then Daniel 8, it gets a little bit more specific. The 4 horns, the 4 kings out of Turkey, he's going to rise from, which is the same area as Nimrod, same area as Nebuchadnezzar, same area as Antiochus Epiphanes IV, the Hanukkah story, the same area. God is very, very consistent with everything, ways to worship, prophecy, people, kings, Iraq, Mesopotamia. That is where it is, my friends, not in Rome, not in Europe, not in Germany. You will never find any of those names in the Holy Bible. You will find Rome about 16 times, mostly in the New Testament, of course, in Acts and on forward, and not one time is it mentioned in destruction. Why not? If it's the beast kingdom, if it's the Antichrist kingdom, why isn't Messiah coming to Rome, coming to Venice, coming to all of these cities in Rome or in Italy? Okay, why not? Why isn't he coming to Munich, Germany? Why isn't he going to Switzerland? Why isn't he going to Spain, Barcelona? None of that. Okay, and I'm not trying to be funny, but seriously, none of that's in the Bible. What is in the Bible is Isaiah 63, Isaiah 34, Isaiah 19. All of these scriptures that point to Egypt, that point to Sudan, that point to Turkey, Lydia, that point to Edom, Jordan, Arabia, Lebanon. I mean, it's really, the evidence is really throughout the entire Holy Bible. If you're in a court of law and you present a Roman Antichrist and a Islamic Antichrist, it's not even a conversation when you look at the biblical prophets and you look at the Torah. It's just not, because you got to go by the original revelation of Torah first and the biblical prophets, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel first, the little references, then go to Daniel and the symbolic understanding, because when someone mentions the Roman Empire, that's easy to debunk, but we shouldn't even have to go to history and show you how the Roman Empire did not conquer Parthia. We shouldn't even have to go to that, because we should all understand that the biblical prophets were prophesying through the table of nations. That's prophecy 101. We should always go there first. And that, of course, they're going to prophesy through that. Okay. And no other prophet is going to come against that. When we get to the book of Revelation, John says about the the 6th kingdom, and the one I'm living in now, the 6th, is Rome, basically. He's just saying that because that's the empire he was living in. If it was the Spaniard Empire, he'd say, hey, I'm living in Spain. It's the 6th one, and then the one after that. And that's what he was saying with Rome, with Revelation 17 and 18 and 13. The 7 heads is what I'm talking about, the 7 kingdoms. He's saying the 5th one he's living, or the 6th one he's living in. And then the next one that comes after the 6th one, the 7th, will be the Antichrist kingdom, because it'll be wounded and then it'll come back as the 8th. Okay, Rome can't be the 6th, 7th, and the 8th. That doesn't make any sense. He just said, hey, Rome's it. The one I'm living in is it. Okay, he would have said that. He didn't say that. He said the one after the one I'm living in is the one that will be wounded, and it will come back stronger at the end. The Ottoman Empire, Grecian Empire, the Middle Eastern Empire, if you want to call it, the Antichrist kingdom. Okay, so we must put that in context. So even John tells you it's not the Roman Empire if we read what he says. He says he's living in the Roman Empire. That's it. And then the one after that is the bad one, and it will be wounded. 1923-24, the Ottoman Empire was wounded after 400, 500 years of control in the Middle East. I mean, huge empire. And then it will come back later. And we are starting to see that with Turkey right now, which is the Ottoman or the Grecian Empire. Think of it like Messiah said, Turkey is where Satan's throne is. It's in Pergamus, Turkey, and that is in Turkey. Western Turkey, Revelation 2, Messiah himself tells you that the Antichrist, Satan's throne, is in Turkey. It's where he dwells. Those are present tense language in the English language. So again, I don't know why people are looking at Rome or looking at anywhere else, because Messiah himself has told you that Satan's throne is in Turkey, and it's where he dwells is in Turkey. That's out of God himself in Revelation 2. So I'm going to trust that instead of Rome and all these things that people want to plug into because of the hatred of the Jewish people and all the hatred of the Catholics, of these things. So my friends, it's really important to understand what the Table of Nations does to biblical prophecy. That's it. That's the world that they live in, which is basically what you're looking at right now. Take out Europe, Just basically what you're looking at. You can even take out the middle southern parts of Africa. You can even take out the country that I own over there, Chad. Right? I own that country, everybody. You can even take that out. We're not a part of the Antichrist kingdom over there, okay? I'm just kidding. It's not my country, okay? But anyhow, we've got to get serious about who's involved and who's not involved, because yes, it does matter, because people will be caught as a thief in the night. Remember that. That's a common thread in the New Testament, is being caught as a thief in the night. And how do you get caught as a thief in the night? Not understanding God's calendar, not understanding the feast days of when his return is going to be, and also how to celebrate and who's the players that he's coming against. And again, that's why they're called prophets, is because that's why God raised them, is to prophesy through their day with the ultimate fulfillment in their time. I'm going to mention something real quick since we're at the bottom here, and make sure I've spoken to everybody. But shalom to you, Tom. Thank you so much for joining us again. I'm excited for you to go to Mount Sinai. I'm super excited for you. I can't wait to hear about it. Safe travels. I forget when you're going, but safe travels, and man, have a great time. Safe travel. Okay, Shemuel, shalom to you, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us as always. It's always great to see you. And thank you very much for that. We really appreciate it. Okay. Okay, yes, and I'm mistaken. She is not in New Jersey. She is in Rhode Island. Okay, so excuse me for that. Excuse me for that, Denise. So in Rhode Island, I believe Catherine's from New Jersey. So sorry about that, Denise. And good night to you as well. So I do want to mention this real quick. And again, this is just my own thoughts. This is not prophesying. This is not nothing. Okay, this is just me talking to you guys as my friends and what I personally am seeing. I believe there's always a spiritual understanding to judgment before the actual judgment comes. There's always a spiritual understanding of it. Okay, and we've talked about it before, how America is really skating on thin ice. Okay, as we all know, with our debt, with our politicians, with the condition of the church, and all of these things, we all know where America is. There's no need to go into that. But what I'm talking about is what we have done across seas. You know, our politicians, what they've done across seas for 20 years at least, if not more. Okay, I'll say beyond that, but for the last 20, let's just focus on since 2001, because really that is a starting point to a lot of bad things in American history. 2001. I know the 70s, the 60s, of course, Vietnam, of course, but let's just go from 2001. And I believe that the Iraq War caused a curse on this nation. Okay, I really believe that. I think if you can look back from 2001, 9/11 to now, I think it's pretty simple to see that this nation's been cursed. Okay, financially we've been cursed. We're in debt, 34 trillion. We've got apostasy everywhere. We got Baal worship. We got Moloch worship, abortion. You name it. You guys know what's going on. And I'm not trying to. Again, I love America. Okay, this is what I'm saying. It's because I love America. Okay, is this right here is what we've done across seas. You're starting to see the manifestations of it over here. Okay, and I know some people might not agree with that, but again, what we do over there, it will come upon our land as well. I mean, that's just the way the golden rule works. Okay, individuals, nations. I mean, you just don't go act like a moron and then don't think they're just going to come back to you individually or as a nation. Well, my friends, what the politicians have done, including the president since 2003, is we have invaded. I'm not talking about the people we should have invaded, okay, with 9/11, okay? I'm talking about the invasion of Iraq, 2003. That put a curse on this nation, okay, financially. Look at us, we're 34 trillion in debt. Our budget was balanced before that, okay? Bill Clinton, say what you want to say about Clinton, but he balanced the budget, okay? So our budget was balanced when George W. Bush came into office, okay? And 9/11 happened. We did what we did. 2003 came around and we went into Iraq, and that caused a curse on our nation. Look at our debt since that time. We have not been the same. It's only escalated, and many other reasons for that, but it's still the curse that comes with doing wrong to other nations. We invaded their borders. Stay with me because I'm going to bring it on home. We've invaded their borders of Iraq. We had no reason as a nation to go into the borders of Iraq. I don't care what they say. There was no weapons of mass destruction. It was a money thing, period. That's it. I mean, come on, think about it. These greedy politicians in Washington, of course, oil, gas, gold, money. Please watch War Dogs, the movie. I mean, watch all these videos and then we'll show you that. So, of course, it was about money. And then Obama, 2011, we had the idea, well, let's go invade another border of Libya and let's get Gaddafi out, okay? And again, not taking up for these people. They're evil people, Saddam and Gaddafi, but we have no right to do that as a nation, okay? To go into someone's border on the ground and invade their country, okay? Syria, we started to do the same thing, but that got kind of throttled with China, Russia, and Iran to kind of prop up Assad. So what I'm trying to say to everybody, in Yemen, go look at Yemen, go look at Sudan, go look at Yugoslavia, go look everywhere, okay? And again, I love America, but the politicians have caused a curse on this nation by their behavior across seas as the dictator, not the superpower, the dictator. It's okay to be the superpower, of course it is, to superpower the world and to monitor the world in a superpower godly manner. These guys have been the dictators, especially the last 20 years, invading countries and borders of countries and to do what they needed to do to whatever their reason is. Okay, and I understand about protecting the standard of the currency. I understand all of that. And that's the reason why they're going to war, is to protect the standard reserve of the US dollar because of BRICS and all these nations that are coming against America. But look at the accounts that are starting to close for America, and for every American to understand what we do over there by these politicians who represent us, it will come back to the citizens of our nation. We went through Iraq and we displaced and we killed 500,000 Iraqis, okay, and displaced a lot of them, okay. We've got to understand that is no good, okay. No good, okay, with the borders. And now look at what's happening, okay? Look at America now. Look at the spiritual understanding of the judgment that's coming, okay? We've invaded borders. Well, look at our southern border right now. It's being invaded. What you do will come back to us, and that is a spiritual understanding of what God is doing to America right now. In my personal opinion, we've invaded Iraq. We've invaded Libya. We've invaded a lot of areas that we had no business doing it because of the almighty dollar. And now it's coming back to come home, okay? Look at Texas right now, okay? Look at the oil fields that we burned over in Iraq. You remember the scene, all those oil fields pitched up and burning. Y'all remember the scene in 2003, okay? Burning the oil fields. Well, look at Texas right now. Look at the burning of 1 million acres going on right now. So the judgment's coming, my friends. Like I said before, the accounts are open. And it's not going to be pretty because there will be a reconciliation of those accounts. What you do, America's not the great that people think they are, okay? God will still judge America, okay? We're not untouchable, everybody, okay? Israel was not untouchable twice. He judged them, he destroyed them, he exiled them. So if he destroyed his promised land and exiled the people, then I promise you America is not better believe that America could be destroyed as well, okay, is what I'm saying. And you're seeing that. You've never seen the border as contentious as it is right now. Look at what's going on. It's an invasion of our border. I think that's common sense. Just look at it. Okay, forget the political side of it. Forget the politics. I could care less. It's an invasion of the border because we've invaded their borders. Okay, Iraq. Okay, Syria. Egypt, we're part of that revolution as well. America's had its hands in those revolutions in 2012, Libya. We're going to go through some of these things. And again, you're seeing the spiritual judgment come on. Our border is a nightmare. It's an invasion of the border because we've invaded the border of other countries. Texas is on fire because George W. Bush from Texas went over to Iraq and did all the things to the oil fields that they did as well. So again, it gets very personal with these things, and it's important to elect the right leaders because these leaders have caused judgment to come back on America, especially George Bush and Barack Obama. Those two presidents have caused a lot of judgment to come back on America because of what their behavior was and the administration with the nations over in the Middle East. We have no right to go into Iraq, no right. We're not the United Nations, we're the United States, okay? We had no right to do Libya, okay, and then leave our ambassador over there with some soldiers who got killed in Benghazi. My friends, the accounts are open. Unfortunately, it's going to come back to America's citizens, okay, and the politicians as well, but it's going to come back to the citizens. And you're seeing that with the border, and you're seeing that in Texas right now with the fires, 1 million acres. You only see that in California. You don't see that in Texas. Okay, you see that because of what George W. Bush, who is from Texas or lives in Texas, during that time, he did to Iraq. It's coming back. It's coming back to the border. And there's many other things coming back, okay, with the division of the promised land as well. You got to be careful with that, America, because if you divide that land, go read Joel 3, go read Matthew 25. And then I believe if that happens, which it says it's going to happen because they divided his land, is what Joel 3 says. So I'm going to trust the prophet that that will happen. And it has happened. They have split up that land. They have cut and diced the promised land up throughout the last 80 years since 48. It's been unbelievable. Okay, with the Golan Heights, with the Sinai Peninsula, with West Bank, with Judea and Samaria, with Gaza, they've already split it up. So there's judgment coming, my friends. It already is, as you can see, on the southern border. And I believe that it's only going to get worse if we don't repent, if we continue to doing these things we're doing. Look at what we're doing with Ukraine and Russia. Please do your research. I'm not taking up for Russia. I'm not taking up for Putin. I'm an American. I support America. I do not support the politicians who are going over with the proxy war, because that's all that it is, okay, is a proxy war. And we need to be keeping the 80 billion they want to send over there. I mean, could you imagine what our country could do with all this money they're sending across seas? I mean, our homeless problem, we've got people who are unemployed. We've got people who are hurting, American citizens who are hurting, and we care more about other people's citizens than our own citizens. Now, I love everybody, and let's take care of everybody that we can, but let's not forget our citizens as well, our veterans, our homeless, people in the streets that we have, okay, in the cold weather states. It does make sense because we all know what's going on. But again, it's just anti-American. This is treason. All of these people, if our founding fathers were here, none of these people would be there. Okay, they'd be all gone. And I think we understand that. Okay, I think everybody can do their brainstorm on that themselves, but none of this nonsense would be going on, okay, because all it is stealing, all it is thievery, is ripping off the taxpayers of the American people to support proxy wars so they get kickbacks in their bank accounts. It's very simple. It's the scam of the century, okay? It's the biggest scam of all time is the U.S. government with the taxpayers of the U.S. citizens. That's the biggest scam of all time, is our government ripping off the citizens of America and spending all this money across seas so they can get kickbacks. It's very easy, very simple, okay? It doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't do it. That's why it's so obvious what they are doing. When we have homeless problems, when our border is wide open, I mean, instead of sending all that money to Ukraine to stop their border, why don't we send our military to stop our border? Have you ever thought about that? It makes no sense, right? So there's a reason for that, and it's called the money. And like I've always told you guys, always follow the money. These politicians, including presidents, are getting wealthy off of the drugs and off of the sex child trafficking that's going on. They are involved. Not every one of them, of course, but the elite are. The elite politicians that you know of, they are involved. And of course, we could close the border anytime. We could have done that 50 years ago, but they did not, because that money, okay, that they're getting kickbacks on. It doesn't make any sense. Put the military down there and it'll resolve it. That's what Egypt did with Gaza. Did you see what El-Sisi did? Go look at Egypt, see how they're banged up next to Gaza in Israel. That's what they did. El-Sisi, who's a military guy, he sent his army to the border to make sure that there was not going to be any nonsense going on with people crossing their border. The United States is the only country that allows people just to come on in. Just come on in, welcome. You know, the taxpayers will pay for it. So the burden that the politicians have put on the taxpayers of the U.S. is amazing, okay? It's really second to none, okay, with the taxes and things like that. So they can just send all these billions of dollars over to cross seas when we've got major problems with our country, with our people, with our church, with our government. As we all know, this is not bashing America. This is just being real talk and straightforward. I mean, we've got major issues and we all love America. Excuse me, we all love America. So until we elect the right politicians and the right presidents in office to stop this nonsense with the border and all these things. But again, the judgment's going to come no matter what, okay? And that's my concern about America, is we've got a lot of open accounts that we have done across seas, and we have upheavaled a lot of innocent people in Syria and Iraq and in Libya and in Egypt and in Yemen and in Sudan. We've been a part of that, where people are killed. I mean, Hundreds of thousands of people are killed because of the blood on our hands. Okay, you don't think that's coming back to us? Of course it is. And it's going to come to the citizens, okay, just like it does to all citizens of Libya, of Iraq, of Syria. It affected the citizens more than anybody. So I say this in concern, and I say this in welfare. You don't think all these people coming across, they say, what, 7 million people? And I think that's probably low. 7 million people have come in under Joe Biden's watch in 3 years. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's larger than 35, 34 states, their population. Okay. I think the stats will say. So you're talking about, say, you think they're coming for good intentions? Of course not. Excuse me. They're not coming for good intentions. One day there's going to be a bad day, or there's going to be a bad couple of days. And again, what you do to other people is going to be done to you. That's why it's so important to elect the best person that we possibly can in office, because their behavior will come back upon the citizens. Just like we've seen in Israel, just like we look at 586 BC, look at 70 AD, it came back on the citizens. You know, the behavior of the citizens and also the politicians as well, and the leaders, the kings, it came upon the people as well as the leaders twice. Okay, so we must understand that. America, and we're going to go through a video on America and show the difference, how America was tremendously blessed by God in the beginning of its reign as the kingdom, as the superpower of the world. In the World War I, World War II, we were the dominant superpower, getting all the favor. We were a creditor nation, not a debtor nation. You know, we did accordingly to the best of our ability, which I know there was a lot of replacement theology going on, but you know what I mean. I mean, for compared to right now, morality compared to back then, I think you guys can see the difference in the morality of our nation back in the 40s and the 50s compared to right now, you know, with everything, you know. So we must understand that there was a transition happening with America, and it was on that Shemitah cycle. And again, we're going to do a video on this. I'm just talking. I mean, it's, you know, why not, right? With all my friends. So we'll just talk about it. But we have to understand that the Shemitah cycle does affect America as well. It has from World War I to World War II, 73 to 80 and on forward, every 7 years. This last Shemitah cycle, or Shemitah, was really the first one that you can really tell that it didn't really have a transitional effect on America. But we're going to go through that, and America is in that Shemitah understanding as well. And my friends, you've got a solar eclipse coming on April 8th to America. Okay, 7 years almost exactly from 2017. Okay, so again, America is ripe for judgment, ripe for judgment. Okay, I think we can all agree with that. That's pretty easy to understand if you understand what the Bible preaches, which we all do, you know, with morality, with the golden rule, treating others, not being, when you're the superpower of the world, not being the dictator of the world, to be it in a good way. You know, you can control the world in a superpower way with the currency, the standard, without doing what we've done. Okay, it's called negotiations. It's called being good business people. Okay, it's not, hey, let's just go to war so that we can all make money and put a curse on our country for the citizens. Okay, these people just want war, every one of them. Okay, Republican and Democrat, Lindsey Graham, all of them. Okay, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell. Thank God he's leaving. Thank you for ripping us off for 40 years. Take your butt back to Kentucky and good luck. Okay, but the bottom line is these people are warmongers. Okay, that's all they are. Dick Cheney was a warmonger. Bush, warmonger. All of these people are warmongers. Obama is a warmonger. Hillary Clinton, warmonger. Where are they? They need to be in court, international court. Actually, George Bush and Tony Blair from Britain, Obama, Clinton, they need to be in international court. Okay, with war crimes. They're war criminals is what they are. So people need to understand that. So when the people get so affiliated with a Democrat or a Republican, I think that's major error, because these people, most of them are false people. Most of them are evil people. I know there's good people up there on both sides. There's a remnant. There always is. Maybe one or two on each side, maybe one on each side, who knows? But the majority of these people are ripping the American people off, especially the elite of the politicians. And you guys know who all those are. Okay, look, Republican and Democrat, every one of them want war. Look at Nikki Haley, who's running for Republican. War, Russia, war, Taiwan. Let's go to war. Middle East, let's go to war everywhere. So both Republican and Democrat are involved in this, okay? Both of them are. So whenever they speak, please listen, because they tell you everything. And this election, I think, is going, all elections are, but it's going to be interesting to see who God puts in this place of the presidency of the United States, because it's going to be very prophetic with the Middle East. But I don't know if people think of it like that, but if you look at what happened over in Iraq, and you look at what happened in Libya and many other places, look at what happens on our border right now. We've illegally gone into other borders, and now people are illegally coming into our border because of the judgment that we've done. Okay. And that's just, to me, simple to understand. Now, I'm not speaking or prophesying or doing none of that. That's just my own personal opinion when I look at things and how God works. It's kind of like this. 2005, George W. Bush, again, it all started with Bush, with the curse of America, and then Obama added to that. But George W. Bush, 2005, in August, went over to, or told Ariel Sharon, who was the prime minister at the time of Israel, he forced him to evacuate Gaza. Okay, you can read this for yourself. He forced them, get out of there, get the Jews out of Gaza. Do you know that's the land of Judah? That's Yeshua's tribe, okay? The land of Judah, that's Yeshua's area, Gaza. You know, George W. Bush, of course, he doesn't know that. And he forced Ariel Sharon to get the Jewish people out of there. Well, look what happened. A year later, look who came in control, Hamas. How did that work for us? Well, look what happened October 7th. Okay, so again, we must understand these people are doing evil things over there, okay? Number one, we have no business telling Israel what to do at all, okay? And what George W. Bush did on that day with Gaza, he told them to evacuate Gaza. Well, what happened? When he told them to evacuate that, there was a hurricane coming in the Gulf at that time. It was called Hurricane Katrina. And about 48 hours after he told them that, and they were forced to evacuate, we were evacuating Louisiana. It's called measure for measure. It's called eye for eye. What you do is going to come back to you. It's called the golden rule. And think about that. We told the Jewish people to evacuate their homeland, okay, Gaza, get rid of the settlements. New Orleans was evacuating them, okay? So it's called eye for eye, measure for measure, and that's how God works, okay? And that's any nation, okay? And just look at it. Look at Nebuchadnezzar, who we saw tonight. Look at Babylon. Babylon invaded Israel. Jeremiah 25 calls Nebuchadnezzar, God calls him his servant. Okay, I'm going to bring my servant against you. Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. So he brought Nebuchadnezzar against Israel. 70 years later, Babylon was judged, okay, by Medo-Persia. That's how it works, okay? Even if America was ordained to go over to Iraq by God in the heavenly tablets to begin this end of the age process with Iraq, Iran, Turkey, all that, even if it was ordained by God, look at what Nebuchadnezzar did. You're still going to get judged by it because you're doing something, he's going to allow you to do it for his purposes, but then he's going to judge you, just like he did with Nebuchadnezzar because Babylon was evil. Okay, well, America, do you think America is righteous? I don't know if anybody can say that the land of America is righteous. We've got a remnant of believers in America who are righteous, who are the remnant, but America is not a Christian country. It is a pagan country, it's a Babylonian country, it's a witchcraft country, okay? Baal, Moloch, okay? We've got Jezebel, we've got all of these evil going on in our country, okay? And I know the world does as well, but that doesn't give us a pass. I mean, we should be doing our part, but the church hasn't done their part, or we would not be in the position that we're in today, okay? The church should have major impacts on the society of a country, okay? That's what the church is for, okay? Synagogue, church, whatever. That's what it's for. We should not leave it to the government to decide these things about morality because guess what? This is what you get. Look at America right now, killing babies. Obviously, homosexuality is in the law books, marrying between women and women, male and male, obviously against God's law and the councils of heaven. So I don't think anybody could say America is a Christian country. I don't think there's any country out there that I know of that is just really pro-Christian in their beliefs. I know some maybe in Ethiopia, Kenya, I mean, they're very Christian as a country, doesn't believe in abortion, no same-sex marriage. Those are the countries that Obama and Biden and the vice presidents of those people, they go against. and say, hey, we've got some money for you, but you better bow down to homosexuality or no money. I mean, that's Obama, that's Biden, that's Kamala Harris, rainbow jacket going over there. So we have to understand this, that our leaders have caused a curse on this nation, and judgment is ripe for this nation. You're already seeing it, and the impact of this that it's going to have on the civil services and the financial services of this country. You're already seeing it implode, okay? We love everybody, okay? I love the illegal aliens, okay, who come over here illegal. They're illegal though, okay? I love them as human beings, but I can't go to Mexico and cross their border and say, hey, okay, great. Give me some Coronas and a peso. Let's go, and a burrito. Of course not. Okay, you can't do that to any country. You can't go to Canada. You can't go to Mexico. You can't go to Cuba. You can't go to the Bahamas. You've got to go legally. And that's where it is. But again, if we cross borders illegally, then people are going to cross our borders illegally. It's called the golden rule. So I don't know if people think about that or about these things, but again, America is right here, guys. I don't see the politicians repenting. I don't see the church repenting. I don't see any of that, going on until judgment comes. When judgment comes, then you'll see people coming back to the true ways to worship. You'll see people come back to the Lord. You'll see everything turn around once people start repenting and people get the if they get the homosexuality and also the abortion, which they have out of the law books of the Supreme Court, but the states still want death. And that's amazing, because God has given that right to the people of the states. He allowed thank God, the Supreme Court to overturn the abortion, Roe versus Wade. He's given it down to the states. And now the people have told God that they want death as a whole, not me or you, not most of us, or not a lot of us, but most of the people, according to the polls, according to the votes in the states, is they want death. And guess what? They're going to get death. Okay, it's called the sickle of the sword, the famine, and the pestilence. Just like the prophet Jeremiah says, if any nation, in Jeremiah 18, any nation, not just Israel. Remember, he's a prophet to the nations, okay, not just to Israel. Jeremiah 1, Jeremiah 46 through 52, we read last night, to the nations. If any nation in Jeremiah 18 comes against the Lord with these things, they're going to be judged. I mean, that's just common sense, especially a nation who pretends to be a Christian nation, okay? They're going to be judged. A nation that once knew God, Israel, once knew God, they're going to be judged with it. And I think that you are only seeing the beginning of that judgment for many reasons that we talk about with the Jewish people, Jeremiah 16, the fishermen and the hunters, with judgment in itself, with the American people, with the church. He's trying to get all of our attention here in America to wake up, start preaching the Torah-based gospel, and start worshiping the right way, and get away from all the Babylonian pagan days and Roman pagan days, because they're the same. So he's trying to get our attention, but I don't know if we're listening to him as a group of people in America. As the church in America, we're not, because even the church is divided in so many different ways, and the politicians are divided in so many different ways. And just like with Israel, what happened to Israel? Israel was divided like you've never seen, with protest about the government, before October 7th. And then look what happened. God allowed that to happen. So God will allow these things, because now you have Israelis coming together pretty much. I mean, there's still a lot of protests going on with the hostages, but if it wasn't for the hostages being over there, then I think they would be more united than they were before October 7th. So he wants us to be united. A divided kingdom cannot stand. The Republicans and the Democrats are so divided. I want to divide them, okay, and get rid of both of them, okay? But they're so divided, and the church is so divided, and you're going to see, just like you're seeing, like I said, you're seeing the Christian church, both sides, Republican and Democrat, have idolatry with the presidents. The Democrats, the liberals, okay, they supported Obama. Idolatry. It got to idolatry. Of course it did. Okay. And then Trump, with the other side of the church, idolatry. So it'll be interesting to see. I've seen some things with his wife, Michelle Obama, is going to run. Whether that happens or not, you'll see a divided church. Okay. You'll have people idolize Michelle Obama and Barack Obama. Thank God they're back in the White House. And then you'll have people idolizing if Trump runs or whoever else. You'll have idolatry like you've never seen, in a division of our country. We need a uniter, and we don't have a uniter. Okay. I haven't seen a uniter to unite the people. I haven't seen that. So Obama's not a uniter, he's a divider. Okay, so we must understand that. Some would believe that Trump is a divider, not a uniter. Okay, so you have very polarizing people in the presidency, and that's never good to a certain degree, because people are polarized by it, and people will be idolatry, okay, about Obama. I mean, you saw it. I mean, go rewind to when he was elected. And I understand some of it because he was the first minority president, first black president. And again, hey, I get it. I understand that. But it fell into idolatry, okay? Trump fell into idolatry with the people. So it'll be interesting to see if it's Michelle Obama versus Trump, or if Trump can run, or whoever. It's going to be interesting to see, and this nation will be torn apart by the seams. Okay, it will be torn apart by the seams. So I hope, I'm not even going to say that, but I hope I hope it doesn't get torn apart from the seams, because a divided kingdom can't stand. But in my opinion, for what we've done over there, we've divided countries over there. We've caused civilian unrest over there. We've caused government anarchy over there. Well, guess what's going to come back to America? Since we've caused that in Iraq, we've caused that in Libya. We were part of it in Egypt. We were trying to do it in Syria. We've done it in Yemen. We've done it in Sudan. We've done it in Yugoslavia. We've been the dictators of the world, everybody, the last 20 years for sure. And these people are evil people, okay? The hierarchy of our politicians, they are evil, okay, to do these kind of things to civilians that are innocent, okay? And if you know me, you'll come to know me. I'm for the people. I'm not for any government. I'm for the people, okay? I'm for the people of Iraq, for the people of Iran, for the people of America, for the people of Europe. Not for the governments of Europe, for the government of America, for the governments of whatever. The governments are evil, and the world's citizens are tired of the governments. I think you can see that. Go look at what happened to Argentina. And then finally, this gentleman rose up that the people love. And look at their economy, look at their country trying to rebound and all these things. Whether people like him or not, he is what he is. Down there, Javier Milei, I believe his name is. Funny looking guy, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care what anybody thinks. He loves Argentina, and good for him. So that's what you're seeing. You're seeing Americans tired of the political system. You're seeing Israel tired of the political system. Look at Turkey, tired of Iran, tired of the political system. I'm sure Russians are tired of Vladimir Putin. I'm sure Ukrainians are tired of Zelensky. I hope so, because he's put them in a bad position. So my friends, we must understand it all comes back, and we're going to see it. We've caused our government, not us, the politicians have caused a division in other countries, have caused kingdoms to be divided, has caused government anarchy, has caused civilian unrest, has caused refugee problems across the Middle East, in Iraq and Syria and Libya, going through the sea to Europe. I mean, we've been a part of that. Those are the facts, everybody. Our politicians, not the citizens, not the soldiers, the politicians is who I'm talking about. The government has put our country in a very bad situation to where you're seeing the judgment come back. Our politicians are divided more than ever, okay? Our government anarchy, look at what's going on. Look at, some people would use January 6th with all that stuff, with the insurrection, whatever. Divided government anarchy, civilian unrest. Look at what's going on. Border intrusion, illegal borders. You're seeing the manifestations of the spiritual understanding of what you do to somebody, or in this case, America, not you, not me, but America does to somebody, is coming back to us. What I do to someone wrong will come back to me. I've seen it happen. What someone does to me wrong will come back to them. I've seen it happen. It's called the golden rule. We all fall short of it sometimes, but this is just absolutely insanity. This is absolutely Russian roulette, is what the politicians are playing with the American people, because it's coming back. We have sanctioned other people, Russia and all this. Guess what? We're sanctioned with BRICS now, and we'll continue to be sanctioned. Again, it's going to come back exactly the way we dish it out. We're going to get it back, which is why I'm very concerned about this country, because we have done a lot of evil, my friends. If you're not familiar with it, just please go look from 2003 on forward, 2001 on forward, 2003 on forward with Iraq. Look at the Arab Spring. Look at what we've done over there. We do not have that authority to do that, okay? Even if the Lord wants us to do that, it will come back to us as well. Just, again, kind of like Nebuchadnezzar. So again, I'm not trying to rail against America. I love America. And that's why I'm saying it. Okay. If I didn't love America, I wouldn't even say it. I love America, and I just feel like you're seeing the judgments ramp up more and more and more. The illegal crossing of our border is at an all-time high. And then obviously all of the things that come along with that. And like I said before, civilian unrest, government anarchy, you're seeing it. You saw it with January 6th. I mean, you're seeing all of these manifestations of the judgment returning back to America. And my friends, just pray about it. Keep up with the economics of BRICS, the economics of the country of America. Look at the deficit. Just keep your eyeballs on that to protect you and your family of what could be coming if we do not get the right people in office. So again, Joy B is not the answer, okay? Joe Biden, he is not the answer to the problem, okay? He is not. So we'll see if he runs or if he doesn't run. I don't see how he could run. Okay, he can't even walk hardly. So how can he run for president? I don't mean that ugly. I mean it. Look at him. Okay. And it's an embarrassment. Okay. Is what's going on. And it is open season on the United States of America and its citizens. It really is, with the invasion of the border, with the politicians, just absolutely treason. Okay. And that includes governors of states as well. Absolutely treason. And one day the American people are going to wake up and they're going to have enough of it. And I hope that is sooner than later so that we can save the country that we all love, because these politicians, again, have caused a curse upon our nation with the invasion, especially of Iraq and Libya for sure, especially with killing our ambassador, leaving him over there and soldiers over there. What an absolute disgrace. So how could any soldier feel comfortable being a part of the U.S. military when they're leaving our soldiers to die everywhere? Okay, I mean, why would you feel comfortable being a part of the U.S. military? Okay, when they're going to just leave you over there to die in some cases, okay? And they've done a lot of wrong to our soldiers as well. Keep that in mind. I don't mention that, or I didn't mention that, but I'll mention it now. Look at all the soldiers we lost in Iraq. I know some people who were over there. Some of them were a family at the time, okay? They were over there, okay? They will never be the same from the things that they saw, the PTSD and all these things. And a lot of them didn't come back. They came back in coffins. For what? For the politicians to get rich, for Dick Cheney and George Bush to get rich and all their companies and all their evil people? Man, there's a lot of blood on their hands. There's a lot of blood on Americans' hands with our own people, our soldiers, and also with the citizens of these other countries. So not to go on that, I just have a lot of passion about it, because it's just a disgrace that I would never thought in my lifetime that America would use the superpower level to be the dictator. I would never have thought that our country would go to that level. And the last 20 years, and I'm not saying go back, you can go back further than that, Nixon, of course, and on forward. But really the last 20 years, George Bush and Obama, really, those 16 years were really disgraceful. When you look at the wars and the proxy wars and the money, and it's George Bush, Dick Cheney, Hillary Clinton, Obama, and all the powers to be up in the serpents and the vipers up in Washington, D.C. That's who they are. And they could be doing so much good for our citizens, our veterans, our homeless. I mean, guys, I don't know if you've looked around, I'm sure you have, but we have got major problems over here with our people. Our people are hurting. Our American citizens are hurting. Our vets are hurting, but of course they don't care about the vets. They don't care about them over across seas either. They just use them as pawns, for their own self-righteousness. Okay. And it's really disgusting. So I don't know if you ever thought about that, about looking at Texas, seeing the flames in Texas. When's the last time you saw that in Texas? We have not. We see it in California, but California is not host to the president who did that. Okay. Texas is the host of the president who did that. And that is George W. Bush. So it doesn't surprise me. The judgment will come back in 1 year, 5 years, 20 years, or 50 years. In Babylon's case, it was 70 years before they were destroyed. So even though it was 24 years ago or whatever, 21 years ago, which is very interesting, 2003, 21 years, triple Shemitah, triple judgment on that. I mean, it's just very interesting. We're starting to see the tie-ins to the judgment of what we've done. It's coming back to us. Texas, illegal border, fires everywhere, 1 million acres are burning, and that doesn't seem like it's stopping. You tell me. And that does include oil fields, because we burned the oil fields in Iraq. Okay. So I don't know what else to say to people other than we need to intercede for our country and ask for God to have mercy. But at the same time, if judgment is the way that is going to get Americans to turn back to God, then I welcome the judgment. Okay, I do. I welcome the judgment if it's going to get lost souls back to him. Okay, because he will protect you and he will protect us. Okay, he will. Just like he protected Jeremiah, he protected Baruch. Go listen or go read those beautiful blessings that he gave Jeremiah, that he gave Baruch. Okay, Jeremiah's assistant. He let them go. Okay, when everybody else was either dead or exiled. Okay, he let the remnant go free. Okay, it's beautiful. Jeremiah 39 is one of the most beautiful scriptures there is about a love story between God and his prophet Jeremiah. It's really beautiful, and only God could have done that. So we must understand that we must be like the Jeremiahs. We must be like the Baruchs. We must be like the Ruths. We must be like the Esthers. We must be like those people, Daniel, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, Moses, Yeshua, Paul. That's who we've got to be like, in on the Lord and no tolerance for no nonsense, with the word of God. And if we were that way, we'd have a different society here in America, but we have let the Lord down. Me too. We have let the Lord down as a church, and we have gone away from our first love. We really have, if there ever was. And we must understand we've got to get back to the basics, and we all know this. I'm just talking out loud at 10:45 on Eastern Standard Time. But it's very sickening when you look at what we've done across the seas. And I just have a very bad feeling that we're starting to see these things. I'm not prophesying. I'm not setting dates. I'm not doing any of that. Okay. I'm just, again, have deep concerns that a lot of people, look at what happened at the University of Georgia, my home state. Okay. Georgia's got a lot of problems. Okay. I love Georgia, but let's look at the facts. Look at the University of Georgia. A young lady, 21, whatever, killed by an illegal immigrant. You're going to see more of that. You're going to see much more of that, unfortunately. But for no good reason, someone lost their life because of our border policies. Blood's on the hands of these politicians up there, and they should be held accountable. And hopefully the American people will hold them accountable, because it's just unbelievable. It really is when you look at the death that's going on for no reason. You remember 4 or 5 years ago, or 2016 area, whenever the young girl in San Francisco was walking out on the dock and just a legal immigrant shot her, just shot her, for no good reason. I think it was headlines in the news and stuff, and one of the major cornerstones of that election, but we must understand that our innocent people are getting killed. They're getting raped. They're getting murdered. They're getting all of these things. And we must understand that these politicians, must be held accountable by the voters of the American people. So hopefully that will turn out the way it should turn out. And it's going to turn out the way God turns out, or wants it to turn out anyhow, because he's the one who's going to do it. So it's going to be very interesting, my friends. This year, 2024, with the presidential election, is always an interesting year. And whoever gets elected, think about Erdogan, his 5 years to the Shemitah, U.S. president, pretty much to the Shemitah 8 months before it, and then LCC Shemitah. And I haven't looked at all the other ones because they're dictators. Okay, Assad's going to be there. Assad's going to be in Syria until he is taken out. Iraq Prime Minister Sudani, he's done a great job. I don't think he's going anywhere because he's done a great job with getting Iraq back going again. Iran is a dictatorship, so we'll see how long this guy lives. The Ayatollah over there. So you don't have many democracies over there, okay, with some of those tyrannical Islamist nations. Those people are dictators, right? So we're going to see what happens. It's a very interesting time to be alive, and no other better way to understand the biblical prophets, to understand what's going on. This is your front page news, everybody. Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, Moses, Yeshua, Micah, Malachi, Habakkuk, Paul, John the Revelator. This is your front page news, everybody. So read that and you'll know exactly what's going on with the front page news, because I believe we're living at that time. So not to go off on all this rant or whatever, but I didn't know if people really thought about it for the spiritual understanding of the judgment. Everybody's wondering why the border is just being like a Swiss cheese. Come on in, come on in. We've got you covered. The taxpayers will pay for you. The American taxpayers will pay for the world. Come on in. We will work hard for you to take care of your nation. We don't care about ours, but we will work hard for your nation, for our politicians to send the money across seas. Leave our border open. Boy, they're doing a great job, aren't they? Republican and Democrat. It's really disgraceful. It really is. It really is. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, goodness. I agree with you. Praying for the grace and mercy of God over our nation. That's for sure. We need it. We need it more than ever. That's funny. Yes, write it in. Yes. Man, I couldn't get elected, probably mayor of my hometown. Okay, much less of the state and much less of the feds. But I do believe there's good people out there. We just got to let them have their voices heard. Excuse me for one moment. We just have to let their voices be heard. But we're in a system right now, and that system needs to collapse because we're being forced in so many ways. You know, on the Democratic and the Republican side, we're being forced instead of letting the American people. I know they say they let the American people vote, but they really don't. You remember, if you're a Democrat, you'll remember this. If you're a Democrat, you'll remember when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump. What's the guy's name? Crazy guy, Bernie, Weekend at Bernie's, Bernie Sanders. He ran against her and he was winning. I think he would have won. And the Democratic Party said, no, we want Hillary Clinton. That is not the way that it works. I'm not a Bernie Sanders guy. I'm not a Hillary Clinton guy. But that's not the way that it works. The people wanted Bernie Sanders, if I remember correctly, and the Democratic Party said, no, we're going to put Hillary in, so to speak. So that's what I'm talking about. And Republicans do the same thing. Both parties, they force you a candidate the majority of the time of who they want, so that they can all sit back and take your money and get kickbacks off of the money they send over there. My friends, they're taking our money and they're sending it in financial aid to all of these people in the proxy war. So guess what? They can get kickbacks back. I think that's proven. Joe Biden, all these people, all of them, every one of them, get kickbacks. Okay. Even the ones you don't think. Okay. So I'll just leave it there. But all of the people, it's a corrupt system and it's kickback city. It's the lobbyists. It's kickback city. And there's so many people that are pimping out America. Excuse me for saying that, but it's the truth. Pimping out America so that they can get fat in their own pockets. I mean, America has been sold out, my friends. It is come and get it. If you're a foreign nation, we will give you money. America is open for business, okay? And that is just not right. And then until we get it right with the politicians, not one president's going to be able to fix this. We've got to get the Republicans and the Democrats right, or the House and the Congress and the Senate right, the Supreme Court. We've got to get righteous people. And if not, you're going to see what happens, and it's going to be a slow death. Excuse me. It's going to be a slow death. And again, I love America, but this is just business and it's easy to understand if you look at it. Okay, America. If we look at what we've done, and if we look at these nations that are ganging up on us with this economic bricks, okay, they own 40%, 45% of the world's population just in those countries. Brazil, India, China, Russia, just in those countries are huge countries. They own 40%. And whenever they figure this out completely, and I think they already have, it's going to be a slow death. They will sanction us now, which I think they already have. They're going to do business without the US dollar, which they're doing right now. And you're just seeing the beginning of it. So like I said before, it's a slow death. Okay. It's a slow death. If we don't get the right people in, it's a slow death, because what's going to happen is we're going to lose the world's reserve currency. Maybe if we don't get good politicians in there. And then after that, all they have to do is kind of like a boa constrictor, right? Or a python. It just wraps around something and squeezes it to death. Well, that's all they have to do. They've already wrapped themselves around us with bricks, and all they have to do is squeeze. And I guarantee you they're going to squeeze, because look at what we're doing to Russia. Look at what we're doing to China. Look at what we're doing to India and Brazil. Again, there's a way to do business without angering everybody and making everybody upset with us by going into war. Again, just being fair, since we're just talking out in the open, just being fair, I haven't seen in the last 20 years China invading countries. I haven't seen Russia in the last 20 years, except for Crimea. Okay, that's debatable and why that happened. I haven't seen Russia go into all these countries and dethrone all these leaders. I haven't seen China do that. I haven't seen India do that. I haven't seen anybody do that other than the United States of America with the help of Britain. Okay, so that's who I've seen do all these dictatorship moves. I haven't seen President Xi do that. I haven't seen Putin do that except for Crimea. And again, that could be debated. Okay, I haven't seen that. Okay, so we're the country that has the problems, and everybody needs to really understand that. Okay, I love America. I've said that. I love America. And this is the reason I'm saying it. We've got to identify that it's our politicians who are being the evil ones in the world, okay, dictating to everybody, dethroning people in Iraq and Syria and Libya, or not Syria, trying to. We're the ones who are financing all the terror groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS. Do your research, please. We're the ones who do that. Okay, so you tell me, okay, who's the evil politicians of the world? I'm not saying Putin's evil. I'm sure President Xi is too. I'm sure all the leaders are evil. But why does that say of America? I don't care about all those other countries. I care about America. Well, I mean, I care about them, but you know what I'm saying? I'm worried about America. We got to take care of ourselves, and that comes to accountability of ourselves. It's just like I'll use myself. When I came to salvation, when I was born again, I had to come to that conclusion that it was me. It wasn't anybody else. It was me who had the problem, me who needed to be saved, me who needed to quit walking in the world and the lust of the eyes, the flesh, the pride of life. It was me, not anybody else. And until America comes to that conclusion and say, you know what, it's us, okay, who has the problem because of our politicians and because of the church. Okay, it's both. The morality is the church, the government across seas. And you're ripe for judgment because of those two things. And that's what you're getting. And that's what we're going to get until we repent, and the Lord will relent, and maybe he'll leave a blessing behind, like the prophet Joel said. Okay, and that's what we've got to count on is there's always hope, okay, because there's always the Lord. Okay, as long as the Lord's around, there's always hope. Well, he's not going anywhere. Okay, so there's always hope. But you guys, I think it's a very uphill battle. I think everybody can agree with this. This is not me being the prophet of the day or the pundit of the day. This is just me talking to my friends, and I have concerns about America, which I'm sure you do as well. You know, but we look at these things and it's just like, where do we go from here other than judgment? Okay. And that's why I say, if it takes judgment on America for the church and the people to repent, then sign me up. Okay. I'm all for it, because I know that the remnant, me and you and all of us and our families and friends and all of those who are walking truly with the Lord, he's going to protect us. He always has with his remnant. So that's why I say, if it takes judgment, bring it, because that's what we need as a country to get back going again in the righteous way. In all due respect to Donald Trump and make America great again and all that, okay, I think it's a great slogan and great. He wants to make America great again. But until America gets godly again, America will never be great again. America may be great with the economics and money and all that. Okay, great. Good for you. But we're not great. Okay, money does not make you great. Okay, we will never be great. We will never be a creditor nation ever again, in my personal opinion, until we repent. Until we repent, turn back to God, we will never be a creditor nation. We will be the tail, not the head. We will be a debtor nation, not a creditor nation. We will be cursed as a nation because of what we've done to the other nations. So, my friends, I don't mean that in a very negative way. I mean that in a very honest way. That's how God works. He could care less about the economics of this country. What he cares about is if we're obeying him. Okay, if we're following his ways, if we're being the salt, being the light, he could care less about the economics. Okay, and yes, he does care about the economics once we are godly. And that's why I say, let's make America godly again, and America will definitely be great again. And I understand why he's doing it politically, and I'm not saying that in any kind of way, other than, in my opinion, we've got to be godly again until we'll be great. If we're not godly, we will never be great. You know, so I know everybody understands that, and I'm not sure why we got off on all that, but I just wanted to bring the spiritual understanding, because you can see it. If we step back and look at it, you can see the judgment starting to escalate in America. We're a debtor nation, 34 trillion in debt. We got a border problem tremendously like we've never seen, an invasion of our border. We've got fires everywhere. We've got earthquakes. We've got all of these things. California, we've got all of these things going on. Hurricanes like we've never seen of late, So, and I think this year is going to be another interesting year with that as well. So we must understand that. I know the whole world's receiving that as well. Okay. And I'm not trying to just pick on America. It's just where I live. I live in America. Most of you live in America as well. So of course we have dire concerns about where our country is headed. And when I look at these politicians up in Washington, D.C., it is just really a head scratcher. I mean, most of these people don't even know who they are and where they are. I mean that honestly. Like, Joe Biden should not be in any kind of office right now. And I don't say that ugly. I don't say that mean. He just should not be in any kind of office, much less the leader of the free world, because he's not there. I think everybody can see that. Okay. That's just plain and open. And that tells me a lot, because the politicians should be getting him out of there, because he's not mentally capable of running the office. That's just being factual. That's not being mean or ugly or whatever. But that's just being factual. They need to get him out of there. Okay. And they need to get Mitch McConnell, which he's leaving this year. Thank you very much for ripping us off. Take care for 40 years. Thank you very much for ripping us off. But all of these people need to go home, because they're the problem. Okay. Nancy Pelosi, which she is gone. All of these people, Chuck Schumer, problem. Mitch McConnell, problem. Lindsey Graham, problem. All of them are problems. And until we get the right people in there who want to put America first, and also be a good steward of America's resources and give to other people and other nations, we're never going to get there. That's just common sense. 1 + 1 = 2, right? So if we're spending more than we're taking in, okay, you're not going to make it, right? If I'm spending more than I'm taking in, I'm going to go bankrupt, right? Same thing with America. America's spending all this money, but we're not taking enough in. So you have to either print money or go to war. In this case, we do both. We don't have a choice but to print money and go to war. Why? Because we're trying to protect the standard reserve of the American dollar. There's a reason why America is going to war with Russia. There's a reason why America wants war with China. They're part of the BRICS. China and Russia is part of the BRICS. There's a reason for these things, my friends. There's a reason we have problems with Brazil right now. They're part of the BRICS, okay? So we must understand that, my friends. There's a reason America doesn't have the choice but to go to war, because of our financial situation that we're in. And you can either print money or go to war. In this case, they do both, because that's how dire it is. And like I said, it's a stranglehold right now. BRICS is trying to put a stranglehold on America. And so far, all of the countries are going towards BRICS instead of America. That's not a good sign. No matter what classification you are in, society will change in America when you lose the standard reserve, okay? The inflation that we have now, the inflation would probably be around 30 to 40% on what some would say, but it's not that way, because we're able to spread the inflation out with the currency across the nations. So how it works, if one's not familiar with it, and I'm not sure if I understand exactly, but I'll give you the synopsis of it, is they print money and they send the bills over to the countries, right? Because we're the standard reserve monetary money, meaning that if, for this conversation, if Brazil and Argentina traded oil, they did it in American dollars, not pesos or whatever their currency is. They did it in American dollars. So that way we're able to spread the inflation out across the seas instead of just in our home land. Does that make sense? So we've been fortunate to do that, or we would already see levels of monetary decline like you've never seen before, but we're able to spread that out because of what I just said, because we're the standard reserve money, and we can spread that inflation out across the world to the countries that we send the dollar bills to. Well, if those dollar bills start returning home, okay, and everybody's using the BRICS monetary standard for the standard reserve, then you're talking about a very bad situation, a total collapse of society with the America. You're talking about a starting over. I mean, you'd be starting over a society because you do not control the reserve. So that's the reason they're going to war with Russia, going to war, want to go to war with. I mean, they're begging China to invade Taiwan. I mean, I think they're praying for it, actually. I think they're begging for China to invade Taiwan because they can make more money by going to war in Taiwan for China. Again, they don't have a choice but to do those kind of things, okay? And that's what, we're in a very, very bad situation. I'm not sure if anybody can get us really out of this situation. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, for those who support Donald Trump, if there's anybody out there who supports him, okay, he's a business guy. I don't know if he can do it, okay, because the damage of what's being done. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying, hey, for those who are Trump supporters, there's maybe he could probably do it, maybe, or someone else could do it. Kennedy, I don't know, whoever else is running, but it's going to take someone who understands negotiation from a business standpoint, not let's go to war with everybody in the world to try to preserve the standard reserve. I mean, that's stupidity, because if you picked up on Vladimir Putin's interview, not that I believe Vladimir Putin, but the research that I've done kind of correlates with what he said about this one topic. Don't take me out of context. One topic where he said that America's being left behind. He's right on that. America's being left behind because we have angered everybody in the world to turn against us because our behavior across seas, okay, in Ukraine and also in the Middle East, that all the countries are going towards China and Russia and BRICS, okay, because everybody is sick of the U.S. government and the dictatorship that we have done to everybody across the world to preserve the standard of the American dollar. Okay, so we've done it the wrong way. There's a way to do that in a superpower way, in a business way. I think we all can understand that in a business manner of negotiations to preserve that currency. It's called negotiations, not let's go to war if somebody wants to get away from the US dollar. Okay, like Iraq, like Libya, if you do your research, that's the reason why, not because of anything else. Don't believe the propaganda that's being shoved out. Believe what happened with the currency. Okay, Saddam Hussein was going to start trading euros instead of dollars for oil. Just do your research. And about a month after that, he was gone. Okay, Libya, Gaddafi wanted to give a golden coin for the whole continent of Africa. I think that's a great idea for the continent of Africa. You have your own currency. I think that's great. America's not going to go for that. A couple of weeks later, gone. Okay, Libya, Gaddafi gone. What did Hillary Clinton say? We came and he died. I mean, isn't that great from a leader? We came and he died is what she said about Gaddafi, which again, he's an evil guy. Great. But the arrogancy, is that a Christian nation? Is that someone who has the right mentality to be a good steward of being a superpower? George Bush, is that we got him when all this stuff happened with Saddam Hussein? Is that a good, I mean, really, like, okay, great. Did Saddam, okay, great. You got him. Wonderful. But just the arrogance of these people. Again, Saddam Hussein's an evil guy. Gaddafi's an evil guy. I'm not taking up for these people. I'm just making the point that, again, it's all about the money, okay, with the American government. Go look at the politicians. Go look at Dick Cheney's, I forget the company's name that he owned. I mean, I think his income or his value of his company went up like 400% after the invasion of Iraq in 2003. So you tell me what's going on with that, with Dick Cheney. Okay, I mean, all these people are warmongers and money driven for that. Okay, and that goes into 9/11 as well. So however you look at 9/11, it was bad business, no matter what. It was bad business that started this, because that's the reason why they did all these things. So if you look at it from that perspective and rewind, that there would never have been an invasion of Iraq without 9/11. There would have never been all this stuff we're dealing with Libya without 9/11. Okay, so all of these things culminated from that, because that was the trigger point that they wanted, in my personal opinion. That was the trigger point that they wanted every American to be emotional, get the spirits of America back going again for the United States of America, the patriots, the patriotism, all of these things, the propaganda on the TVs. Go back and look at these things. It was an absolute indoctrination of the American people of why they went over there. And it was because of the almighty dollar bill that these people wanted. And there's a reason why the Bushes and the Sods are very close. Okay, go do your own research. There's a reason that they're close like that. Okay, the Sods and the Bushes. Okay, there's a reason why all of these people are so tight knit together, these elites of the world, and unfortunately, the U.S. government has been indoctrinated in that and has caved into that system of that. So America is never first. America is always last with these people. And I think that's obviously, just look around. I mean, look at our look at our cities, look at our roads, look at our interstates, look at our airports, look at all of these things, and then go on the YouTube and go look at all these beautiful countries that America has built with your tax dollars. Speaking of mainly China, with the imports that we have from, or the exports that they have to us, the imports that we have from China, we built China. I mean, we built China. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. I mean, go look at everything. You guys know this: made in China, made in Vietnam, made everywhere but America. And again, I just have a very bad feeling, and I'm not saying I'm right. I hope I'm wrong, but I have a very bad feeling this is just the beginning of a very bad time coming to America. When the Ottoman Empire declined, and the Ottoman Empire was kind of the same landmass as the United States of America, when the Ottoman Empire declined and then collapsed, that was during the First World War. Okay, it was the Ottoman Empire that ruled for 400 or 500 years. Okay, the First World War, and when America came on the scene, well, it took them 7 years, and it was on the Shemitah cycle that they collapsed. They started to collapse in 1916-17, which was Shemitah, and then 1923-24. I say 2 years because the biblical year overlaps 2 Gregorian years. Okay, so the fall is when the biblical calendar starts, so it would overlap 2 years, of course, on the January Gregorian calendar. So 1916-17, the Ottoman Empire started to collapse, and then 7 years later, on the Shemitah, it did collapse. Okay, that's one of the mysteries with America. Same landmass. So what that's trying to tell you is for an empire that big, like the Ottoman Empire or the American Empire, excuse me. So any large landmass like that, and the economy like the Ottoman Empire had, kind of like the economy that American has, it's not going to collapse overnight. It's going to take years to do that. In their case, it was 7 years. What's so interesting about the Ottoman Empire and the American Empire is this, and if I can remember correctly, I've gone through this in other videos. I'm going to try to remember correctly. In 1914, okay, the Ottoman Empire had a solar eclipse over the landmass of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, 1914, and I can't remember the exact date. Okay, I've got it in my notes somewhere, but it was it was a certain date in August, I believe, somewhere in there, and the biblical date as well. So the biblical date and the Gregorian date. And I can't remember exactly what those were, but the American eclipse that happened, think about it. Okay, it happened in 2017. Well, look at what happened in 2020 with COVID, with America, but also with the world. But check this out. The 2017 eclipse over America was on the exact same Gregorian date and biblical date as the Ottoman Empire solar eclipse was. What I'm trying to say is it's very unique whenever the biblical dates and the Gregorian dates line up like that. Okay, it just doesn't happen because the calendars are all over the place. Okay, the Gregorian calendar fluctuates. The biblical calendar is straight up, and the Gregorian calendar fluctuates over it with different days. So if any statistical major out there would understand this as well, the statistics behind, the astronomical statistics behind that happening on 2 different empires that have a solar eclipse on the same, not only the same Gregorian day, but the same biblical day. Okay, it's astronomical. Okay, it doesn't happen. So was that a prelude of what's to come? I mean, are we going to start to collapse? Have we started to collapse on this past Shemitah year, is what I'm saying? And then we're going to collapse 6 years from now or 5.5 years from now? I don't know. It's just a good question to ask. It looks like it doesn't look too good, does it? I mean, 34 trillion in debt, inflation is there, interest rates are sky high, credit card debt is as high as it's ever been in America, ever. The credit card debt is. There's a lot of people that are hurting. I deal with real estate. I'm in the real estate field, and there's a lot of people that are hurting right now. That are, I know a few realtors, they told me they were going to go get part-time jobs, because of the economy. So what I'm trying to say is, are we witnessing the collapse? I did a video on this in 2020. You can find that online on Faithful Performance on the YouTube channel and on my website as well. But I did a video in 2020, like, could this be the Shemitah cycle that America starts to collapse in 2022 fall and does collapse in 2029 fall? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not trying to be the prophet of the day. I'm just trying to be a detective and be a lawyer, really a detective to put all these things together to see if we can find any kind of parallels of what's about to come. And everywhere that I look, my friends, everywhere that I look, okay, and I'm not trying to be the prophet of doom or any of that, I'm not trying to be any of that. I'm just saying, like a good detective, we look at these things and this doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good with financials with America. It doesn't look good with interest rates. It doesn't look good with the real estate market, the stock market. It doesn't look good with GDP. It doesn't look good with inflation. It doesn't look good with the currency standard of what's going on with BRICS. It just doesn't look good. And the $1 trillion, the 34 trillion in debt, we're borrowing money to go to war. I mean, who does that? I mean, borrow money to go to war. Who does that? Okay. Remember, the Soviet Union collapsed because Afghanistan, if you remember that, I mean, it collapsed. The Soviet Union, then it turned into Russia. Okay. But the Soviet Union collapsed in 1990, 1991, whatever, and became Russia. It really collapsed before that, but it collapsed because of Afghanistan. And they couldn't win the war over there. I mean, Sylvester Stallone, if you remember Rambo 3, he did a movie about the Russia-Afghani war, with the Afghanis winning the war over there against the Russians. But it collapsed the Russian empire, the Soviet Union empire. Okay, so we've got to be very careful. I mean, America, there's not a country, and again, this is the concern I have, there's not a country in history that has done what we have done and that has survived it, okay? With morality, with proxy wars and things like that, the devaluing of the currency, all of these things. And we look at what happened to Israel, look what happened to Rome. Rome is a very good understanding of America. We're doing the same things that they have done, that they did, and they collapsed, okay? So are we witnessing this collapse in front of our eyes right now? Only time will tell. But right now, it doesn't look good. I think everybody can look at the economy and look at the debt, look at everything that we're looking at and talking about. Everybody can look at it for themselves. It doesn't look good. That's not saying we can't turn it around. Of course we can turn it around with smart people, with repentance, number one, going back to God. Of course we can. But I just think when I look at everything, and that's why I tell you, if you do not keep up with these things, please keep up with these things for your family. Okay, please look at the economics. Please listen to economists. I'm not an economist. Okay, I listen to a lot of people and I make my own opinion out of that. And that's just it. That's just my opinion. That's not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I don't know. We'll just see. And I just want people to really understand that this could turn into a very bad situation in America in the next 5 years. If we do not get the right people, and this election goes into that, okay? And I'm not saying anybody's the right person. I'm just saying if we do not get the right people in office, if God turns us over to whoever it may be, and then we have destruction, I mean, we deserve it. We can't say anything other than that, but judgment, and hopefully the people will repent and turn back to the true ways of God. So that's my concerns, ladies and gents. Not to go on about this for an hour, but it's really a concern I have. And I'm going to do a video on all these things, so we'll talk about it there more in depth. But when you look at the history of America from World War I to right now, and the blessings that we've had during the Shemitah cycle, and the dominance that we've had, the safest refuge for the Jewish people, all of these beautiful things. I mean, we were a beacon of light back in those days, but it did all shift, and it shifted on our behavior. And if everybody wants to listen to it for a little bit longer, I'll say that. In 1973, let me back up. 1966, what happened? In 1966, the U.S. Supreme Court took prayer out of school. In 1966, that began the decline. The love, sex, drugs, all that era, free love, all that stuff. They got prayer out of school. And whenever you take prayer out of anywhere, your house, a school, a church, or wherever, y'all know what that happens. Y'all know what happens to that. It goes like a snowball headed for hell. Okay, and that's exactly what's happened in our school systems. Is this going like a snowball headed for hell? I mean, just go look around. Okay, we got prayer out of school however many years ago, 50, 60 years ago. There you go. Okay, that started it. 1973, what happened? Not only the Vietnam War, but also abortion. In 1973, the killing of the innocents. Okay, so we take prayer out of school. Here we go, killing the kids or babies. and all of the other apostasies that we were doing, that we have been doing since that time. And then in 2015, we put in homosexuality in the law books. Okay. Obama lit up the White House in rainbow colors and told 8 billion people across the world it was okay to be gay that day, or I believe June 25th, 2015. And he caused another curse on our nation. So again, the two presidents, George Bush and Barack Obama, they've caused so much destruction and curses on our country. I mean, it's unbelievable. So again, Republican and Democrat, okay? I'm being fair. Okay, Republican and Democrat and all their minions in Congress have caused our country, those two presidents, those 16 years have been really bad years, and we're going to see the result of those. And I hope that we repent. I hope that God relents and he leaves a blessing behind. But it's super important to realize that 2015, another curse, homosexuality. Look at 2015 until now. Have you ever thought about that? Look at our society in America and really in the world, but look at America, since we're talking about America, look at America since 2015 until now. Look at the depths of the apostasy that keeps going further and further down. Because whenever you open up the door to something like homosexuality in your law books, that spirit, that demon will manifest itself to the hierarchy or the pinnacle of it. Okay. And that's why homosexuality now is not even the topic. It's about transgenderism. It's about all these other disgusting things that are further down the trough, if you will, than homosexuality. So where does it end? Okay. Where does it end? Okay. It doesn't end. Okay. Because it never ends with Satan. Okay. So we've allowed these things in our law books. We've allowed our children to be confused. We've allowed our churches to not teach Torah, which would tell someone that they are a male or a female, and to understand that from a Torah standpoint. But we don't teach Torah, so no one knows who they are. Okay, again, it goes back into Torah, everybody. So again, until the church comes to the end of themselves and quits preaching a Torah-less based gospel, then we will start seeing some people understanding who they are. They're male or female and doing their part in God's kingdom and understanding the creation plan, how that works, and what's right, what's wrong, what's good, and what's evil. We've got to go back to Bible 101, unfortunately, because people have lost that. People think they're so spiritual because they spiritualize everything that there is. And yes, it is spiritual, but it's also literal. Okay. What does he say? He wants you to keep it, guard it, and do it. Okay. Guard it from replacement theology. Keep it in your heart to do it. Okay. And none of those are really being played out in modern day Christianity. So my friends, I'm not trying to paint a glim picture, okay, or a gloomy picture, but that's really what it is, to be quite frank with you. Just to be honest with you, again, we are in a terrible situation in the world, okay? God's having his way with the world right now. Look around, okay? And I don't think he's going to relent. I think this is the common way of life, okay? Kind of like COVID, never be the same after COVID, never be the same. Right? I mean, just keeps going, getting weirder and weirder by the day, okay? With all these different plagues, these diseases, famines, earthquakes, hurricanes, every kingdom against kingdom, everything that Messiah said against said with the Olivet Discourse, you're seeing the beginning of the remnants of it. So anyhow, that's just me. And thank you very much for letting me share that with you. Okay. Whatever long it's been, a 30-minute rant on America, but it's really not a rant. It's really a concern that I have because I love America. I love the people of America. I love the soldiers, the politicians. I love them, but at the same time, I'm against them because they're against the American people. Okay. So that's easy to understand. They wouldn't be sending all this money across seas. If not, we wouldn't be having all these problems in our cities, drugs, homeless, you name it, in our cities, if not. So I think everybody understands that, of course, on this channel. And again, I'm just, I didn't know if people would look at Texas that way, the border that way, but I believe you're starting to see the accounts being reconciled with what we have done across seas. And I think it's only going to get, unfortunately, worse unless the majority and the leaders will repent of that. The church will repent of these things. The government will repent and get these things out of the law books of same-sex marriage, which I do not see that happening. So not to be negative, not to be pessimistic, but I doubt that will happen, which again, our law books will say that we know better than God. We know what's better with man and man, woman and woman, not man and woman, not woman and man. We know better than God. So we're going to see who will win that battle. And I will put my all of my heart, all of my soul with Yahweh. So my friends, thank you very much again for staying with us tonight. And again, I know I've been ranting the last 30 or 45 minutes, but it's very important, I think, to discuss these things. And again, everybody loves America, including myself, but we have to be honest, just like we have to be honest with a family member or ourselves. If we're in the wrong, we're in the wrong. If I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong. Kind of like I was many times, and I'm sure I'll be many times wrong in the future, but that's why we repent and we do better, right? So my friends, thank you so much again for being with us tonight. I didn't realize it was almost a half hours, but thank you so much for being with us. Those who have been with us, whether it's 5 minutes or for 4.5 hours, we really appreciate it. We'll be back with you again tomorrow night as well as we go through Daniel 7 and Daniel 8. If you've been with us the last 2 nights or even tonight, hopefully you're going to start to see this thing build from the foundation of Noah's curse, of the table of nations, of the Abrahamic covenant, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, now Daniel 2, Daniel 4, and now we're going to get into Daniel 7 and Daniel 8, 2 of my favorite chapters prophetically. We'll get into those chapters tomorrow, Daniel 7, Daniel 8, and then the next on Shabbat day, tomorrow night, Shabbat, but we'll be Daniel 7 and 8, and then Saturday around probably 2 or 3 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere in there, we'll go through Daniel 9 and Daniel 10, and that will give us almost through the book of Daniel. And then a week from there, we'll go through Daniel 11 and Daniel 12. And then we'll go forward with that with Revelation 17, 18, Mystery Babylon, Ezekiel 38 and 39, which is the Gog-Magog war. And we'll go through all these, and you'll see a consistent message of the biblical prophets. You'll see the consistent message of the table of nations. You'll see a consistent message of this same people over and over. You guys are going to get so tired of hearing about Edom. Y'all are going to get so tired of hearing about Assyria, so tired of hearing about Turkey, Egypt, Libya, you guys are going to be so sick of these names because that's what they talk about all throughout. All of the prophets talk about the same people over and over. It's really beautiful if we look at it that way. So my friends, have a great evening tonight and have a great day tomorrow, preparation day. We hope you have a great preparation day tomorrow. And we hope that if you're able to join us tomorrow night as we discover Daniel 7 and 8, which will give revelation about the Antichrist kingdom, where the Antichrist rises from. It will eliminate Rome, Daniel 7 and Daniel 8 and Revelation 13. So it's going to be a power-packed video with a lot of revelation that will hopefully give you guys some inspiration to go look at these things and to get the proper conviction as well. So that's the whole point, is for all of us to go on this journey to figure these things out in a timeline form, also in a prophetic form with the prophets. And so hopefully tomorrow, after tomorrow night, all of these questions that some of us may have will be answered according to Daniel 7 and also to Daniel 8. So my friends, thank you very much again for being with us tonight. Have a great night. Have a great day tomorrow, preparation day. And we hope to see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock on Shabbat. And we'll be going through Daniel 7 and Daniel 8. If not, we'll be back with you on Saturday at, I believe, 1 o'clock. We'll go through Daniel 9 and Daniel 10, and we'll go through the Shabbat scriptures and all of these things as well. So we hope to see you there as well. If not, we will see you on the next video as well. So until that time, may God bless you. May he keep you. May his face shine upon you and give you his grace. May he lift up his countenance upon you and your family and give you guys his everlasting shalom. My name is Chadwick, and you have reached Faithful Performance. Good night, everybody.
Lord, thank you for saving me, lost and found. Move me along the flood waters, higher ground. Lord, guide me in your arms so I don't lose my crown. Forever I'll rest in your arms, safe and sound. safe and sound.